Dark Guardian. Dark Series, Book 9. By Christine Feehan. Part 1. Prologue. Lucian. Wallachia, 1400. The village was far too small to stand against the army advancing so quickly toward them. Nothing had slowed the Ottoman Turks. Everything in their path had been destroyed, everyone murdered, cruelly murdered. Bodies were impaled on crude stakes and left for the scavengers to finish off. Blood ran in rivers. No one was spared, not even the youngest child or the oldest elder. The invaders burned and tortured and mutilated, leaving behind only rats and fire and death. The village was eerily silent. Not even a child dared to cry. The people could only look at one another in despair and hopelessness. There would be no help, no way to stop the massacre. They would fall as had all the villages before them in the wake of that terrible enemy. They were too few and had only their peasant weapons to fight off the advancing hordes. They were helpless. And then the two warriors came striding out of the fog-filled night. They moved as one unit, in perfect accord, in perfect step. They moved with a peculiar animal grace, fluid and supple and totally silent. They were both tall and broad-shouldered with long, flowing hair and eyes of death. Some said they could see the red flames of hell burning in the depths of those icy black eyes. Grown men moved out of their way. Women shrank into the shadows. The two warriors looked neither left nor right yet saw everything. Power clung to them like a second skin. They ceased to move, became as still as the surrounding mountains as the village elder joined them just above the scattered huts, where they could stare out at the empty meadow separating them from the forest. "What news?" the elder asked. "We heard of the slaughters in every direction. Now it is our turn. And nothing can stop this storm of death. We have nowhere to go, Lucian, nowhere to hide our families. We will fight, but like all the others, we will be defeated. We are traveling fast this night, old one, as we are needed elsewhere. It is said our prince has been slain. We must return to our people. You have always been a good and kind man. Gabriel and I will go out this night and do what we can to help you before we move on. The enemy can be very a superstitious people." His tone was pure and beautiful, like velvet. Anyone listening to that voice could do no other than what Lucian commanded. All who heard it wanted only to hear it again and again. The voice alone could enthrall, could seduce, could kill. "Go with God," the village elder whispered in thanks. The two men moved on. In perfect rhythm, fluid, silent. Once out of sight of the village, without speaking a word aloud, they shape-shifted at exactly the same moment, taking the form of owls. Wings beat strongly in the night as they circled high above the timberline, searching out the sleeping army. Several miles from the village, the earth below was strewn with hundreds of men. Fog moved in, thick and white and low to the ground. The wind ceased so that the mist lay dense and stationary. Without warning, owls dropped silently out of the sky, razor-sharp talons directed straight at the eyes of the sentries. The owls seemed to be everywhere, working in precise synchronization so that they were in and out before anyone could come to the guard's assistance. Screams of pain and terror filled the void of silence, and the army rose up, grabbing weapons and searching for an enemy in the thick white fog. They saw only their own sentries, empty sockets for eyes, blood running down their faces as they ran sightlessly in any direction. In the center of the mass of warriors a crack was heard, then another. Crack after crack, and two lines of men dropped to the ground with broken necks. It was as if hidden within the thick fog were invisible enemies moving quickly from man to man, breaking necks with their bare hands. Chaos erupted. Men ran screaming into the surrounding forest. But wolves boiled out of nowhere, snapping with powerful jaws at the fleeing army. Men fell on their own spears as if directed to do so. Others rammed their spears into comrades at arms, unable to stop themselves no matter how hard they fought the compulsion. Blood and death and terror reigned. Voices whispered in the soldiers' heads, in the very air, whispered of defeat and death. Blood soaked the ground. The night went on and on until there was no place to hide from the unseen terror, from the specter of death, from the wild beasts that came to defeat the army. In the morning the Wallachian villagers went forth to fight and found only the dead. Lucian. Carpathian Mountains, 1400. The air reeked of death, of destruction. All around were the smoking ruins of the human villages. The Carpathian ancients had tried in vain to save their neighbors, but the enemy had struck as the sun reached its peak. The hour rendered the ancients helpless, as their powers were weakest at that time. So many Carpathians, as well as humans, had been destroyed, men, women, and children alike. Only those of their people who had been far away had escaped the crushing blow. Julian, young and strong yet a mere boy, surveyed the sight with sad eyes. So few of his kind remained. And their prince, Vladimir Dobrinsky, was dead along with his life-mate, Sarantha. It was a catastrophe, a blow from which their species might never recover. Julian stood tall and straight, his long blonde hair flowing well past his shoulders. Dmitri came up behind him. "What are you doing here? You know it is dangerous to be out in the open like this. There are so many who would destroy us. We were told to stay close to the others." Despite his youth, he moved protectively closer to the younger boy. "I can take care of myself," Julian declared staunchly. "And what are you doing out here?" The young boy gripped the arm of the older boy beside him. "I saw them. I am certain it was they. Lucian and Gabriel. It was they." Awe filled his voice. "It cannot be," Dmitri whispered, looking in all directions. He was excited and scared at the same time. No one, not even the adults, named the twin hunters aloud. Lucian and Gabriel. They were legend, myth, not reality. But I am certain. I knew they would come when they heard the prince was dead. What else could they do? I am sure they have gone to see Mikhail and Grigory." The older boy gasped. "Grigory is here also?" He followed the smaller boy through the thick forest. "He will catch us spying, Julian. He knows everything." The blonde boy shrugged, a mischievous grin curving his mouth. "I am going to see them up close, Dmitri. I am not afraid of Grigory. You should be. And I have heard that Lucian and Gabriel are really the undead." Julian burst out laughing. "Who told you that?" "I heard two of the males talking about it. They said no one could survive as long as they have, hunting and killing and not turn. The humans have been at war, and our people have been destroyed in the process. Even our prince is dead. Vampires are everywhere. Everyone is killing everyone else. I do not think we have to worry about Gabriel and Lucian. If they were really vampires, we would all be dead. No one, not even Grigory, could defeat them in battle," Julian defended. "They are so powerful, no one would be able to destroy them. They have always been loyal to the prince. Always. Our prince is dead. They are not necessarily loyal to Mikhail as the heir." Dmitri was obviously quoting adults. Julian shook his head in exasperation and continued forward, this time making certain to be silent. He inched his way through the thick vegetation until the house was in sight. Far off, a wolf howled, the note high and lonely sounding. A second wolf answered, then a third, both much closer. Julian and Dmitri shapeshifted. They were not going to miss seeing the legendary figures. Lucian and Gabriel were the greatest vampire hunters in the history of their people. It was well known that no one could defeat them. The news that they had single-handedly destroyed an entire invading army during the night had preceded their arrival. No one knew their exact body count over the last few centuries, but it was extremely high. Julian assumed the shape of a small marmot, moving in close to the house. He kept a watchful eye out for owls as he approached the front porch. He heard them then, for voices murmuring softly from within the house. Although he was young, Julian had the incredible hearing of the Carpathian people. He used that acute hearing, determined to get every word. The four greatest Carpathians alive were in that house, and he would not miss the event. He was barely aware of Dmitri joining him. "You have no choice, Mikhail," a soft voice said. The voice was incredible, pure velvet, commanding yet gentle. "You must assume the mantle of authority. The bloodline dictates it. Your father had a foreshadowing of his own death, and his instructions were clear. You must assume leadership. Grigory will help you in this time of great need, and we will do the job your father asked of us. But the mantle of authority does not belong to our bloodline. It is yours. You are an ancient, Lucian. One of you should rule our people. We are so few, our women lost to us, our children gone. Without women, what are our males to do?" Julian recognized Mikhail's voice. They have no choice but to seek the dawn or become the undead. God knows, we already have enough of them doing that. I have not yet acquired the wisdom to lead our people in a time of such great need. You have the blood and the power, and, most of all, our people believe in you. They fear us, our power and knowledge, and all that we stand for. Lucian's voice was beautiful, compelling. Julian loved the sound of that voice, could listen to it for all time. It was no wonder the adults were afraid of his power. Even at Julian's young age, he recognized the voice as a weapon. And Lucian was simply talking normally. What would it be like if he wished to take command of those around him? Who would be able to resist such a voice? We give you our allegiance, Mikhail, as we did your father, and we will provide you with whatever knowledge we can to aid you in your difficult task. Grigory, we know you as a great hunter already. Is your Titan Mikhail strong enough to see you through the dark days to come? Lucian's voice, although as soft as ever, demanded truth. Julian held his breath. Grigory was blood kin to Gabriel and Lucian. The Dark Ones. Those of that bloodline were always the defenders of their race, the ones who brought the undead to justice. Grigory was already powerful in his own right. It didn't seem possible that he could be compelled to answer, yet he did. As long as Mikhail lives, so do I, that I may provide for his safety and that of his line. You will serve our people, Mikhail, and our brother will serve you as we did your father. It is right. Gabriel and I will continue the fight to defeat the stranglehold the undead have on the humans and our own race. There are so many, Mikhail observed. There is, indeed, much death, much fighting, and our women have been all but stamped out. The males need hope for a future, Mikhail. You must find a way to provide them with one, or they will have no reason to hold out when the darkness stretches on. We must have females to provide our males with life mates. Our women are the light to our darkness. Our males are predatory, dark, dangerous hunters, growing more deadly as the centuries pass. Eventually, if we cannot find life mates, all will turn from Carpathian to vampire, and our race will become extinct as the males give up their souls. There will be devastation such as we cannot imagine. Preventing that is your task, Mikhail, and it is a monumental one. As is yours, Mikhail said softly. To take so many lives and stay as one of us is no small thing. Our people have much to thank you for. Julian, within the body of the marmot, scampered back into the bushes, not wanting to be caught by the ancients. There was a rustle in the bushes behind him, and he turned. Two tall men were standing there in complete silence. Their eyes were dark and empty, their faces as still as if carved in stone. Around him a mist seemed to fall from the sky, leaving him and Dmitri in a stunned heap. Julian caught his breath and stared in astonishment. Grigory materialized just slightly in front of the two boys, almost protectively. When Julian moved his head to look around him, the mythical hunters were gone as if they'd never been, and the boys were left to face Grigory. Lucian. France, 1500. The sun faded from the sky, leaving behind brilliant colors. Those colors slowly yielded to the charcoal of the night. Beneath the earth a single heart began to beat. Lucian lay in the rich, healing soil. His wounds from the last terrible battle were healed. He mentally scanned the area around his resting place, noting only the movement of animals. Dirt spewed upward as he burst from the earth into the sky, drawing in air to breathe. His world would be changed this night for all time. Gabriel and Lucian were identical twins. They looked alike, thought alike, fought alike. Over the centuries, they had acquired knowledge in all areas and subjects and shared that knowledge with each other. All Carpathian males, as they grew older, lost their emotions and the ability to see colors, leaving them in a dark, bleak world where only their sense of loyalty and honor kept them from turning vampire while they waited for a life mate. Gabriel and Lucian had made a pact with each other. If one were to turn vampire, the other would hunt and destroy his twin before facing the dawn and his own destruction. Lucian had known for some time that Gabriel was wrestling his inner demon, consumed by the darkness spreading within him. The constant battles had taken their toll. Gabriel was far too close to turning. Lucian inhaled deeply, taking in the clear night air. He was determined to keep Gabriel alive, to keep his soul safe. There was one way to do so. If he could convince Gabriel that he had joined the ranks of the undead, Gabriel could do no other than hunt him. That would prevent Gabriel from battling any other than Lucian. By being unable to kill, due to their equal powers, and by having a purpose, Gabriel would be able to hold on. Lucian took to the air, searching for his first victim. Lucian. London, 1600. The young woman stood on the street corner, her smile painted on. The night was cold and dark. She was shivering. Somewhere in the darkness was a killer. He had already murdered 2 of the women she knew. She had begged Thomas not to send her out tonight, but he had slapped her several times before pushing her out the door. She crossed her arms over her chest and tried desperately to look as if she enjoyed what she was doing. A man was coming up the street. Her breath caught in her throat, and her heart began to pound. He wore a dark coat and top hat and carried a cane. He looked to be from the upper class, slumming in her part of town. She struck a pose and waited. He walked right past her. She knew Thomas would beat her if she didn't call out, try to entice this stranger to her, but she couldn't make herself do it. The man paused and turned. He circled her slowly, looking her up and down as if she were a piece of meat. She tried to smile at him, but something about him frightened her. He pulled out a handful of money and waved it at her. His smile was taunting. He knew she was frightened. He pointed with his cane toward the alley. She went. She knew better, but she was just as afraid of going home to Thomas without money as she was of going into the alley with the stranger. He was ruthless, forcing her to perform all kinds of acts right there in the alley. He hurt her deliberately, and she endured it because she had no other choice. When he was finished, he shoved her to the ground and kicked her with one elegant shoe. She looked up to see the straight razor in his hand and knew he was the killer. There was no time to scream. She was about to die. Then another man loomed up behind her killer. He was physically the most beautiful male she had ever seen. Tall and broad-shouldered with long, flowing dark hair and icy black eyes. He materialized out of nowhere, so close to her attacker that she had no idea how he could have gotten there unseen by either of them. The man simply reached out with his hands, caught the murderer's neck, and wrenched hard. "Run. Run now." She heard the words clearly in her head and could not even wait to thank her rescuer. She ran away as fast as she could. Lucian waited until he was certain she had obeyed his order before he bent his head to the neck of the murderer. It was imperative that he drain the blood from his victim and leave the evidence for Gabriel to find. "I find you here as I expected, Lucian. You cannot hide from me." Gabriel's soft voice came from behind him. Lucian allowed the body to fall to the ground. Over the long years it had become a game of cat and mouse no other could play. They knew each other so well, they had choreographed their battles together for so many years, that each knew what the other was thinking almost before he thought it. They knew each other's strengths and weaknesses. Over the last years they had scored many near-mortal wounds on each other, only to break apart and go to ground to heal. Lucian turned toward his twin brother, a slow, humorless smile softening the hard edges of his mouth. "You look tired. You were too greedy this time, Lucian, killing your prey before you fed." "Perhaps it was a mistake," Lucian agreed softly, "but do not worry about me. I am more than capable of finding myself warm bodies. None can defeat me, not even my brother, who gave me his word to do this one small thing." Gabriel struck hard and fast, as Lucian knew he would. And they came together in a deadly battle they had been practicing for centuries. Lucian. Paris, present day. Gabriel crouched low, his stance that of a fighter. Behind him, his lifemate watched with sorrow-filled eyes as the tall, elegant man approached. He looked what he was, a dark, dangerous predator. His black eyes glittered dangerously, graveyard eyes. Eyes of death. He moved with an animal grace, a ripple of power. "Stay back, Lucian," Gabriel warned softly. "You will not endanger my lifemate. Then you will do as you vowed so many centuries ago. You must destroy me." The voice was a whisper of velvet, a soft command. Gabriel recognized the hidden compulsion even as he leaped forward to strike. At the last possible second, with his lifemate's denial loud in his mind, he whipped his clawed hand at his twin brother's throat and realized Lucian had opened his arms wide in acceptance of the kill. No vampire would do such a thing. Never. The undead fought with their dying breath to kill everyone and everything around them. To sacrifice one's life was not the act of a vampire. The knowledge came too late. Crimson droplets sprayed, arced. Gabriel tried to go back, to reach his brother, but Lucian's power was far too great. Gabriel was unable to move, stopped in his tracks by Lucian's will alone. His eyes widened in surprise. Lucian had so much power. Gabriel was an ancient, more powerful than most on Earth, Lucian's equal, he would have said until that moment. "You must let us aid you, Francesca," Gabriel's life-mate said softly. Her voice was crystal clear, soothing. She was a great healer. If anyone could prevent Lucian's death, she could. "I know what you're attempting to do here. You think to end it now." Lucian's white teeth gleamed. "Gabriel has you to keep him safe. That had been my task, and it is ended now. I seek rest." Blood was soaking his clothes, running down his arms. He made no attempt to stop it. He simply stood there, tall and straight. No accusation lit his eyes or voice or his expression. Gabriel shook his head. "You did this for me. For 400 years you have deceived me. You prevented me from the kills, from turning. Why? Why would you risk your soul this way? I knew you had a life mate waiting for you. Someone who would know told me many years ago, and I knew he would not tell an untruth. You did not lose your feelings and emotions quickly, as I did. It took centuries for it to happen to you. I was a mere fledgling when they ceased for me. But you merged your mind with mine, and I could share your joy in life, see through your eyes. You made me remember what I could never have for myself." Lucian staggered. Gabriel had been waiting for the moment when Lucian would weaken, and he took advantage, leaping to his brother's side, sweeping his tongue across the gaping wound he had created to close it. His life-mate was at his side. Very gently, she took Lucian's hand in hers. "You think there is no more purpose to your existence?" Lucian closed his eyes tiredly. "I have hunted and killed for 2,000 years, sister. My soul has so many pieces missing that it is like a sieve. If I do not go now, I may not go later, and my beloved brother would be forced to attempt to destroy me. It would be no easy task. He must remain safe. I have done my duty. Let me rest." "There is another," Francesca told him softly. "She is not like us. She is mortal. At this moment she is young and in terrible pain. I can only say to you, if you do not find her, she will live a life of such agony and despair, we cannot imagine it, even with all our great gifts. You must live for her. You must endure for her. You are telling me I have a life mate? And that her need of you is great. I am no gentleman. I have killed for so long, I know of no other existence. Tying a mortal woman to me would be sentencing her to live with a monster." Even as he made the denial, Lucian was not resisting as Gabriel's life-mate began to work on his savage wound. Gabriel filled the room with beneficial herbs and began the ancient healing chant as old as time itself. "I will heal you now, my brother," she said softly. "A monster such as you think you have become will be able to protect the woman from the monsters who would otherwise destroy one such as she." Gabriel cut his wrist and pressed the wound to his twin's mouth. "I offer my life freely for yours. Take what you need to heal. We will put you deep within the soil and guard you until you are at full strength. Your first duty is to your life-mate, Lucian," Francesca reminded him softly. "You can do no other than find her and remove her from danger." Jaxon, 5 years old. Florida, USA. "Look at me, Uncle Tyler," Jaxon Montgomery called proudly, waving from the top of the high wooden tower she had just climbed. "You're crazy, Matt." Russell Andrews shook his head, shading his eyes against the sun as he stared up at the replica of the high platform used for training Navy SEALs recruits. Jax could break her neck if she fell. He glanced away toward the fragile woman lying on the chaise longue, cuddling her newborn son. "What about it, Rebecca? Jax isn't even 5 yet, and Matt has her training for special forces," Russell said. Rebecca Montgomery smiled absently and looked up at her husband as if asking his opinion. "Jackson's great," Matt said immediately, reaching to capture his wife's hand and bringing her knuckles to his lips. "She loves this stuff. She was doing it practically before she could walk." Tyler Drake waved to the tiny girl calling to him. "I don't know, Matt. Maybe Russell's right. She's so small. She takes after Rebecca in looks and build." He grinned. Of course, we were lucky in that department. The rest of her is all you. She's a daredevil, a little fighter, just like her daddy. I'm not so certain that's a good thing, Russell said, frowning. He couldn't take his eyes off the child. His heart was in his throat. His own little girl was 7 years old, and he would never allow her near the tower his compatriots, Matt Montgomery and Tyler Drake, had constructed in Matt's backyard. You know, Matt, it's possible to force a child to grow up too fast. Jaxon is still a baby. Matt laughed. That baby can cook breakfast for her mother and serve it to her in bed and change diapers for the little one. She's been reading since she was 3. I mean, really reading. She loves physical challenges. There's not much on the training course she can't do. I've been teaching her martial arts, and Tyler has been working on survival training with her. She loves it. Russell scowled. I can't believe you're encouraging Matt, Tyler. He never listens to anyone but you. That child adores both of you, and neither of you has any sense where she's concerned. He manfully refrained from adding that Rebecca was a washout as a mother. I hope to hell you don't have her swimming in the ocean. Maybe Russell's right, Matt. Tyler sounded a bit worried. Jackson's a little trooper with the heart of a lion, but maybe we push her too much. And I had no idea you were allowing her to cook for Rebecca. That could be dangerous. Someone has to do it. Matt shrugged his wide shoulders. Jaxon knows what she's doing. When I'm not home, she knows very well she's responsible for Rebecca's care. And now we have little Matthew Jr., and just for your information, Jax is a good swimmer already. Are you listening to yourself, Matt? Russell demanded. Jaxon is a child, a 5-year-old, a baby. Rebecca, for God's sake, you're her mother. As usual, neither parent responded to anything they didn't want to hear. Matt treated Rebecca like a porcelain doll. Neither paid much attention to their daughter. Exasperated, Russell appealed to Matt's best friend. Tyler, tell them. Tyler nodded slowly in agreement. You shouldn't put so much pressure on her, Matt. Jaxon is an exceptional child, but she's still a child. His eyes were on the small girl waving and smiling. Without another word, he got up and began striding toward the tower where the little girl was calling to him persistently. Jaxon, 7 years old. Florida, USA. The screams coming from her mother's room were horrible to hear. Rebecca was inconsolable. Bernice, Russell Andrews' wife, had called the doctor to administer tranquilizers. Jax put her hands over her ears to try to muffle the terrible sounds of grief. Matthew Jr. had been crying for some time in his room, and it was obvious her mother was not going to go to her son. Jaxon wiped at the steady stream of tears falling from her own eyes, lifted her chin, and went across the hall to her brother's room. Don't cry, Maddie, she crooned softly, lovingly. Don't worry about a thing. I'm here now. Mommy is very upset about Daddy, but we can get through this if we stick together. You and me. We'll get Mommy through it too. Uncle Tyler had come to their house with 2 other officers and informed Rebecca that her husband would never be coming home again. Something had gone terribly wrong on their last mission. Rebecca had not stopped screaming since. Jaxon, 8 years old. How is she today, honey? Tyler asked softly, stooping to kiss Jaxon on the cheek. He laid a bouquet of flowers down on the table and turned his attention to the little girl he had loved since the day she was born. She isn't having a very good day, Jaxon admitted reluctantly. She always told Uncle Tyler the truth about her mother, but no one else, not even Uncle Russell. I think she took too many of those pills again. She won't get out of bed, and when I try to tell her things about Matthew, she just stares at me. He's finally stopped needing diapers, and I'm so proud of him, but she won't say anything at all to him. If she does pick him up, she squeezes him so hard, he cries. I have something to ask you, Jax, Uncle Tyler said. It's important you tell me the truth. Your mom is sick most of the time, and you have to take care of Matthew, manage the house, and go to school. I was thinking maybe I should move in and help out a little. Jaxon's eyes lit up. Move in with us? How? I could marry your mother and be your father. Not like Matt, of course, but as your stepfather. I think it would help your mother, and I'd sure like to be here for you and little Matthew. But only if you want me, honey. Otherwise, I won't even talk to Rebecca about it. Jaxon smiled at him. That's why you brought the flowers, isn't it? Do you think she'll really do it? Is there a chance? I think I can persuade her. The only time you get a break around here is when I have you on our training course. You're getting to be quite a marksman, too. Marksperson, Uncle Tyler, Jaxon corrected with a sudden teasing grin. And the other night in karate class, I kicked Don Jacobson's butt. The only time she found herself laughing anymore was when Uncle Tyler took her off to the Special Forces training area and they played soldier. Female or not, Jaxon was becoming someone to contend with, and it made her proud. Jaxon, 13 years old. The book was a mystery and well-suited to the stormy night. Tree branches were scratching the window, and rain drummed heavily on the roof. The first time she heard the noise, Jaxon thought it was her imagination, just because the book was so scary. Then she stiffened, and her heart began to pound. He was doing it again. She knew it. As quietly as possible, she crept out of bed and opened her door. The sounds coming from her mother's bedroom were muffled, but she heard them all the same. Her mother was weeping, pleading. And there was the distinctive sound Jaxon knew so well. She had been in karate classes as long as she could remember. She knew what it sounded like when someone got punched. She ran along the hall to her brother's room to check on him first. She was thankful he was sound asleep. When Tyler was like this, she hid Matthew from him. He seemed to hate Matthew at times. His eyes grew cold and ugly when they rested on the little boy, especially if Matthew happened to be crying. Tyler didn't like it when anyone cried, and Matthew was little enough to cry over almost every tiny scratch or imagined hurt. Or every time Tyler glared at him. Taking a deep breath, Jaxon went to stand just outside her mother's bedroom. She found it so hard to believe that Tyler could be the way he was with her mother and Matthew. She loved Tyler. She had always loved him. He spent hours training Jaxon like a soldier, and everything in her responded to the physical training. She loved the courses he set up to challenge her. She could climb nearly impassable cliffs and slither through minuscule tunnels in record time. She was in her element out on the range, firing weapons and fighting hand to hand. Jaxon could even track Tyler now, a feat most of those in his unit were unable to perform. She was especially proud of that. Tyler always seemed pleased with her and very warm and loving toward her. She had believed Tyler loved her family with the same fierce, protective loyalty she did. Now she was confused, wishing her mother was someone she could talk with, reason things out with. Jaxon was coming to realize that her stepfather's easy charm hid his constant need to control his world and those in it. Rebecca and Matthew didn't meet his standards of what they should be, and he made them pay dearly for it. Jaxon took a deep breath and quietly pushed the door open a crack. She stood perfectly still as Tyler had taught her to do in times of danger. Tyler had her mother pressed against a wall, one hand squeezing her throat. Rebecca's eyes were bulging and wide with terror. It was so easy to do, Rebecca. He always thought he was so good, no one could ever do him, but I did. And now I have you and his kids, just like I told him I would. I stood over him and watched the life go out of him, and I laughed. He knew what I would do to you, I made certain of that. You've always been so useless. I told him I would give you a chance, but you just couldn't manage it, could you? He spoiled you just like your daddy did. Rebecca, the little princess. You always looked down on us. You always thought you were so much better than us just because you had all that money. He leaned close so that his forehead was bumping Rebecca's, and sprays of spit washed over her as he enunciated each word. All your precious money would go to me now if anything happened to you, wouldn't it? He shook her like a rag doll, an easy thing to do, since Rebecca was such a small woman. At that moment, Jaxon knew that Tyler was going to kill Rebecca. He hated her, and he hated Matthew. Jaxon was bright enough to realize, even hearing something out of context, that Tyler had very likely murdered her father. Both of them were Navy SEALs and not easy to kill, but her father wouldn't have been expecting his best friend to betray him. She could see her mother's eyes trying desperately to warn her away. Rebecca was afraid for Jaxon, afraid if she interfered, Tyler would turn on her. Daddy? Deliberately Jaxon said the word softly into the menace-filled night. Something woke me up. I had a bad dream. Will you sit up with me? You don't mind, do you, Mommy? It took a few moments before the tension seeped out of Tyler's ramrod-stiff shoulders. His fingers slowly loosened from around Rebecca's throat. Air rushed back into her lungs, yet she remained cowering against the wall, frozen with terror, trying to suppress the cough welling in her raw throat. Her gaze was still on Jaxon's face, desperately, silently, trying to warn her daughter of the danger. Tyler was completely mad, a killer, and there was no escape from him. He had warned her what would happen if she tried to leave him, and Rebecca knew she didn't have the strength to save them. Not even Matthew Jr. Jaxon smiled up at Tyler with childlike trust. "I'm sorry I disturbed you, but I really did hear something, and the dream was so real. When you're with me, I always feel safe." Her stomach was cramping, protesting the terrible lie. Her palms were sweaty, yet she managed perfect, wide-eyed innocence. Tyler sent Rebecca a hard stare over his shoulder as he took Jaxon's hand. "Go to bed, Rebecca. I'll sit up with Jaxon. God knows you've never done it, not even when she was sick." His hand was strong, and she could still feel the tension in him, yet Jaxon could also feel the warmth he always exuded whenever they were together. Whatever had possessed her stepfather in those earlier moments seemed gone once, he was physically linked to Jaxon. In the 2 years that followed, Jaxon and Rebecca tried to hide their growing concern about Tyler's mental state from Matthew Jr. They kept the child as far from Tyler as possible. The boy seemed to be some kind of catalyst, changing what once had been a loving man. Tyler often complained that Matthew was staring at him. Matthew learned to avert his gaze when Tyler was in the room. Tyler looked at the boy coldly, unemotionally, or with absolute hatred. He looked at Rebecca with a stranger's eyes. Only Jaxon seemed able to connect to him, to keep him centered. It frightened her, that terrible responsibility. She could see the evil within Uncle Tyler growing ever stronger, and after a time her mother relied completely on Jaxon to cope with it. She stayed in her room, taking the pills Tyler supplied, ignoring her 2 children. When Jaxon tried to tell her that she was afraid Tyler would harm Matthew, Rebecca pulled the covers over her head and rocked back and forth, making a keening sound. Desperate, Jaxon tried to tell Uncle Russell and other members of Tyler's team that something might be wrong with him. The men merely laughed and passed on what she had said to Tyler. He was so furious, Jaxon was certain he would kill the entire family. Although she was the one who had told, he placed the blame on Rebecca, repeating over and over that she had forced Jaxon to lie about him. He beat Rebecca so badly, Jaxon wanted to take her to the hospital, but Tyler refused. Rebecca remained in her bed for weeks and was confined to the house after that. Jaxon spent a great deal of her time creating a fantasy world for Tyler, pretending to believe that all was well in their home. She kept her brother far away from him and deflected his anger from her mother as much as possible. More and more, she spent time with Tyler on the range, learning as much as she could about self-defense, weapons, hiding, and tracking. It was the only time she knew her mother and brother were truly safe. The other SEALs contributed readily to her training, and Tyler seemed normal at those times. Rebecca had retreated so far from the real world, Jaxon dared not take Matthew and run, as she would have had to leave her mother behind, and she was certain Tyler would kill Rebecca. Little Matthew and Jaxon had their own secret world they dared not share with anyone. They lived in constant fear. Jaxon, her 15th birthday. Sitting in science class, she suddenly knew. She felt it, an overwhelming premonition of danger. She remembered gasping for breath, her lungs refusing to work. Jaxon ran from the classroom, knocking her books and papers from her desk so that they scattered on the floor behind her. The teacher called to her, but Jaxon ignored him and continued running. The wind seemed to rush past her as she sped down the streets, taking every shortcut she knew. As she neared the house, Jaxon slowed abruptly, her heart pounding. The front door was gaping open, an invitation to enter. At once darkness took hold of her mind. She felt a sharp demand to stop, to turn back, the premonition so strong it held her frozen for a moment. Matthew had stayed homesick from school. Little Matthew, who looked so like her father, who could send Tyler into a killing fury so easily. Her Matthew. Her mouth was dry, and the taste of fear was so strong she was afraid she was going to be sick. Her stomach clenched, and the pounding in her head increased until it nearly drowned out the overwhelming urge for self-preservation. Jaxon forced her right foot forward. One step. It was difficult, like walking through quicksand. She had to look inside the house. She had to do it. The pull to do so was stronger than the instinct for survival. A smell was flowing out to her, an odor foreign to her, yet every instinct she possessed told her what it was. "Mom?" She whispered the word aloud, a talisman to make her world right again, to drive away the truth and knowledge that was pounding in her head. The only way she could force her body to move was to hold the side of the house and inch her way painfully forward. She was fighting her own instincts, fighting the reluctance to face what was in there. Keeping one hand pressed firmly against her mouth to keep from screaming, she turned her head slowly to allow her eyes to see into the house. The living room looked the same as ever. Familiar. Comforting. But that did nothing to stop the fear. Instead, she felt terrified. Jaxon forced herself forward to the hallway. She saw a smear of bright red blood on the door jamb to Matthew's room. Her heart began to beat so hard she was afraid it might pound right through her chest. Jaxon edged her way along the wall until she was right outside Matthew's room. She prayed fervently as with one finger she slowly pushed open his door. The horror of that sight would be imprinted on her brain for all time. The walls were sprayed with blood, the covers soaked with it. Matthew lay sprawled sideways on the bed, his head hanging off the mattress at a right angle. His eye sockets were empty, his once laughing eyes gone forever. She couldn't count the stab wounds on his body. Jaxon did not go into the room. She couldn't. Something far more powerful than her will was stopping her. For a moment she couldn't stand, sliding unexpectedly to the floor in a huddled heap, a silent scream tearing through her body in absolute denial. She hadn't been there to defend him, to save him. It was her responsibility. She was the strong one, yet she had failed, and Matthew, with his shining curls and his love of life, had paid the ultimate price. Jaxon didn't want to move, didn't think she could. But then her mind seemed to go mercifully blank, and she was able to drag herself back up the wall and proceed down the hall to her mother's bedroom. She already knew what she would find. She told herself she was prepared. This time the door was wide open. Jaxon forced herself to look in. Rebecca lay crumpled on the floor. She knew it was her mother by the mop of blonde hair that spilled out like a halo around the crushed head. The rest of her was too mangled and bloody for recognition. Jaxon couldn't pull her gaze away. Her throat was closing, strangling her. She couldn't breathe. She heard a sound. The hint of a sound really, but it was enough to trigger her years of training. She leaped to one side, whirling to face her stepfather. His hands and arms were wet with blood, his shirt splattered and stained. He was smiling, his face serene, his eyes warm with welcome. "They're gone now, honey. We won't ever have to listen to their whining again." Tyler held out a hand to her, clearly expecting her to take it. Jaxon backed a cautious step down the hall. She didn't want to alarm Tyler. He didn't seem to notice he had blood all over him. "I'm supposed to be in school, Uncle Tyler." Her voice didn't sound natural even to her own ears. A sudden scowl crossed his face. "You haven't called me Uncle Tyler since you were 8 years old. What happened to Daddy? Your mother turned you against me, didn't she?" He was moving toward her. Jaxon stayed very quiet, very still, a look of innocence on her face. "No one could ever turn me against you. That would be impossible. And you know Mom doesn't want to have anything to do with me." Tyler relaxed visibly. He was close enough to touch her. Jaxon couldn't allow that. Her tremendous self-discipline would not extend far enough to let him touch her with the blood of her family on his hands. She struck without warning, jabbing a fist straight into his throat, kicking his kneecap hard. The moment she connected, Jaxon turned and ran. She didn't look back once. She didn't dare. Tyler was trained to respond despite being injured. In any case, she was very small compared to her stepfather. Her blows might stun him, but would never incapacitate him completely. With luck her kick might have broken his knee, but she doubted it. Jaxon ran through the house and straight out the door. Rebecca had always liked the protection of living on the naval base, and Jaxon was grateful now. She screamed at the top of her lungs, running straight across the street to Russell Andrews's house. Russell's wife, Bernice, rushed out to meet her, distress on her face. "What is it, dear? Are you hurt?" Russell joined them, circling Jackson's slender shoulders with one arm. "Is your mother ill?" He knew better. He knew Jaxon. She was always a child in complete control, calm under fire, always thinking. If Rebecca were ill, Jaxon would have called for medical aid. Right now her face was so pale, she looked like a ghost. There was horror in her eyes, terror in her expression. Russell glanced across the street at the silent house with its door wide open. The wind was blowing, the air crisp and cold. For some unknown reason, the house gave him the creeps. Russell started across the street. Jaxon caught his arm. "No, Uncle Russell, not by yourself. You can't save them. They're already dead. Call the MPs." "Who's dead, Jaxon?" Russell asked quietly, knowing Jaxon wouldn't lie. "Matthew and my mother. Tyler killed them. He told Mom he killed my father, too. He's been so strange and violent lately. He hated Mother and Matthew. I tried to tell you, but none of you would believe me." Jaxon was sobbing, her hands over her face. "You wouldn't listen to me. None of you would listen." She felt so sick, her stomach rebelling, her mind replaying the scenes she'd just seen until she thought she might go insane. There was so much blood. He gouged out Matthew's eyes. Why would he do that? Matthew was only a little boy. Russell pushed her toward Bernice. "See to her, honey. She's going into shock. He killed everyone, my entire family. He took everyone away from me. I didn't save them," Jaxon said softly. Bernice hugged her tightly. "Don't worry, Jaxon, you're with us." Jaxon, 17 years old. "Hey, beautiful." Don Jacobson leaned down to ruffle Jackson's mop of wild blonde hair. He tried not to act too possessive. Jaxon always shot down anyone who tried to get close to her. She had a wall erected so high around her, no one seemed to be able to break into her world. Since the death of her family, Dawn had seen her laugh only with Bernice and Russell Andrews and their daughter, Sabrina. Sabrina was 2 years older than Jaxon and home for spring break. "Where you off to in such a hurry? Master Chief told me your times were better than his new recruits." Jaxon smiled rather absently. "My times are always better than his new recruits every time he gets a new group. I've been in training my entire life. I'd better be good or Master Chief would have thrown me out a long time ago. 2 bad women can't serve in the SEAL. It's the only thing I'm suited for. I graduated early with so many college credits, and now I have no idea what I want to do." She shoved a hand carelessly through her hair, tousling it even more. "I'm younger than most of the other students, but, to tell you the truth, I feel so much older than most of them, sometimes I want to scream." Dawn had a burning desire to hold her close, to comfort her. "You've always been smart, Jax. Don't let anyone get to you." He knew her distress was really because she couldn't get over the trauma of what had happened to her family. How could she? He doubted if anyone could. "So, where are you running off to?" "Sabrina is home, and we're going to the movies tonight." "I promised I wouldn't be late this time." Jaxon made a face. "I'm always late when I come to the training center. I never seem to get out of here on time." The training course was the one place her mind was so occupied with other things that she couldn't think, couldn't remember anything else. She worked herself hard physically, keeping the demons at bay for just a little while. Jaxon hadn't felt safe in so long. She couldn't remember what it was like to get a good night's sleep. Tyler Drake was still out there somewhere, hiding. She knew he was close by. She felt him watching sometimes. Only Russell believed her when she told him. Russell knew her now. Jaxon didn't give in to her imagination. She wasn't prone to hysterics. She had some kind of very strong sixth sense that warned her when danger was close. She had trained beside Tyler for years. If she identified a sign as his, Russell believed her absolutely. "What show?" Dawn asked. "I haven't been to a good film in a long time." He was blatantly fishing for an invitation to go along. Jaxon didn't seem to notice. She shrugged, suddenly distracted. "I'm not sure." Sabrina was going to choose it. Her heart was beginning to pound. It was crazy. She was standing out in the open with a boy she had known all her life, yet she felt detached, far away, and peculiarly alone. Darkness was spreading within her, and with it a terrible dread. Dawn did touch her then. She had gone so still and pale, he was afraid for her. "Jaxon? Are you sick? What is it?" "Something's wrong." She whispered the words so softly, he nearly missed them. Jaxon sprang past Dawn, brushing him aside. He raced beside her, reluctant to leave her in such a state. Jaxon was so cool and withdrawn all the time, Dawn couldn't believe he was seeing her like this. She didn't glance his way, instead running flat out toward her foster home. After her mother's and brother's deaths and her stepfather's mysterious disappearance, Russell and Bernice Andrews had taken Jaxon and given her a loving home. Russell and the other members of his SEALs team had continued her training, recognizing she needed the physical action to alleviate the memories of her traumatic past. Dawn's father was part of that team and often talked to his son of the tragedy. No one was absolutely certain whether Tyler Drake had really killed Matthew Montgomery as he had bragged to Rebecca, but there was little doubt he had killed Rebecca and Matthew Jr. Dawn had a bad feeling as he sprinted alongside Jaxon. It wasn't all that hard to keep up. He was in good shape and far taller than she, yet he was sweating. Jaxon had a look on her face that made him certain she knew something he didn't. Something terrible. He wished he had a cell phone. As he rounded a corner, he spotted an MP. "Hey, follow us. Come on, something's wrong." He yelled it with conviction, not even afraid of making a complete fool of himself. He knew it this time. He knew it the same way Jaxon knew it as they raced up the street toward her foster home. Jaxon stopped abruptly in the driveway, staring up at the door. It was partially open as if an invitation. Dawn started past her, but she caught his arm. She was shaking. "Don't go in. He might still be there." Dawn tried to put an arm around her. He had never seen Jaxon so shaken up. She looked fragile and grief-stricken. She pulled away from him, her gaze darting around the yard, searching the terrain. "Don't touch me, Dawn. Don't come anywhere near me. If he even thinks I care about you, he'll find a way to kill you." "You don't know what's in that house, Jax," he protested. But a part of him didn't want to go see if she was right. Evil seemed to permeate the house. The MPs swaggered their way up the driveway. "You kids better not be wasting our time. What's going on here? You know whose house this is?" Jaxon nodded. "Mine. The Andrews. Be careful. I think Tyler Drake has been here. I think he's killed again." She sat down abruptly on the lawn, her legs giving out. The two MPs looked at each other. Is this for real? Everyone had heard about Tyler Drake, a former SEAL operative who had allegedly murdered his family, eluded capture, and was still hiding out somewhere. Why would he come back here? Jaxon didn't respond. The darkness in her was her answer. Tyler had killed the Andrews family because they had taken her in. She was his, and in his twisted mind they had usurped his position. It should have occurred to her that he would do such a thing. He had murdered her father, thinking her father had no right to her. The same with her mother and brother. Of course, he would murder the Andrews. It would make perfect sense to him. She drew up her legs and began to rock herself back and forth. She only glanced up when the two MPs rushed from the house and began to vomit on the immaculate lawn. Chapter 1. Jaxon Montgomery snapped the clip into her handgun and glared at her partner. "This is a setup, Barry. I can smell it. It's amazing to me that you don't have a clue. Where's your sixth sense? I thought men were supposed to have some kind of built-in survival instinct." Barry Radcliffe snorted derisively. "You're the one leading the party, honey, and we're all following you. My point, partner. You have no sense of self-preservation." Jax threw him a teasing grin over her shoulder. "The entire lot of you are worthless." "True, but we have good taste. You look great from behind." "We're men, honey, we can't help the hormones." "Is that your excuse? Hormones running amok? I thought you liked living on the edge, you gung-ho kamikaze-type daredevils." "That's you. We just go along to pull your cute little, but out of all the trouble you get into," Barry returned. He glanced at his watch. "You've got to decide, Jax. Do we try it or call it off?" Jax closed off her mind to everything, the darkness of the night, the biting cold, the adrenaline surging in her blood, needing action. The warehouse was too easily accessible. No way could they search the upper lofts without exposing themselves. She had never been all that happy with the informant. Everything in her screamed it was a setup, and she and her fellow police officers were walking into an ambush. Without hesitation, she moved her mouth over the tiny radio. "Abort, guys. I want all of you to pull back and out. Signal when clear. Barry and I will cover until we hear from you. Go now." "That's strong." She could hear the grin in Barry's voice. "Wonder Woman." "Oh, shut up," she replied rudely, her voice mild but edged with worry. Her eyes were restless, constantly moving, sweeping the entire area around them. The feeling of danger was intensifying. The tiny receiver in her ear crackled. "Are we going to let a woman losing her nerve cost us the biggest bust in history?" That was the new guy. The one who had been placed on her team against her will. The one who had some kind of political pull in the department and was on his way up. Benton. Craig Benton. "Stand down, Benton." "That's an order." "We can argue over it later," Jax commanded, but she knew, with a sinking heart, that he was the cause of the inner warnings shrieking at her. Benton wanted to be a hero. But there was no room for heroes in her line of work. Barry was swearing beside her, his body already rigid. He knew it as well as she did. Barry had been her partner long enough to know that when Jax said there was trouble, there was hell out there. "He's going in. He's going in. I see him at the side door." "Fall back, Barry," Jax snapped, already moving forward. "I'll try to pull him out. You get the rest of the world down here, because there's going to be a war. Keep our guys out of there until we have help. It's an ambush." She was so small and slender, dressed in her dark clothes and cap, Barry could barely make her out in the darkness of the night. She never made a sound when she moved. It was eerie. He found himself continually glancing at her to assure himself she was with him. Now he moved, too. No way was his partner going into that building without him. He issued the orders, called in the backup, but he followed her. He told himself it had nothing to do with Jaxon Montgomery and everything to do with partnership. It had nothing to do with love and everything to do with the job. "You should see this place." The radio crackled in their ears. "Get in here. It's loaded with enough chemicals to blow up half the city." "You idiot. It's loaded with enough chemicals to blow up the building with you in it. Now get the hell out of there." It was Jax at her best. Her voice was soft and cutting, a whip of pure contempt. Anyone hearing that voice became a believer. Craig Benton glanced uneasily to his right and then his left. The place suddenly gave him the creeps. He began a slow retreat, backing toward the door. At once something bit at his leg, high and ugly, knocking him backward and down. He found himself on the cold cement floor, staring up at the loft. The place remained silent. He put his hand down to touch his leg and found a mush of raw hamburger. He screamed. I'm hit. Oh, God, I'm hit." Jaxon would have gone through the door first, but Barry slammed his shoulder into her, knocking her slight figure to the side. He dove into the warehouse, rolling to his right, looking for cover of any kind. He heard the whine of bullets as they zipped past him and embedded themselves in the crate behind him. He thought he got off a warning to Jax, but he couldn't be sure as he crawled toward Benton. Things were happening too fast, and his vision had narrowed toward his purpose, pulling out the stupid kid and getting the hell out of there. He made it to Benton. "Shut up," he snapped. Did the rookie have to be as big as a linebacker? Dragging him out of there was going to be difficult, and if Craig kept screaming, he was going to shoot the rookie himself. "Let's go." He caught Benton under the arms, tried to stay low and behind cover, and began to make his way back toward the door. It was a long way. They were spraying the area with bullets now and deliberately sweeping the chemicals, so explosions were going off all over the place. Fires broke out. He felt the sting of the first hit on his scalp. The second was well placed. His left arm went numb, and he dropped Benton and found himself on the floor. Then Jax was there. Jaxon Montgomery, his partner. Jaxon never stopped until it was over, and she never left her partner in trouble. Jaxon was going to die in that warehouse right beside him. She was providing covering fire, running toward them. "Get up, you lazy ass. You're not that hurt. Haul your butt out of here." "Yeah, That was his Jax, always sympathetic to his problems. Benton, damn him, was dragging his body toward the door, trying to save himself. Barry tried. He was very disoriented, and the smoke and heat didn't help. Something was wrong with his head. It pounded and throbbed, and everything seemed hazy and far away. Jax's small frame landed beside him, her beautiful eyes enormous with worry. "You landed us in a hell of a mess, my friend," she said softly. "Get moving." She gave him a quick once-over, assessing the damage and dismissing it for more important things. "I mean it, Barry. Move your butt out of here now." It was a clear command. Jax slammed another clip into her gun and rolled across the floor to draw fire away from her partner, coming up on her knees, firing up toward the loft. As he dragged his leaden body toward the entrance, Radcliffe caught a glimpse of a man falling. Satisfaction was instant. Jax was an expert marksperson. What she shot at went down. Even if they died here, they took at least one of the enemy with them. Something made him turn his head just as the bullets struck Jax, taking her small body and flinging it backwards several feet across the warehouse. She fell like a rag doll onto the floor, a dark stain spreading out around her. Furious, enraged, Barry tried to bring his gun up, but his arm refused to respond. The only thing he could do was crawl forward or crawl back. He crawled back, dragging his body across the distance to hers. She was just lying there. She turned her head slightly to look at him. "Don't, Jax. Don't you do this to me. Get out of here. I mean it, damn it. Don't you do this." He was desperate to reach her, motivate her to move. She had to move. Had to get out with him. "I'm tired, Barry. I've been tired for a very long time. Someone else can save everybody now." She murmured the words so softly, he almost didn't hear them. "Jax." Barry tried to gather her in his arms, but his arms wouldn't work. To his left, the small door suddenly slammed shut, trapping them inside. And Benton was right, there were enough chemicals in there to blow them all over the city. He waited, expecting death at any moment. He heard screams then, horrible, gut-wrenching screams of fear. He saw bodies falling through the smoke and the glow of flames. He saw things that couldn't be. A wolf, huge and savage, leaping at a fleeing man, powerful jaws boring through the chest to get at the heart. The wolf seemed to be everywhere, bringing down man after man, ripping through tissue and flesh, cracking bones with its jaws. Barry saw that same wolf contort, shift shape so that it was a huge owl with talons and a beak that dove at another man, plucking the eyes right out of the head. It was an unbelievable nightmare of blood and death and retribution. Barry had no idea he had such violence inside him to envision such terrible images. He knew that at least 2 bullets had hit him. He could feel the blood trickling down his face as well as his arm. Obviously, he was hallucinating. That was why he didn't attempt to shoot when the wolf finally made its way to their corner of the warehouse. He watched it approach, admiring the way it moved, its muscles rippling, the way it leaped so easily over anything in its path. It came straight to him, drawn no doubt by the smell of blood, or, Barry thought, his own vivid imagination running wild. The wolf looked at him a long time, looked into his eyes. The eyes of the wolf were very strange, almost completely black. Intelligent eyes, but empty of any emotion. Barry felt no threat but more as if the wolf were staring into his very soul, perhaps judging him. He lay still, feeling only a willingness to do whatever the creature wanted him to do. He felt sleepy, his eyelids far too heavy to keep up. As he was drifting off, he could have sworn the wolf contorted once more and began to take the shape of a man. Jaxon Montgomery woke to the sound of a heart beating. It was beating fast and hard, frightened and loud. She felt automatically for her gun. She was never without a weapon, yet she found nothing under her pillow or beside her body. The heart pounded even harder, and she tasted the coppery flavor of fear in her mouth. Dragging in a lungful of air, she forced herself to open her eyes. She could only stare in astonishment at the room she was in. It was no hospital, and certainly not the bedroom in her tiny apartment. This room was beautiful. The walls were a soft mauve, so light it was impossible to tell if the color was really there or merely her imagination. The carpet was thick and a deeper mauve, picking up the colors in the stained glass high up on 3 walls. The pattern was soothing and intricate. It gave Jax the illusion of being safe, something she knew was impossible. Just to make certain she was really awake, she dug her fingernails into her palms. She turned her head to examine the other contents of the room. The furniture was antique and heavy, the bed a 4-poster that was more comfortable than anything she had ever slept on in her life. The dresser was large and held a few feminine articles on it, a brush, a small music box, and a candle. They were beautiful and looked antique. There were several candles in the room, all lit so that the room itself seemed to bask in the soft light. She had often dreamed of a room like this, so beautiful and elegant, with stained glass windows. It occurred to her again that she might not be awake. The sound of the heart pounding so loudly convinced her she was wide awake and others must be taking care of her. Others who had no way of knowing the danger she brought with her. She would have to find a way to protect them. Jax looked around frantically for her gun. She had definitely suffered an injury. She couldn't move very well. She took an inventory, carefully trying to shift her arms and then her legs. Her body did not want to respond. She could move if she concentrated every bit of her determination, but it hardly seemed worth the effort. She was very tired, and her head was aching. The relentless beating of that heart was driving her crazy. A shadow fell across the bed, and her own heart slammed hard enough to cause her pain. She realized then that the sound had come from her own chest. Jaxon slowly turned her head. A man was standing over her. Very tall, powerful. A predator. She saw that instantly. She had seen many predators, but this one was the ultimate. It was evident in his complete stillness. A waiting. A confidence. A power. A danger. He was dangerous. More dangerous than any criminal she had encountered so far. She didn't know how she knew these things, but she did. He believed himself invincible, and she had a sneaking suspicion that he just might be. He was neither old nor young. It was impossible to tell his age. His eyes were black and emotionless. Empty eyes. His mouth was sensual, erotic, really, his teeth very white. His shoulders were wide. He was handsome and sexy. More than sexy. Completely hot. Jax sighed and tried not to panic. Tried not to allow her thoughts to show on her face. He definitely didn't look like a doctor. He did not look like someone she could take down easily in hand-to-hand combat. He smiled then, amusement touching his eyes for just one moment. It made him look completely different. Warm. Even sexier. She had a feeling he was reading her thoughts and laughing at her. Her hand was moving restlessly beneath the covers, forever seeking the gun. "You are in distress." He made it a statement. His voice was beautiful. Smooth like velvet, alluring, almost seductive. He had a strange accent she couldn't place and a way of turning his words that sounded very old world. Jaxon blinked rapidly in an attempt to cover her confusion, surprised by the direction her thoughts were taking. She never thought about sex. She had no idea why she was equating this stranger with eroticism. To her shock, she had to search for her voice. "I need my gun." It was a dare of sorts, a test of his reaction. Those black eyes studied her face intently. His scrutiny made her uncomfortable. Those eyes saw too much, and Jaxon had a great deal to hide. His face was expressionless, giving absolutely nothing away, and Jax was very good at reading people. "Are you planning on shooting me?" He asked it with that same gentle voice, only this time it held a hint of amusement. She was very tired. It was becoming a struggle to keep her eyelashes from drifting down. She noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Her heart had slowed to match the rhythm of his. Exactly. Their two hearts were beating simultaneously. She could hear them. His voice was familiar to her, yet he was a total stranger. No one could ever meet such a man and forget him. She could not possibly know him. She moistened her lips. She was incredibly thirsty. "I need my gun." He moved to the dresser. Not walked. Glided. She could watch him move like that for all time. His body was like that of an animal, a wolf or a leopard, something cat-like and powerful. Fluid. Totally silent. He flowed, yet when movement ceased, he was completely still again. He handed her her gun. It felt familiar in her hand, an extension of herself. Almost at once some of her fear faded away. What happened to me? Automatically, she tried to check the clip, but her arms felt like lead, and she couldn't raise the gun enough to do the job. He took the gun back, his fingers brushing her skin. The flood of warmth was so unexpected, she jerked away from him. He didn't react, but gently pried her fingers loose and showed her the full clip with a round in the chamber before returning the gun to her palm. You were shot several times, Jaxon. You are still very ill. This isn't a hospital. She was always suspicious. It was what kept her alive. But she wasn't supposed to be alive anymore. You're in great danger here with me, she tried to warn the man, but her words were too low, her voice fading. Sleep, honey. Just go back to sleep. He said it softly, yet his velvet tone seeped into her body and mind, as powerful as any drug. He touched her then, stroking her hair. His touch felt familiar and slightly possessive. He touched her as if he had a right to touch her. It was like a caress. Jaxon was confused. She knew him. He was a part of her. She knew him intimately, yet he was a total stranger. She sighed, unable to prevent her lashes from drifting down and giving in to the powerful demand that she sleep. Lucian sat on the edge of the bed and simply watched her sleep. She was the most unexpected thing he had experienced in all his centuries of living. He had waited for this being nearly 2,000 years, and she was not at all what he had envisioned. The women of his race were tall and elegant, dark-eyed, with an abundance of dark hair. They were creatures of power and skill. He was well aware that his species was on the edge of extinction and that their women were guarded as the treasures they were, but still, they were powerful, not fragile and vulnerable like this young woman. He touched her pale skin. Sleeping, she looked almost like a pixie, a fairy out of the legends. She was so small and slight, she seemed all eyes. Beautiful eyes. The kind of eyes a man could drown in. Her hair was several shades of blonde, thick and soft, but short and shaggy, as if she carelessly took scissors to it whenever it got in her way. He had assumed she would have long hair, not this mop. He found himself constantly touching her hair. Soft, like strands of silk. It was untamed and went in whatever direction it chose, but he found himself partial to her wild hair. She lived in fear. It was her world. It had been her world from the time she was a small child. Lucian had no idea he had such a protective streak in him. For so many centuries he had had no feelings. Now, in the presence of this human woman, he had far too many. Those who had tried to harm her had paid dearly for their crimes in the warehouse. Lucian had sent her into a deep sleep, slowing her heart and lungs while he carried her away from that place of death and destruction. He had saved her partner, too, implanting in the man's mind the memory of an ambulance carrying her off. Lucian managed to save her, giving her his ancient, powerful blood. He had transformed himself into light and entered her battered body in the way of his people to begin the healing from the inside out. Her wounds were great, her blood loss massive. Using his blood was the only way to save her life, but it was dangerous to both of them. Discovery of the existence of his species by any of her kind would be a death sentence for his people. His first priority was her protection, the second was to ensure the continuation of his race. His job had always been the protection of both species. He had bought himself time by covering his tracks at the hospital where she would have been taken. He implanted memories of calling in life flight, sending her to a trauma unit. The paperwork seemed to be lost, and the computers went down. No one had figured out exactly what happened. Lucian found himself tangling his fingers in her hair once more. She didn't even have a decent name. What kind of a name was Jaxon for a woman? He shook his head. He had been watching her for some time, figuring the best way to approach her. If she had been a woman of his race, he simply would have claimed her as his own, bound them together, and allowed nature to take its course. This woman was human and so fragile. He had touched her mind many times over the last few weeks while he had established his home. He found she had many secrets. Gabriel's Lifemate had told him he would find this woman somewhere in the world and in great need. Francesca had been right. Jaxon's life had not been an easy one. She had had no childhood to speak of, only memories of struggle and death and violence. Jaxon believed she was responsible for keeping those around her safe. She had lived her entire young life that way, taking responsibility for others. No one had ever really taken care of her. He intended to remedy that situation. He had a feeling she would have no idea how to respond to his interference. Her first thought upon awakening had been the protection of others. Of him. That intrigued him. It warmed him that she had tried to warn him of the possible danger to him. She had known he was a predator, that he could be dangerous, yet it still mattered to her to protect him. She fascinated him. Something about her turned his heart over and made him want to smile at the mere sight of her. That was all it took. Looking at her, and he was happy. He had never experienced these emotions, and he took them out to examine them. With the first sound of her voice, he had seen colors. Vivid, brilliant colors. Having lived in his black and white world for so many centuries, as did the Carpathian males who had lost emotions, Lucian was almost blinded by the hues. Blues and reds, oranges and greens, every shade of color everywhere he looked. He rubbed strands of her blonde hair between his thumb and forefinger, unknowingly tender. The feelings he was experiencing were intense. Hunger was slowly creeping into his thoughts. He had expended tremendous energy healing her, and his blood needed to be replenished. He sent another strong push to her mind to ensure she remained asleep while he hunted. The city was filled with prey just waiting for him. He went to the balcony, then shapeshifted, choosing the form of an owl. Powerful wings swept him over the city. The sharp eyes were made for seeing in the dark, his acute hearing picking up every sound beneath him. He could hear hearts beating, the murmur of voices, the sound of life being lived. Traffic and city noises were beckoning, the sound of blood pumping through veins bursting with life. He found his way to the park, a perfect hunting ground. The owl landed in the top of a tree and folded its wings carefully. It inspected the surrounding area. Off to his right, he could hear the voices of two men. At once he shapeshifted into his normal form, floating to the ground as he did so. He sent out a silent mental call, demanding that his prey come to him. He had spent so many centuries delivering murderers into the hands of death, it had taken a great deal of discipline to retrain himself simply to feed. The two men answered his call, both healthy and stocky, runners stretching their legs after a late-night meeting. Neither smelled of alcohol or drugs. He fed quickly, needing to return to Jaxon. She had been unconscious for longer than he would have liked. But now that she was sleeping, Lucian realized she never really allowed herself to enter into the normal human slumber pattern that was so necessary to their bodies. When she went asleep without the aid of his command, she was restless and in distress. Lucian was well aware that Jaxon spent the majority of nights working at her job, physically driving herself to the point of exhaustion. But her dreams were merciless. Lucian had shared a few of them with her, merging his mind with hers so that he might know her demons intimately. She had far too many demons, and he intended to exorcise every one of them. Mostly, Lucian didn't want to be separated from her for any longer than was strictly necessary. He couldn't be separated from her. He found he needed to be with her. He, who had never needed anyone. He needed to touch her, to know she was all right. Now that she was in his care, he intended to bind her to him so that neither humans nor other Carpathians could possibly take her from him. Jaxon would not escape him. He had given her his blood and had taken a minute amount of hers, just enough to be able to merge their minds at will. He returned to her, once again at full strength. And his strength was enormous. He would have to be gentle with her. If there was any gentleness left in him, if there had ever been any gentleness in him, he intended to utilize it for Jaxon. If anyone deserved it, she did. He sat down on the edge of her bed, removed the command to stay asleep, and gathered her into his arms. "I am your life mate, young one. You have no idea what that means, and you are not Carpathian, so I expect a certain amount of resistance from you." Lucian rubbed his chin over the top of her head. "I promise you I will be as gentle and as patient as I can, but I cannot wait long for you. The emotions I am feeling do not tame the wild beast within me." Jaxon's eyelashes fluttered open. She felt confused, hazy, as if she were in a dream. The soothing voice she heard was so beautiful and familiar. It kept the demons at bay and allowed her to feel a measure of safety. "Who are you?" How do I know you? Your mind knows me. Your heart and soul recognize me. His thumb caressed the perfect line of her cheekbone tenderly just because he loved the feel of her skin beneath his. I must bind us together, Jaxon. I have no other choice. It would be dangerous to wait. I am sorry that I cannot give you more time. I don't understand. She looked up into his black eyes and should have felt fear at what she saw there. He was looking at her possessively, something no man had ever dared to do. Jaxon didn't encourage such feelings in men. Yet for some strange reason, this dangerous stranger made her feel cared for. Wanted. I know you do not understand at this moment, Jaxon, but you will in time. Lucian caught her chin in firm fingers so that his dark eyes captured her gaze. It was like falling into a black, bottomless pool. Endless. Timeless. Lucian murmured her name softly and bent his head to the softness of her throat. He inhaled her scent. There was nowhere she could go that he could not find her. His arms tightened possessively until he reminded himself that she was very fragile. She felt incredibly small and light in his arms, but also warm and enticing. She was stirring things in him best left alone. The sudden, urgent demands were shocking to him. She was young and vulnerable, and at that moment he should want only to protect her. His mouth touched her skin gently, tenderly, a small caress. At once needs slammed into him, hard and imperative. He could hear her heart beating to the rhythm of his. He could hear her blood run in her veins, an enticing heat that beckoned to him, that triggered a tremendous physical hunger for her body. Closing his eyes, he savored his ability to feel, no matter that it was terribly uncomfortable and his body was screaming for relief. His tongue found her pulse, bathed the area once, twice. His teeth scraped gently over the vein, then sank deeply into it. At once she moved restlessly in his arms and moaned, a soft whisper of intimacy that tightened his body even more. She was sweet and spicy, a taste indescribable and one he had never before encountered. She was addicting, as if she had been designed precisely to please his every need. He would never get enough of her. Discipline overcame his hunger for the ecstasy her body promised. With a sweep of his tongue, he closed the tiny pinpricks his teeth had made, leaving no signs for a doctor to discover. Careful to keep her deep within his enthrallment, Lucian opened his shirt and shifted her in his arms so that he could palm the back of her head. His body was raging with need, and her natural sensuality was emerging under his sorcery. One of his fingernails lengthened into a razor-sharp talon. He sliced a line over his heart and pressed her mouth to his chest that he might continue the ritual of binding her to him. At the first touch of her lips, fire raged through him, a need so intense, so deep. Lucian, who was noted for his rigid control, nearly gave in to the temptation to take what was rightfully his. He found he was trembling, his body covered with a fine sheen of sweat. Bending close to her ear, he breathed the words into the night, into her mind, that no one could ever separate them again, that she could not be apart from him for more than a few scant hours. I claim you as my life mate. I belong to you. I offer my life for you. I give you my protection, my allegiance, my heart, my soul, and my body. I take into my keeping the same that is yours. Your life, happiness, and welfare will be cherished and placed above my own for all time. You're my life mate, bound to me for all eternity and always in my care. The relief he experienced was tremendous and occurred despite the fact that his body had not merged with hers. His heart and hers were one, bound together, two halves of the same whole. Their souls merged so that her feminine light shone brightly within him, alleviating the terrible darkness that had threatened him for centuries. At that moment he realized that when one had lived in darkness nearly all of his life, in a bleak, ugly hell of an existence, finding a life mate was beyond any dream he could imagine. Jaxon Montgomery was literally his heart and soul. Without her there was no reason to continue existing. He could never go back to the emptiness and darkness he had lived in for so long. The ritual words bound them together so that neither could ever escape the other. Lucian didn't fool himself. He needed her far more than she could ever need him, though, from his point of view, she needed him a great deal. He had to stop and think before he pushed his claim any further. Very gently, he stopped her feeding, closing the wound himself. His blood would both tie them together and aid her healing. It would also work on her human body to convert her to his race. Conversion was risky, hard on the body and mind. And once done, there was no going back. Jaxon would be as he was, needing blood to survive, seeking relief from the sun in the welcoming arms of the earth. If she was not a true psychic, the only kind of human female to successfully convert to Carpathian, the experiment would push her over the edge into madness, and Jaxon would have to be destroyed. Lucian sat back, releasing her from his dark spell. Her eyelashes fluttered as he slipped her back onto the pillows. Lucian knew that very few humans could be converted successfully. But he also believed she must belong within those ranks, as she was his true life mate. Her heart matched his. He knew that. When he uttered the ritual words, he felt the threads binding them together. Even so, knowing something intellectually didn't make his heart believe it. He wanted to take no chances with her safety. 3 exchanges of blood were necessary for complete conversion. Already her hearing and eyesight were more acute, more like those of Carpathians. She would soon have trouble consuming meat products and most other foods. She would need him near. He had changed her life as much as he dared to at this time. I still don't know who you are. Beneath the covers of the bed, Jaxon's fingers wrapped securely around the butt of her gun. She was very drowsy, and this stranger was far too familiar. She didn't like puzzles. She had no idea where she was, only that she was ill and had strange dreams of a dark prince taking her blood and tying her to him for all time. There was something exotic and different about the stranger she found hovering over her bed. Something elegant and courtly yet wild and untamed. Jaxon found the dangerous combination sensual and difficult to resist. Lucian smiled at her, a flash of even white teeth that softened the hard lines of his shadowed features. I am Lucian Daratrazanoff. A very old and respected name, but difficult in this country to pronounce correctly. Lucian is fine. Do I know you? Jaxon wished she wasn't so weak. She wished she hadn't had such erotic and peculiar dreams about this man. It made her feel strange to be in his presence, especially when nothing was making sense to her. Why am I here instead of a hospital? You needed extraordinary care, he answered truthfully. You came very close to dying, Jaxon, and I could not afford to take any chances with your life. My partner, Barry Radcliffe, was shot. I remember, he came back for me. Everything else was a blur to her. She had no idea how she had gotten out of the warehouse, since Barry had not been in any shape to carry her. He is in the hospital and doing better than expected. He is a tough man and very courageous. Lucian gave her partner his just due, although he didn't add that the man was in love with her. I thought I was going to die. I should have died. She murmured the words softly, almost to herself. She had wanted to die. The terrible responsibility that weighed on her slender shoulders was far more of a burden than she wanted to carry for all time. She forced her lashes open so that she could look at him. You're in terrible danger. You can't be with me. Wherever we are, it isn't safe. You're not safe. Lucian smiled and reached down to brush at the hair tumbling down around her face. His touch was incredibly tender and gave her that strange sense of security. His voice was so beautiful and pure, she wanted him to go on talking forever. His accent was sexy, sending a wave of longing through her she hardly recognized for what it was. Do not worry about me, young one. I am able to protect both of us. I know of the man you fear, and as long as you are in this house, you are safe. He is well trained, but it would be impossible for him to enter these grounds undetected. You don't know him. He will kill anyone without remorse or thought. Even though you're only helping me, he'll interpret it as a threat to him. She was becoming agitated, her eyes enormous with concern for him. If you believe nothing else of me, Jaxon, believe this. There is no other in this world as dangerous as the man in this room with you. Tyler Drake cannot reach you. He can no longer dictate your life, as you are under my protection now. He sounded matter-of-fact, not arrogant, not a braggart. She was falling into his dark eyes again. His beautiful, very unusual eyes. Jaxon felt a little lost, and she blinked rapidly to break away from his mesmerizing spell. I know you think that. My father was a Navy SEAL, and so was my foster father, Russell Andrews. Tyler Drake managed to murder both of them. You can't think you're safe as long as you're with me. Her lashes were far too heavy to keep up. They drifted down in spite of her intention to convince him. She didn't have the strength to guard him. That frightened her, and her heart slammed painfully against her chest. Be calm, Jaxon. Take a breath and relax. I am the one taking care of you, not the other way around, although I greatly appreciate that you would want to protect me. In any case, no one knows where you are. I have kept you entirely secure. Just sleep, honey, and heal. His voice was so soothing and persuasive, she soon found her breathing regulating itself exactly to his. Why she wanted to do as he commanded, she didn't know, but the urge to obey was far too strong to ignore. She allowed her eyes to close. I hope you're as good as you think you are. It would be safer for you if you called my boss and had him station a couple of the guys to watch over you. Her voice was trailing off to a soft slur. Better yet, it would be safer if you just walked away from me and never looked back. Once more Lucian's fingers tangled in her soft hair. You think I would be safer, do you? There was a tinge of amusement in his voice. For some reason it made Jaxon's heart turn over. He was so familiar, as if she knew him intimately, when she didn't recognize him at all. Except his touch. She knew his touch. And the sound of his voice. She knew his voice. The accent, the velvet seduction of it, the way he turned his phrases. The way it seemed to belong in her mind. The really crazy part was, Jaxon was beginning to believe in him. Lucian watched her go under without so much as a fight. She hadn't wanted her life to be saved, but she had picked up the torch of being his guardian, worried for his safety. She was ready to protect him without even knowing who he was. He had spent a good deal of time now with his mind merged firmly with hers. It had been necessary at first, just to keep her alive. Later, he did it because he wanted to know her, her memories, how she thought, what she dreamed of, the things that were important to her. She had far more compassion in her than was good for her. She needed him to balance her out. He was amazed at how powerful the sexual urges he was experiencing for her were. That it had never happened to him before. He had seldom looked at a woman for other than satisfying hunger. Now his hunger was different and far stronger than anything he had ever imagined. For the sake of knowledge, Lucian had sometimes shared the minds of humans to see what sex felt like. This urgent demand raging throughout his body was completely different from even that. It seemed to take over his mind, driving out every sane thought. Protective. Lucian knew every Carpathian male was born with the tremendous duty of protecting the women and children of their race. This protectiveness he felt toward Jaxon was also different. Lucian had dedicated his life to guarding humans and Carpathians alike, yet again, the intensity of his emotions toward Jaxon was so much stronger. He was unprepared for how powerful his attachment to her would really be. He had lived nearly all his life in darkness and shadow, was comfortable and familiar with violence. He was wholly dark and dangerous. Now he wanted to know tenderness, gentleness. He knew himself as most men never did. He knew he was powerful and dangerous, and he accepted it in himself. Now, however, with Jaxon lying so vulnerable and fragile in his bed, he was even more so. With a sigh, he sank down on the bed beside her. While she remained human and needed to stay above ground to survive, he would be unable to fully protect her during the day, when sunlight diminished Carpathian powers. Normally, he would take to the earth until nightfall, which posed a problem for both of them. She could not be separated from him for that many hours without suffering tremendously. He stretched out on the bed beside her. He would command her to sleep until the next sunset. Meanwhile, the safeguards he would weave around them and the wolves he would release would keep them safe from any creature, human or otherwise, that might seek to harm them. He gathered her small body into the shelter of his larger frame and buried his face in the silky fragrance of her hair. Chapter 2. Jaxon smelled him first. Clean. Fresh. Sexy. She inwardly shook her head at herself in reprimand. She knew him now. Knew his touch, his voice, his scent. Even in sleep her hand had been curled around the familiar butt of her gun. Now she relaxed her hold on it and actually allowed it to drop to the sheet beside her. She felt safe. She lay with her eyes closed, contemplating that. The feeling of safety. She didn't remember ever having experienced such a thing before. It interested her that, although she was weak and injured, alone with a complete stranger, and with no idea of where she was, she felt safe. She opened her eyes and found him looming above her, exactly where she knew he would be. She felt him inside her mind, knew she could find him in a crowd without looking. The very sight of him stole her breath. He was so tall, and he wore power like a second skin. No, that wasn't exactly right. He was power personified. She waited for him to speak, needing to hear his voice. She loved the sound of his voice. It frightened her, her tremendous reaction to him. She had trained herself not to feel anything for anyone, particularly a man. She was convinced Tyler Drake would resurface if she were to show interest in a man. "Are you feeling any better this evening?" Lucian's hand brushed her forehead. Jaxon felt the warmth of his touch like a rush of lava through her body. "You look tired." She frowned. "Have you been taking care of me nonstop without sleeping?" The thought of having a stranger tend to her while she slept should be disconcerting, yet she didn't really mind it so much with him. Jaxon studied him. Physically, he was beautiful, much like the mythical Greek gods. But his weary eyes had seen far too much, and she was definitely worried that he wasn't getting enough sleep. She had an unexpected urge to reach up and touch his beard-shadowed jaw. "I am the one taking care of you, honey." A faint smile curved his perfectly sculpted mouth. "You do not need to think of anyone else but yourself. Your wounds are healing nicely. Another day, and we can return you to the hospital, so your friends can see for themselves that you are alive and recovering." I have reassured them, but they need to see with their own eyes. Lucian controlled human minds easily without giving it much thought. He had done so for many centuries. But this was a little more wearing, controlling so many different humans and at such a distance. He was not ready to relinquish his care of Jaxon to hospital workers until he was certain they would immediately release her to come home. He wanted no blood tests performed on her, and he knew she would be very vulnerable in a hospital should Tyler Drake or any of the enemies she had acquired through her work decide to finish the job someone had clearly started. "I want to sit up." She attempted to do so, surprised she still felt so weak. At once Lucian caught her slight body in his hands and easily lifted her into a sitting position. He carefully tucked the pillows behind her and the blankets around her. She was even paler than usual. "Breathe deeply, and you will not faint." He made it a decree. She found herself smiling. "Do you have any idea how bizarre this is? I know this is no hospital. It isn't even some kind of sanitarium, is it? And you're no doctor." He moved across the room with swift, fluid, totally silent steps. She couldn't help comparing the way he moved to that of a large jungle cat. There was something menacing about him, yet at the same time something quite sensual. He made her feel secure and safe, yet threatened in a way she had never been before. Which was it? Safe or in danger? If he was such a predator, why wasn't her inner warning system shrieking at her? She let her breath out slowly, carefully. She felt threatened as a woman, not as a law enforcement officer, she realized. Lucian turned to face her, the window behind him. Outside, the night was dark and a bit stormy. She could hear rain falling in a steady pattern and wind blowing through the trees, making their branches rake the walls. "I may not be a doctor in the usual sense of the word, but I do heal people. I healed you." Again, Jaxon knew it was true. She knew all kinds of things about him. Things she shouldn't have known. Intimate things. She knew he had traveled the world, every continent, several times. He spoke countless languages. He was wealthy, yet money meant nothing to him except as a means to an end. She knew he had been searching for her for a long, long time. As she assessed the situation, Lucian's black eyes watched her carefully, unblinking, the eyes of a predator watching its prey. His mind was a shadow in hers, observing her thoughts, the way her mind worked, the way she was analyzing her own feelings. Jaxon was aware of that strange phenomenon, the way her heartbeat matched the rhythm of his, the way her breathing seemed to slow to the pace of his. How did she know so much about Lucian when he was a complete stranger to her? She knew he loved art and antiquities. He had extensive knowledge of both and of the artists and artisans who had created them, yet only recently had he found joy and beauty in paintings and sculptures, antiques and music. He had healed countless people, healed them in some strange and unique way. That part was hazy to her, locked away somewhere in her brain for further study. He had healed her in the same way he had those others. "You talked to me while I was asleep," she murmured, trying to come up with a reasonable explanation for why she knew so much about him. "Is that how I know so many things about you?" Lucian shrugged carelessly, the movement fluid and flawlessly casual. "Does it really matter?" Simply looking at her made him want to smile. It was amazing how her mere existence had already changed his life. He wanted to look at her for all time. The shape of her face, the curve of her cheek, her long lashes, everything. After all the dark ugliness, the truly evil things he had seen over the centuries, Jaxon was a miracle to him. Everything about Lucian was mesmerizing to Jax. She never wanted to leave him. She wanted to remain here, locked away in their own world, far from what she knew was reality. She felt safe and warm. She loved the way he looked at her. Occasionally she saw in his eyes unexpected flashes of desire, of possessiveness, of warmth and tenderness. She very much wanted to savor those things. To hold them to her. "I guess it doesn't matter," she found herself replying. His voice was so soft. Hearing it was like being wrapped in velvet. But Jaxon was not about to fool herself. As sexy and exciting as Lucian was, she had the feeling that if she was stupid enough to give him a free hand, he could easily take on the male, domineering arrogance that set her teeth on edge. He burst out laughing, the sound drifting over her skin like the touch of fingers. A shaft of desire hit her, then blossomed into full-blown need. That terrified her. She was unprepared for such intense feelings. Did her reaction to him show? She actually looked around guiltily, afraid someone else might observe her looking at Lucian. "You have to take me home," she said. Her voice was husky. She could feel tears clogging her throat. This was all a fantasy. Reality was stark and ugly. Her presence here would get this beautiful man killed. He would pay the ultimate price because she had looked upon him with longing. Because he had been kind enough to help her. Lucian glided across the room so swiftly, she actually didn't see him move. He was a tall, muscular man, elegant in every way, silent when he walked, but she still should have seen him. All she had done was blink, and he was standing over her, reaching for her chin with 2 fingers. He tilted her head up, forcing her to look into his black eyes. At once she felt herself falling forward, into him, a part of him, warm and safe. "There is no need for your distress, honey. I cannot have it. You actually make my heart ache." His thumb was feathering back and forth across her skin, sending waves of heat racing through her bloodstream. "No one can harm you." "I'm not worried about me, you idiot." Jaxon was provoked. He didn't seem to understand the danger he was in. He really was arrogant. Suddenly his demeanor changed completely. His smile faded, and his eyes became as cold as ice. He turned his head toward the window. She clearly saw the predator in him then. The hunter. There was no gentleness, no softness. He was a warrior without any conscience to hinder him. "Stay here, Jaxon," he murmured almost absently, clearly expecting obedience. "I will be back soon." And just like that, he was gone. Another blink, and he was no longer in the room. She sat there, unerringly finding her gun beneath the covers. Her hand wrapped around it, an extension of her arm. It was so familiar. She felt now what Lucian had felt, the darkness stealing into their world. It crept in slowly, seeping into her mind so insidiously that, at first, she hadn't recognized it. Danger had found them in this place of safety. The feeling was overwhelming, so much so that Jaxon almost couldn't breathe. Whoever was stalking them was wholly evil. She was certain Tyler Drake had found her once again. He was relentless in his pursuit. Invincible. No one had so much as come near enough to him to even wound him. He killed at will. Once, since he had murdered her family and then her foster family, it had been a neighbor of hers. One Jaxon enjoyed having coffee with, a young woman in a wheelchair with a zest for life and a ready smile. Jaxon had never allowed herself to have a real friend since. Even on the job, she made certain it appeared as if she changed partners often. In public, she never smiled at them or socialized with them, not wanting to trigger Tyler's killing rage. This situation, Jaxon alone in a man's house, was the perfect scenario to provoke Tyler once more, a vengeful maniac determined to murder Lucian. Lucian clearly didn't appreciate the extent of Tyler's Navy SEALs training. He was a chameleon, blending into any landscape. He was a superb sniper, capable of taking out a target from an extraordinary distance. Jaxon recognized Lucian as a dangerous man. It was in his eyes, in the set of shoulders, the confidence in his walk, the way he moved. But that didn't mean Tyler Drake couldn't get to him just as he had gotten to her equally well-trained father and foster father, Russell Andrews. Jaxon tossed back the covers. She was wearing only a man's silk shirt. As she was short, the shirt fell well past her knees, and, in any case, modesty was the last thing she was worried about. The feeling of danger was now stronger than ever. Lucian was in trouble, and she needed to go to him. He didn't know her that well, didn't realize the extent of her training and what an asset she could be. Standing was more difficult than she'd thought it would be. She hadn't been in an upright position for days. Her legs felt rubbery, and she was terribly weak. Ignoring the way her body protested, she moved toward the door, careful not to make a sound. She didn't know the layout of the house, and, judging by the size of her room, the building was huge, but she was confident she could find Lucian. She felt connected to him. She wouldn't allow anything to happen to him. To Jaxon, it was that simple. She would not let him be hurt for any reason, least of all on her account. Her bedroom opened out into a long, wide landing with a sweeping staircase on either end. The carpets were thick and looked brand new. Every detail about the house looked ideal. Jaxon noticed it all because it was so perfect, as if Lucian had lovingly brought in every item personally. Each painting, each sculpture, the wallpaper and carpets and stained glass, it was everything she had ever dreamed of, right down to her preference in antique furniture. Jaxon went by it all silently, her bare feet making no sound as she began her descent down the stairs. Halfway down, she spotted an alcove cut into the wall, an ornate glass door leading to a small balcony. She opened the door, taking great care to do so in complete silence. At once the rain drenched her, the wind so cold she began to tremble. She barely noticed. Her eyes were adjusting to the darkness, seeking her target. At first, she could see nothing. A jagged bolt of lightning arced across the sky, lighting the courtyard below. She could see Lucian standing completely motionless in the very center of the immense patio. Several yards away from him, a second figure, cloaked in a long black cape, stood in deeper shadows. She found that her eyes seemed to adjust quickly to the lack of light, giving her excellent night vision, and her acute hearing, new and odd to her, picked up the strange conversation between the two men. Lucian's voice was even more beautiful than usual, pitched low and with a velvet purity that crept beneath the skin and seeped into the mind. "I can do no other than oblige you, Enrique," he said, "when you have come so far to call on me with so blatant a challenge." "I did not know it was you, Lucian." The second voice was a horrible, scratchy noise that grated like fingernails on a chalkboard. "You have been thought dead these last 5 centuries. Indeed, it was believed you had joined our ranks." The figure turned, and Jaxon could see him perfectly. The sight was horrifying. His head was a mere gray, pitted, bullet-shaped skull, with a few strands of long hair straggling across the top. His eyes glowed crimson, and his nose was no more than a gaping hole. His gums were receded, his teeth jagged and stained. When the creature lifted a hand, his long nails were like talons. He looked hideous. Jaxon wanted to cry out a warning to Lucian. The stranger tried to sound ingratiating, but she could feel the strong waves of hatred radiating from him. Deep inside, where she knew things others didn't, she knew the monster facing Lucian had every intention of attacking him at the first opportunity. The trouble with listening to gossip, Enrique, is that it can be so completely wrong. I am the dispenser of justice for our people. I have always been loyal to our prince and always will be. You have chosen to break our Carpathian laws and those of all mankind." Lucian's voice was so beautiful, Jaxon felt completely caught up in it. She had to shake her head several times to keep her mind on what was important. The biting cold helped considerably, as did the driving rain. She sighted down the barrel of her gun, the weapon rock steady in her hands. She was going for a headshot, taking no chance that the stranger might be concealing a weapon of his own. Enrique began to move slowly, his feet weaving a strange pattern on the cobblestones in the courtyard. He looked like a stick figure, ugly and evil, something out of a horror film. Lucian seemed not to turn, yet he remained facing Enrique at all times. Jaxon found the movement of the stranger's feet fascinating. She leaned farther out over the wrought iron railing in order to see better. The rain plastered her shaggy mop of hair to her head. Raindrops hung on her long eyelashes, and the wind blew water into her eyes. But once more the weather served to help Jaxon free herself from the strange enthrallment the stranger's movements produced in her. The gun was once more aimed steadily on the stranger's head. Should he make a move, he would not have the time to hurt Lucian. Without warning, the stranger's tall, thin frame contorted. Jaxon fought back a scream as the man became an animal, a wild wolf, patched and maned, sharp fangs filling the jaw thrusting straight at Lucian. Powerful hind legs dug into the stones, allowing the animal to leap at Lucian in an attempt to tear at flesh and arteries. Lucian burst into the air so swiftly, he was a mere blur. Jaxon tried to compose herself despite the bizarre phenomenon, sighting on the terrible beast. Its fangs were dripping saliva, and the eyes were glowing red with hatred. Thunder was cracking so loudly it was hurting her ears as bolt after bolt of lightning lit the sky. Even as she thought Lucian would come crashing down to the hard stones and the wolf would tear him apart, he landed easily, almost casually, on top of the beast, his hands twisting the head savagely. The crack of its neck was loud in the night air. Then Lucian leaped away from the animal. It bellowed loudly, shapeshifting again so that it was once more a man, its head flopping hideously to one side, its discolored teeth snapping and gnashing at Lucian. Jaxon could see that Lucian's powerful hands had broken its neck, yet the creature was somehow still extremely dangerous. She squeezed the trigger and saw the whole blossom in the center of the repulsive forehead even as Lucian seemed to disappear for a moment. Jaxon nearly fainted when she saw Lucian appear right beside the creature. She wanted to scream at him to get away from the awful thing, but her throat was closed with terror, and no sound emerged. To her horror, the beast was still ripping at Lucian with the grotesque talons he had for fingernails. Lucian thrust one arm forward, a powerful blur that buried his fist deeply in the creature's chest cavity. Jaxon heard a terrible sucking sound, and when Lucian withdrew his hand, in his palm was the creature's pulsating heart. Lucian leaped back as the body flopped to the ground with a high-pitched scream. Impossibly, the creature wriggled around, the hands stretching greedily toward Lucian. It began to pull itself relentlessly across the cobblestones. Intellectually, Jaxon knew none of this could be happening, all of it was beyond the scope of reality, but she aimed her gun squarely on the repulsive creature dragging itself toward Lucian. She could see its dark blood spreading like a stain across the cobblestones. Without warning, a fiery ball slammed from the sky onto the ghastly, nightmarish figure flopping about in the courtyard, incinerating it. It completely consumed all evidence of the creature and the blood that had been spilled. She watched as Lucian casually tossed the heart into the flames and then held his hands over the fire. The blood staining his skin was gone as if it had never been, yet, miraculously, he was not burned. Jaxon stared down at the scene below. The storm was passing, the wind carrying the ashes off to the south. And then there was only Lucian standing alone in the courtyard. He turned and looked straight up at Jaxon. She couldn't breathe. She could only stand there staring at him with her mouth open. She realized she was still aiming her gun. The thought entered her head to shoot him. Had she gone crazy, or had he done impossible things? She was already backing into the house. It would take him only a few minutes to make his way from the courtyard back into the house, and he knew the grounds and the layout of the building, while she did not. Jaxon ran lightly down the stairs and turned in the opposite direction from the courtyard. Almost immediately she spotted a door. Jerking it open, she ran out into the darkness of the night. She sought high ground, somewhere she could conceal herself, but observe if he was moving toward her. but she ran straight into what appeared to be a solid wall. Instantly, she was steadied by two strong hands. Lucian was standing in front of her, another impossibility. No way could he have gotten from the courtyard to where she was that fast. The whole house had been between them. Jaxon attempted to bring the gun around to point at him. She heard his soft laughter very close to her ear. "I do not think that is a very good idea for either of us, honey." He swept the gun from her hand, taking possession easily, and swung her into his arms, cradling her against his chest, his upper body leaning forward to shelter her from the rain. "You do not obey very well, do you?" He asked it with that same note of mild amusement that always did something peculiar to her heart. "I want to leave." She was trembling so hard her teeth chattered, uncertain whether it was from the cold and rain or her fear of Lucian and of what he was. Because, clearly, he was no ordinary man. No matter that he was handsome and sexy and had a beautiful voice. He moved rapidly into the house. Behind them, the door closed firmly. "I told you to stay in bed. I wanted to help." She buried her face against his shoulder because there was nowhere else to go, and she was freezing and scared and exhausted. He was warm and strong and gave her the impression that he could manage anything easily. He gave her the feeling that she was safe with him. "I couldn't let you face whatever was out there by yourself." To her horror, it came out as an apology. "You managed to scare yourself to death," he observed without inflection. She raised her head and glared at him accusingly. "I didn't do it." "What was that thing?" "I shot it straight through the head." "You broke its neck. Even after you ripped out its heart, and don't even tell me how you managed that, the thing kept coming for you." "It was a vampire." He said it softly, as he said everything calmly, matter-of-factly. Everything in Jaxon went still. Even her breath seemed to cease. She wanted to believe there was no such thing, but what she had witnessed was undeniable. Her breath came out in a long hiss as she held up a hand. "Don't tell me any more." "Nothing. I don't want to hear another word." "Your heart is beating too fast, Jaxon," Lucian pointed out gently. He pushed open the door to the large bathroom with one elegantly shod foot. "Answer me this one thing. Am I in a sanitarium? If I've lost my mind, it's okay to tell me. I think I want to know at least that much." "You are being silly," he said softly in his black velvet voice. She closed her eyes to get away from him, from the tremendous power he seemed to wield over her. Due to the fact that she was freezing and weak and he had her gun, the only real attack that might work long enough to free her would be to go for his eyes. But he had extraordinarily beautiful eyes. It would be such a shame to ruin them. She didn't know if she could force herself to do such a thing. She heard his laugh then, low and intimate. "Thank God for the gift of my beautiful eyes. I would not want you to attempt to do something so terrible to me." Her long lashes flew open, and she stared up at him more in accusation than astonishment. "You can read my thoughts. That's how you knew which door I chose to run out of. You read my thoughts." "I must confess, that is the truth." He sounded very amused now. He cradled her in his lap, next to the heat of his body, while he ran steamy water into the huge sunken tub. He added some bath salts from a beautifully shaped bottle. A wave of his hand lit several aromatic candles. "I didn't see you do that," Jaxon denied, turning her head away from him. "But I've caught the fact that you don't necessarily always speak out loud to me. You laugh and talk to me, but in my head, in my thoughts." She pushed her forehead into her hands. "I'm in real trouble this time, aren't I?" She was trembling hard, and this time she was certain she was more afraid than cold. At least she still had enough of her faculties left to know she should be afraid of him. "You are just as capable of speaking to me in the same way, honey," he replied, his voice soothing. "Jaxon, look at me. Do not hide from this. What would be the point?" Lucian found she was turning him inside out. She brought such joy into his formerly bleak, violent world. She raised her head so that her large chocolate-brown eyes could meet his black ones. "You are not afraid of me," he insisted. "Search inside yourself. The knowledge that there are things in your world you knew nothing about is understandably frightening, but you do not fear me." "And how do you know that?" She would not fall into his eyes and allow him to mesmerize her. That was it, right? He had some kind of black magic spell thing he did with his eyes. She just wouldn't look into them again. His perfect mouth curved into a smile. I have shared your mind. I know all kinds of things about you. Just as you know all manner of things about me. Well, I don't want to know them, she snapped. I don't want any part of any of this. I shot that thing right in the middle of his forehead, dead center, and he didn't die. There is only one way to kill a vampire and ensure that he does not rise again. You must extract his heart and incinerate it. His blood acts like tainted acid on the skin or poison if ingested into the bloodstream. It must also be destroyed. Even after death, a vampire can cause tremendous damage if not disposed of properly. She glared at him. I told you I didn't want to know anymore. He began to undo the buttons of her shirt, slipping each one carefully from the buttonhole. His fingers brushed warmth over her soft skin, leaving behind tiny dancing flames. She caught at his hands, stilling their actions. Just what do you think you're doing? She tried to look outraged instead of shocked and horrified by her own body's reaction to him. I am removing your wet clothes. They are not doing you much good, honey, if your intention is to hide your body from me. The rain-soaked shirt is now completely transparent. He pointed out the obvious without any inflection in his velvet-soft voice. You are very cold, and you need to warm up. I thought this was the best way, but I would be most happy to choose another if you wish. She pushed at the wall of his chest, turning bright red at his implication. He was right. The wet silk shirt revealed everything. Go away. I am absolutely not taking a bath with you in the room. He studied her face. She was very pale. All eyes. In her mind was confusion and fear, but no real resistance. She was not the type to throw herself out a window. I would not like it if you slipped and fell, young one. It's insulting to have you refer to me as young one, as if I were a child. I'm a grown woman, she informed him haughtily. His smile nearly took her breath away. That is what I am afraid of, he said. What does that mean? It means, Jaxon, that I am much too old for you. Lucian's black eyes moved over her face with that possessive glint very much in evidence. And yet there is no other for me, for either of us. We are stuck with each other. Go away. She pushed impotently at his broad chest again. I'm going to soak in the bathtub for a very long time and convince myself none of this happened. I must be on drugs or something. Or the blow to my head has left me very confused. You never received a blow to the head. Amusement turned the warm velvet of his voice to pure seduction. That was your partner. Go. This time she pointed to the door. He gently allowed her feet to touch the tiles. Shaking his head at her silliness, he glided casually out of the room. Jaxon took a deep, calming breath and let it out slowly. There simply were no such things as vampires in the world. It just wasn't so. She tossed the wet shirt aside and slipped thankfully down into the hot water. Yes, there are. You first saw one. His name was Enrique and he was not very skilled. There are many more. Do not worry, Jaxon. I am a hunter of the undead and I will protect you. He was in her mind again. She shook her head as if that would remove him. I don't want to know anything about vampires. I could go my entire life without that information and be perfectly happy. I don't want to know. What if Lucian was a vampire himself? He had gotten from the courtyard to the door she was fleeing out of, and the entire huge house had been between them. How had he managed it? And what about all my dreams of dark princes and blood and icky things like that? She murmured aloud to herself. Icky things? He was definitely laughing at her. I am no vampire, although I pretended to be for a few centuries to help out my brother. I am a Carpathian, a hunter of vampires, those of my kind who have surrendered their souls to the darkness that exists within all Carpathian males. A few centuries? Just how old are you anyway? Wait. Don't answer that. I don't want to know. Just stop talking to me. This is crazy. I must be on very powerful drugs, and soon I'll wake up in the hospital, and everything will be back to normal. I made you up. What I'm going to do is ignore you and take a bath. Vampires and you are gone forever from my mind. So don't talk to me. Lucian found himself laughing aloud. The sound startled him. He couldn't remember laughter. It felt good. He placed a palm on the bathroom door. He had endured nearly 2,000 years of emptiness, of darkness and violence. No emotions. Nothing. His own people, those he had protected, had been so afraid of his power and skill that they whispered his name and hid when he passed through the land. Yet one small human woman had worked a miracle and brought laughter into his life. He had no qualms about what he was. A killing machine designed to protect Carpathians and humans alike from evil. He was more than good at his role. He destroyed easily without anger or remorse. But Jaxon Montgomery was the most beautiful thing he had ever encountered. She was his, and he would never give her up. But was she changing him? His palm caressed the door behind which she bathed, his heart turning over strangely, unexpectedly. The hot water warmed Jaxon's insides, but stung her healing wounds. She frowned down at the evidence of the recent shootout at the warehouse. She should have died from those grave wounds. And all her misery finally would have been over. She drew up her knees and rested her head on top of them. Now her burden of responsibility was worse than ever. She would have to protect the world not only from human criminals, but from the things of nightmares. She couldn't do it. Not anymore. She just couldn't be in this world anymore and be so completely alone. The mere thought of it left her raw and aching. "You will never be alone again, honey." The voice, so soft and beautiful, was filled with compassion. Jaxon made every effort to rally. "I told you not to talk to me. I am thinking, not talking." The tenderness, mixed with amusement in his voice, made her heart turn over, made her feel all the more vulnerable. "Well, don't think either." She ran a hand through her wet hair. This kind of thing just didn't happen to normal people. Why did she attract such weird things? "I am not a thing. I can't hear you." She was smiling in spite of herself. There was something almost endearing about him, if such a frightening creature could be called endearing. Her eyes suddenly widened. He had known she was out there. The entire time. He had known she was on that balcony. "You did, didn't you?" She whispered it, but she knew he would hear her. If she could hear him in her head, he could hear her whisper. "Yes. And you can erase all this from my mind." It made sense. How else could someone like Lucian remain hidden from the world? "Why did you let me see that hideous thing?" "I'll never get that image out of my head." "You would not want me to erase your knowledge." "Not of anything." "I know you would not. The temptation is there, naturally, but you would not wish such a thing, and I have too much respect for you to make the decision for you." She rubbed her aching forehead. He was right. It was a temptation to forget the horror she had seen. She wanted to scream at him that no one could assimilate such knowledge. But he was right. She would hate for him to make such a decision for her, and she would never choose ignorance. But what did this new knowledge mean to her future? What could it mean? For no apparent reason, Jaxon started to cry. Once the tears started, she could not control them. Great sobs welled up, shaking her with their intensity. She never cried. Never. Jaxon deliberately went under the water, hoping to wash away the tears. It would be humiliating to have Lucian catch her crying. At once came the knowledge that he had to be aware. He was there in her mind, a shadow monitoring her most private thoughts and memories. She came up so fast, she hit her head on a faucet. Yelping, Jaxon stood up in the enormous tub, water running off her body. Lucian materialized directly in front of her, his black eyes anxious, as he reached for a large bath towel. Jaxon gasped audibly. "My God, you just appeared out of nowhere. You didn't even come through the door." He enveloped her in the towel. She was far too much of a temptation standing there naked, confused, her eyes enormous and water running off her slim body. Pulling her into the shelter of his large frame, he began to dry her. "Doors really are not all that necessary, honey." Evidently locking them wouldn't do much good, she pointed out. She tilted her head to study his handsome face. "I'm tired, Lucian. I need to lie down." He swept her into his arms. She looked so fragile. One good, strong wind might blow her over. "If you cry anymore, honey, my heart is going to break." He meant it too. His heart actually ached for her. There were dark circles under her eyes. Cradling her close to his chest, against the steady beat of his heart, he glided through the house, up the stairs, and back to her bedroom. Very gently, he placed her back in bed. "You will sleep now, Jaxon," he commanded. His voice made her want to do whatever it was he asked of her. No, commanded of her. That was what it was, a command, and she was so mesmerized by the beauty and purity of his voice, she succumbed to his power. Am I right? Is that what you do? She allowed him to help her into another shirt. His fingers once again spread flames everywhere. They brushed her skin as he buttoned it for her. Resolutely, he pulled the covers up to her chin. Yes, with my voice and my eyes I can easily control others. He admitted it shamelessly, the same way he did everything else, matter-of-factly, in his soft, gentle tone. A faint smile lit her large eyes for a moment. You admit it so easily. How many others like you exist out there? Not many anymore. We Carpathians are dying out. Very few of our males can find their life mates. She closed her eyes. I know I shouldn't ask. I know I shouldn't, but I can't help myself. What is a life mate? Her long lashes lifted, and laughter danced warily in the depths of her eyes, despite their shimmer of teardrops. He ruffled her hair, his fingers combing it into some semblance of control. You're a life mate, honey. My life mate. It has taken nearly 2,000 years to find you, and I never dared to believe in such a miracle in all that time. She held up a hand, palm out. I knew better. I knew I wouldn't want to hear this. Nearly 2,000 years, you say? That would make you way old. You're right, you're far too old for me. His strong white teeth flashed. They were perfectly straight, his mouth sensuous. Everything about him was perfect. She glared at him. Couldn't you at least look wrinkled and dusty, with most of your teeth missing? Lucian laughed, the sound so beautiful she could feel the whisper of butterfly wings in her stomach. He was incredibly charismatic. She knew she had fallen under his spell. Were her emotions real, or was he suggesting them to her? She had never had these feelings for anyone. It was frightening how strong the emotions he evoked in her were. Neither have I felt such before. He said it starkly. Honestly. The purity of his voice made it impossible for him to be lying. I have never wanted another woman this way, Jaxon. For me, there is only you. You can't have me. I live in a world that doesn't include love. There's no room for you. Tyler Drake may not be a vampire, but he's very dangerous. I will not be responsible for any other deaths. I have enough blood on my hands for an entire army. She wasn't going to believe in this vampire nonsense, she decided. That was all there was to it. Otherwise, she would have to be committed. God in heaven, maybe she wanted to be committed. He took her hands in his, turned them this way and that to inspect them carefully. He brought her palms to the warmth of his mouth, then pressed a kiss into the exact center of each hand. I do not see one drop of blood, honey. You have never been responsible for what Tyler Drake has chosen to do. You aren't listening to me. She sounded sad, snuggling more deeply into the pillows. Once again she felt safe, when she knew that couldn't possibly be true. I will not take chances with your life. Lucian laughed again. Jaxon could hear the genuine amusement in his voice. You still do not understand me, young one, but you will soon enough. Chapter 3. The sounds and smells told Jaxon she was in a hospital. She opened her eyes warily. She was lying in a bed, but she could still feel her gun in her hand. A nurse was hovering nearby. The woman smiled at Jaxon. You're awake. Good. The doctor is planning to release you this evening. He was worried about your going home alone, but your fiancé assured him you would be well taken care of. Jaxon's heart sank. She was hoping she had merely dreamed about vampires and dark, sexy, Carpathian strangers, but she was more than certain she had had no fiancé prior to being shot. She stayed very still. She had no idea what to say, how to respond. She didn't even know how she had come to be in a hospital. The nurse was bustling around, opening the curtains and allowing Jaxon to see that the sun was already down. Jaxon realized she no longer felt safe. She was in an environment where she had little or no control. If Tyler wanted to get to her, it would be easy. He could disguise himself as an orderly and waltz right into her room. And she was alone again. For a few precious moments of her life, she had really shared with someone, Lucian, however bizarre that event had been. Now she was alone and once more responsible for the safety of those around her. You do not listen very well, Jaxon. There was that soft, soothing voice. Either that, or I have completely misread your intelligence and need to explain things much more clearly and carefully to you. She heard a tinge of masculine amusement. Jaxon looked around her quickly. No one else was in the room with her but the nurse. The nurse appeared not to have noticed any disembodied voice. Now you've got me hearing voices. I'm going to the nearest mental institution and insisting on immediate help. She chose her thoughts carefully, willing him to hear her response. He laughed. She could hear his genuine amusement, that velvet-soft and beautiful, perfectly pitched voice that seemed to caress her whether he was touching her or not. It was so very familiar now, a part of her she never wanted to lose. But you have to go away. She was taking a firm stand on this. Either she was completely crazy and he was a figment of her imagination because she needed someone so desperately, or he was very real and more trouble than she could handle. I doubt if you would make up someone as domineering as I. You would want some fop to order about so you could continue believing you have to protect everyone. That isn't funny, Lucian. You have no idea what Tyler Drake is like. Some of the best people in this country have tried to catch him and failed. You're so arrogant, you're going to get yourself killed. I hate that trait in men. It isn't bravery, it's sheer stupidity. I know Drake is dangerous, and I'm always prepared, because I don't imagine myself so much more skilled than he is. There was an edge to her voice. She was becoming irritated with Lucian's arrogance. His voice never changed, remaining as gentle and soothing as ever. It is not arrogance, Jaxon, when one knows one's own abilities. I have confidence because I know who I am, what I am. I am a hunter. It is what I do. He's a killer. It's what he does. You are becoming distressed. I will be with you soon to take you home with me. We will have plenty of time to discuss this. In the meantime, do whatever the doctor says to get you released. Jaxon became aware that the nurse was staring at her. She blinked rapidly to focus her attention on what the woman was saying. I'm sorry, I was off in my own little world. What were you saying? She forced a small smile. I think anyone with a fiancé like yours would be off in her own little world. Is he really a billionaire? What would that be like? I can't conceive of $1 billion. He met last night with the hospital board and is giving a huge donation in thanks for taking such good care of you. He had this room guarded day and night. Her voice turned dreamy. He said you were his world and he couldn't breathe without you. Imagine a man saying that right out loud to a room full of other men. I'd give anything to have my husband feel that way about me. He probably does, Jaxon murmured, afraid of saying anything else. She was not engaged to Lucian. Did he call himself my fiancé? What else could I do, honey? Refer to you as my lifemate? They understand that being your fiancé gives me certain rights to direct your life while you are ill. They would never understand that as my lifemate you are the other half of my soul. Do not panic yet. I am merely ensuring your safety. I don't understand what being a lifemate means. I could explain it to you, he offered solemnly. No, I don't think I want to hear another word about it. Not one word, Lucian. She knew darn well that he wasn't in the least bit serious, and his annoying habit of laughing at her was going to get him into major trouble. He had the idea that because she was so small, she was not a force to reckon with. She intended to change that impression soon if he kept it up. A billionaire? Isn't that just a bit dramatic? What if someone asks you to prove it? I thought the idea was to keep a low profile. She was deliberately impudent, trying to hide the fact that she was happy he was so very real. Hiding out in the open is always the best way. And living for centuries gives one the ability to amass a fortune. It is relatively easy. The more money one has, the more one has the ability to hide his true identity. People expect a certain amount of eccentricity in those with money. Thus, it is merely another tool I use. You cannot be a billionaire on top of everything else. You're making me completely crazy. You know that, don't you? Jax. Barry Radcliffe was in her doorway, his large frame leaning against the jamb, a huge grin of relief spreading across his face. Thank God. They kept telling me you were getting better, but for some reason or other, I could never actually lay eyes on you. They've been feeding me all kinds of crap about some fiancé. I keep telling them you don't have one, but no one listens to me, not even the captain. He claims he met the guy, some foreign billionaire, and that the rumors are true. I thought maybe that bullet in the head put me in another world. The nurse left to give them privacy. At least you have an excuse. Jaxon was so relieved to see someone normal, she felt like crying again. And why didn't you keep your butt out of that warehouse, like I told you? Do you have a hero complex too, Barry? He walked slowly, carefully, across the room as if his legs were shaky and managed an awkward, one-armed hug. I forgot to mention I am a very jealous man, honey. Do not go too far with being happy to see this male. The texture of Lucian's voice in her head was the same, yet not. It was softer than ever, velvet over iron. A subtle warning. Get over it. He's my partner. Deliberately, Jaxon hugged Barry back when normally she never would have done so. You hide your own feelings from yourself. You regard this one with great affection. If that's so, it was pretty dumb of you to clue me in on my true feelings now, wasn't it? She asked sweetly, allowing Barry to retain possession of her hand as he sat at the end of her bed. Do you remember what happened, Barry? Because I don't remember anything but getting shot. She was curious. She didn't have a clue how either of them had gotten out of the warehouse when they were both seriously wounded. Confusion clouded Barry's gray eyes. You know, I have nightmares about it. I don't know either. In my nightmare, a huge wolf kills all the bad guys like some avenging angel, then turns into a man, drags my butt out of there, and then carries you off. Don't tell the boss, though, he's already got some psychiatrist hanging around my door. Barry rubbed a hand over his face. I can't remember the man, only the wolf, the eyes. The way it looked at me. But I'd swear a man appeared out of nowhere to rescue us. It was you. You saved us. I should have known. She had known. Deep down inside was a memory, Lucian's or her own. She wasn't certain, but she had touched upon it and rejected it. There was blood and death and something so erotic and altogether wrong, some kind of bizarre healing ritual perhaps, that Jaxon never wanted to touch on it again. I was not about to allow you to escape me even through death, Jaxon. I enjoy your sense of humor so much. There was that gentleness that turned her heart over, that told her he knew she was frightened and alone and utterly confused. Jaxon had the feeling that he was much closer this time, his presence stronger in her mind, not a mere shadow. Involuntarily, she glanced nervously at the door. Don't worry, Barry, I think both of us need to stay as far from a psychiatrist as possible. They'd probably commit me. I'm having a few nightmares of my own. Barry shifted toward her, leaning close. He lowered his voice. Since we're alone here, I might as well tell you this isn't the first weird experience I've had. Do you remember that serial killer who was terrorizing the city a few months back? Of course you do. I was first on the scene after the third murder. I was off duty and in the area. I swear I saw a wolf there. He turned his head and looked at me, and I saw intelligence in his eyes. Real intelligence. It was eerie. He looked at me as if he was measuring my worth or something, deciding whether or not to kill me. Just like in the warehouse. But then it wasn't a wolf anymore. It was a man, and for the life of me, I can't remember what he looked like. Not even his build. You know me, Jax. I remember the smallest detail, yet twice now I've seen a wolf where there couldn't have been one, and I can't describe a man I saw. Not the one at a murder scene and not the one who saved our lives. What are you saying, Barry? Jaxon's heart was beginning to pound in alarm again. Had it been Lucian? What was Lucian? Could he have projected the image of a wolf? Barry shrugged. I don't know what I'm saying. I only know I saw the damn thing. It was real. And it looked like the one in the warehouse. It was massive, well-fed. Not some stray dog, like the captain suggested. It had peculiar eyes. Very black, different than an animal's. They burned with menace, and I mean burned. And they held an almost human intelligence. He shoved a hand through his hair. I checked to see if a wolf could have escaped from a zoo or wildlife preserve, but no go, and no one else saw the thing. There couldn't have been a wolf, but I don't know where I'm going with this, but you're the only person I would admit this to. I was there hunting the vampire, Jaxon. Stop trying to scare yourself. I didn't see a wolf, Barry, but I've had some strange nightmares myself. Maybe we're both crazy. She managed a faint smile. The sound of her heart pounding was so loud she thought she might go mad. Maybe it goes with the territory, Jax. By the way, are the rumors I'm hearing about you true, or another nightmare? I'm your partner. Wouldn't I know something like whether you had a fiancé? Especially if he was some hotshot billionaire. Jax heard the hurt in his voice. could feel his pain cut through her like a knife. Lucian could feel her answering pain. That is the problem, honey. You have way too much compassion in you. You are not responsible for his feelings. He's my partner, and I owe him my loyalty. Our little charade will hurt him. I'm telling him it isn't really true, she said defiantly. Jax, Barry prompted, his eyes steady on her face. You know how difficult my life has been, Barry, she began reluctantly, not sure just what to say. Lucian's wide shoulders filled the doorway. He was dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, his long hair, as shiny black as a raven's wing, pulled back and secured with a leather thong at the nape of his neck. He took her breath away. His very presence filled the room. He moved easily, fluidly, power clinging to him as he flowed across the floor to bend down and brush the top of her head with a kiss. The touch of his lips made her feel slightly faint. Then her heart found the slow, calming rhythm of his. Good evening, Angel. I see you are allowed to visit with your partner. Barry, I am Lucian Daratrazanoff, Jaxon's fiancé. Please allow me to thank you for saving her life. Barry turned his steady gray eyes back to Jaxon's face accusingly. Lucian sat on the edge of the bed, his large body crowding protectively close to hers. Jaxon wanted to tell you about me. She agonized over it all the time. But she was afraid that somehow Tyler Drake would find out about me or that you were her confidant and he would harm you. He curved an arm around Jaxon's shoulders. It is a difficult life she leads, and those of us who love her know she tries to protect us even when we would prefer she didn't. I know you understand why she kept silent. Barry couldn't help listening to the cadence of the man's incredible voice. He looked away from Jaxon to Lucian, and it was like falling into a deep, bottomless sea of tranquility. Of course he understood. Jaxon always protected those around her. How could she have done anything else? And he liked Lucian. He could see that Lucian was good for Jaxon, would be able to take care of her. They would end up being great friends. Don't you dare plant something in his head. Outraged, Jaxon tried to get around Lucian to shake Barry out of his trance. He was staring with what appeared to be rapture into Lucian's eyes. Lucian did not take his gaze from Barry's. He merely restrained Jaxon with one hand. Is this man important in your life? He silently asked her. You know he is. Don't you mess with his head. If he is important to you, then it is imperative that he accept me. Hear me well, Jaxon. I cannot allow any other to know that my species exists. Do you understand what I am saying? I am willing for this man to come under my protection because of your affection for him. That is no small thing. But he must accept our relationship. I don't accept our relationship. We don't have a relationship. For God's sake, I'm talking to you with my thoughts, not out loud like a normal human. I hear and see far better than I should, and you and I both know I should be dead. I wasn't, was I? You did some weird thing to me to bring me back, and now I'm a zombie or something. She ended on a note of near hysteria. Lucian laughed softly and leaned to brush the corner of her mouth with his. You are so beautiful, honey. He didn't have to have that mouth. It had to be a sin to have a mouth like his. And his voice should be banned, too. I am not, but I appreciate that you would say so. No one had ever described her as beautiful. There was no one to do so. Now you have me. He looked once more at Jaxon's partner. Barry found himself smiling at the man. I wish she had told me sooner, but of course I understand. Drake's a threat we haven't been able to keep out of her life. I hope you realize you will have to be on guard at all times. If you come down to the station, I'll show you everything we have on him. It's important you recognize him. There's a good chance he'll try to kill you. Jaxon pulled her hand from Barry's and shifted away from Lucian, withdrawing into herself. I think both of you should leave. This is too public a place. There's a good chance he's watching us right now. Lucian again cradled Jaxon's small body, protectively sweeping her close beneath his shoulder as if he hadn't noticed that she was trying to keep away from him. You worry altogether too much about Tyler Drake, honey. He is not invincible. Neither are you. Her wide dark eyes moved over his face almost lovingly, although she didn't know it. She decided she liked having someone to argue with, to worry about, to tease and laugh with. I knew I would grow on you. There was his laughter again, velvet soft, seductive. I'm just lonely. She tilted her chin at him defiantly. A troglodyte would have done just as well, so don't start puffing up your chest. He had a darn nice chest, truth be told. His laughter set her pulse rate soaring, and the warmth of his breath on the back of her neck sent shivers of longing throughout her body. She turned to her partner, determined to ignore Lucian and his effect on her. When do you get out of here, Barry? They're letting me out today. You nearly died. What are they thinking? The shock was clear on Barry's face. Are the doctors idiots? I have connections, Lucian intervened softly, smoothly, once again his voice and eyes holding Barry spellbound. I'm taking her to my home. The security there is very tight. No one gets in without my knowing about it. And I'll see to medical care for her. We won't have to worry so much about her. Here, let me give you my private number and address. You can reach us anytime in the evenings. I work almost exclusively in the evening and night, as I deal with so many different countries and time zones. Just make certain you leave your name and either Jaxon or I will get back to you as soon as possible. When are you to be released? They said maybe 3 days. Then I'm off work on disability for another 3 months at least. Then a desk job for a while. What about you, partner? You coming back soon? Lucian's fingers tangled in hers. Deliberately, he brought her knuckles to the warmth of his lips. I would rather she not answer that or even think about it at this time. You know how stubborn she is. There's no question that I'll be going back to work. It's what I do to make a living, she said indignantly. Barry threw back his head and began to laugh. You happen to be engaged to one of the wealthiest men on the face of the earth. I don't think making a living is going to be much of a problem for you. She glared at him. For your information, Lucian isn't nearly as rich as everyone keeps saying. And in any case, I like to work. We're not married yet, and anything could go wrong. Maybe it will never even happen. Did you think about that? And what if we did get married and it didn't work out? Do you have any idea how many marriages fail? That is so like you, Jax. She already has her marriage failing, Barry pointed out, and hasn't even tied the knot yet. Little Miss Pessimist. I'm a realist, Barry, she answered quietly. Lucian's arms tightened around her, almost as if he was protecting her from Barry's teasing. He could feel the hurt in her mind. She was laughing, but her mind was filled with sorrow. Barry had no idea, though he was her partner and had been for some time. Lucian was certain none of those who thought they really knew her could read her at all. There had been no real laughter in her life. She tried to find moments to enjoy where she could, but always she was aware of the threat to those she became too friendly with. It never left her mind, that terrible burden. The idea of sharing her life with someone was nothing more than a beautiful fantasy to her. An impossible dream. Lucian's fingers found the nape of her neck and began a slow, soothing massage. He was asking quite a bit of Jaxon to accept the things she had seen, the things he had told her. She hadn't closed her mind to the possibility of another human-like species. She also hadn't closed her mind completely to the possibility that she might be going crazy or that he might be an enemy. I'm glad your wounds weren't as bad as I thought they might be, Barry, Jaxon said softly, meaning it. You told me in the warehouse to quit being such a wimp, Barry contradicted. I was only trying to get you moving, to get you out of there, she pointed out. Oh, sure, her partner said, winking at Lucian over her head. Of course, the docs thought they were going to have to take my arm off, Barry informed her. The first x-rays showed such shattered bones. The doctors said the inside of my arm was just mush, and they couldn't possibly save it. But I was lucky. I woke up a few hours later, before they were taking me to the operating room, and they said some mix-up must have occurred. My shoulder was broken, but otherwise the bullet just passed through without doing much damage. No one could explain it, but I didn't mind. I figured it was a miracle and I was willing to accept it. Jaxon went still inside. She knew what had happened. Lucian had happened. He had healed Barry because Barry mattered to her. She knew it instinctively, she knew it without asking. And she didn't want to know, because it meant Lucian really could do the things he said he could. Deliberately, she didn't look at him. How much had Barry actually seen that night in the warehouse? Was there anything in his memories that might in some way harm Lucian? Or, worse, would Lucian decide there was something that could condemn him? She rubbed at her suddenly pounding temples. Barry, Lucian said softly, Jaxon is becoming tired, and I still have to get her home tonight. I know the two of you want to catch up, but it is too early for her to wear herself out. He added a subtle mental push to his voice, creating a gentle command but one impossible to disobey. Barry nodded immediately, leaning over to brush a kiss on top of her head. Jaxon actually felt the sudden stillness in Lucian. He was like a great jungle cat coiled and ready to strike, yet as motionless as a mountain. She found herself holding her breath for no reason at all. Lucian was smiling with what appeared to be genuine warmth, shaking Barry's hand and walking with him to the door. Then, when Barry was gone, he turned to look at her. "You do not trust me. You sound as if that amuses you." Jaxon was tired of pretending. "I don't know you, Lucian, not at all. The truth is, I haven't spent a whole lot of time with other people. I've made it a habit to be alone. I'm not sure I'm comfortable being around a stranger who knows so much about me when I know nothing about him. You are quite capable of reading my mind, Angel. Merge your thoughts with mine. You will find out anything you might want to know." She shook her head, determined not to get caught by the magic of his voice. "I want to go home to my own apartment and think about everything for a while." The telephone chimed before he could respond. Jaxon was oddly grateful. She was uncertain if she wanted him to agree with her or protest. The thought of being separated from him brought a great heaviness to her heart. She picked up the phone, expecting her captain's voice. "Jax, sweetheart? This is Daddy. Tyler." His voice made her instantly sick inside. It brought back every detail of her life with this man. The terrible responsibility of her childhood, shielding her mother and brother, only to fail in the end. The guilt over the Andrews family losing their lives simply for giving her a home. And over Carol Taylor, whose only sin was that she liked to share a cup of coffee in the morning with Jaxon. Drake had called Jaxon one long ago morning, telling her Carol was weak and useless, like Rebecca, playing on Jackson's sense of compassion. The woman was nothing but a leech, a burden. Jaxon had known she would find Carol dead that morning, but she had dropped the phone and run to her apartment anyway. Now she remained silent, her stomach churning, her hand automatically finding her gun while her eyes began to move restlessly, searching the windows. Could Drake see into the room? Did he have an angle? Drake was an expert marksman. Without thought, she slid out of bed and placed herself between the window and Lucian. Lucian, without a word, simply swept her behind him, pinning her there with one strong arm. "This man is trying to destroy our family, Jax," Drake's voice sparked into the phone. "You can't allow him to do it. Tell him to go away. You don't know what men are like or what they want. You can't trust him." The voice was steely with authority. Lucian took the phone out of her hand, an easy enough task, although she tried to hang on to it. "Come and get me, Drake." As always, his tone was soft, almost gentle. "I have no intention of giving her up. You have no hold over her anymore. Jaxon is under my protection, and your reign of terror is over. Turn yourself in. It is what you wish to do. You've wanted to do it for a long while." Lucian heard Drake replace the phone in its cradle, cutting off their conversation. Lucian turned to regard Jaxon with his black, steady gaze. There was no remorse, no fear, nothing at all, but the burning blackness of his eyes and the hard, slightly cruel edge to his mouth. Jaxon felt pale and fragile. He looked solid, calm, an anchor, invincible. Very gently, he reached out and touched her face. "Jaxon, why did you do that? Why did you challenge him that way?" Her voice was barely a whisper. "You don't understand. I can't protect you from him. He will wait. A month, a year, it means nothing to him. Even if I never see you again, he'll come after you now. You don't know what you've done." Jaxon was trembling visibly. She looked so lost, so forlorn, so young and vulnerable. Lucian felt his own heart twist with pain. He reached down, gathered her unresisting body into his arms, and sheltered her close to his heart. Lucian simply held her until the warmth of his body seeped into hers. Until her frantic heartbeat matched the calm, steady rhythm of his. Until the terrible churning in her stomach subsided. How did he do it? Jaxon lay against his large, heavily muscled frame and allowed herself to rely on him for just a few more minutes. He made her feel as if everything would be all right as long as she was close to him. Lucian seemed to have the ability to project his complete confidence in himself to her. Finally, Jaxon pushed away from him, and he set her on her feet. You've been setting yourself up as a target from the very first, haven't you? You claim you're my fiancé and you've got all this money, so it makes you newsworthy. It's plastered all over the newspapers, isn't it? The handsome billionaire with the cup. I bet it's been quite a story. You knew Drake would read it and come after you. He shrugged, completely unconcerned, those black eyes steady on her face. The movement of his broad shoulders was fluid and masculine, a ripple of casual strength that admitted she spoke the truth. I have not had a way to track him until I knew more about him. With your memories, I had a place to start. Now he will make it much easier. If he does not turn himself in, he will be mad enough to make mistakes. He will show himself. He will not have his usual patience. He has lost control of you. Always, from the time you were a mere baby, Tyler Drake believed himself in control of your life. This has never happened to him before. He won't turn himself in, Jaxon said with complete conviction. Probably not, he agreed complacently. Drake is unbalanced, and I was not able to connect with him. Why me? What was there about me that he fixated on? Her enormous dark eyes moved over Lucian's face. Why did you find me? Why did that thing come to your house when he so obviously wanted no part of you? With sudden insight, she backed a step away from him. It was me, wasn't it? I drew him there somehow. His smile held little humor, more an appreciation of her ability to reason things out. You are far more adept than you realize, honey. Merging my mind with yours gave you more information than I had planned. Just tell me. She was almost holding her breath for his answer, but, just as she always knew when there was danger, she knew the truth. Lucian sighed. I know what you are thinking, Jaxon, but it is more complex than that. You are unique among your kind, a true psychic. Our species can convert only a true psychic from the human race. All others become deranged if conversion is tried. It is necessary for our males to find their life mates. I have explained that to you. Vampires, those Carpathians who have chosen to lose their souls and cannot be redeemed, still seek to try. Still seek a life mate, though it is too late for them. Your presence would draw them. She closed her eyes. The serial killer. That was a vampire. He nodded. I found his kill just as your partner arrived. I was not certain who the killer was at the time. Vampires often use evil men in a variety of ways. Like Carpathians, the vampire cannot stand the light of day. Humans can accomplish certain tasks that vampires cannot, so they use them as puppets. They can force people to kill others? Is that what you mean? He nodded slowly, watching her carefully. She looked as if she might bolt at any moment. Among other things, yes, they can program one of their puppets to kill. If it was possible for her to become any paler, she managed it. Jaxon shook her head. This is insanity. You know that, don't you? I can't believe I'm buying into all this. I don't even want to know any of it. You are doing fine, Angel. I do not expect you to handle every detail at once. I have the permission of your doctors to take you home with me. I do not want to raise suspicion by waiting too long. I want to go to my home, she said stubbornly. You want to protect me. I want to get away from you. She avoided his eyes. She desperately needed to think. She needed to be away from him, away from the lure of his presence. Lucian moved without seeming to do so, covering the distance between them in the blink of an eye. No, you do not, Jaxon. I can read your mind. It is too late. He is going to come after me. And you still want to protect me. Yes, he is coming after you, she burst out, and I'm not going to walk into a room and find you dead on the floor, your body mangled and bloodied. I can't go through that again. I won't. I mean it, Lucian. His arms snaked around her easily, drawing her back into his embrace, calming her with a touch. You are so beautiful, Jaxon. You amaze me the way you are so determined to give up your life for others. Come home with me where you will be safe and where we can get to know each other. Look at it this way. If Drake comes after me, at least you will be there to warn me. She was falling under the enchantment of his sorcerer's black velvet voice, drowning in the depths of black sexy eyes, mesmerized by the curve of his sensual mouth. I have things at my apartment that really matter to me. Your mother's things. He said it softly. I had them moved from your apartment. They are safe in your room in my home. Her eyes flashed fire at him. You had no right. I had every right. You are my life mate, always in my care. I can do no other than see to your happiness. You are under my protection at all times. The things that are important to you are important to me. If that's true, why in the world did you provoke Drake? Her fingers were twisting the material of his immaculate shirt nervously. His hand covered hers, holding her palm flat against his heart. I cannot leave such a man out there threatening your life. You would not leave such a threat to my life. Jaxon sighed, a heavy weight pressing on her chest. You're right, Lucian, I wouldn't. I have no choice now. I have to try to find him. Lucian actually found himself smiling. He couldn't help himself. She was so determined that she was the one who had to take care of him. He shook his head, then bent to touch her hair with his lips. Jaxon's heart skipped a beat. What was the use of arguing with him? She couldn't stay in the hospital. Every doctor and nurse she smiled at would be at risk. Who knew what went on in Drake's twisted mind? What did she have to lose? Besides, someone needed to find out who Lucian really was and what he wanted. And he wasn't going to die. She owed him for saving Barry, if for nothing else. Neither she nor Barry ever would have made it out of the warehouse alive. She had to stay with Lucian as his bodyguard at least until Drake was found. Lucian's hand cupped the back of her head, his fingers tangling in her thick mop of blonde hair. The strands were like silk. You are worried for your partner's safety. Drake may strike at him. I've always worried about that. I used to change partners constantly until Barry came along. He refused to switch, and the captain listened to him, despite what a risk it was. Drake might be angry enough to hurt me through him. He has never tried to hurt you, Angel, he said softly. His motive has nothing to do with harming or punishing you. In his mind, he is your savior, in a sense, your protector. You are his beloved daughter. That is how he thinks. All the rest of us are merely trying to separate the two of you. Even now, after all this time? How could he think that? His hand could not stay still, his fingers continually caressing her hair. Why he was so partial to that short, untamed mop was beyond him, but he decided it was something he didn't want to live without. She was essential to him. It amused him that she couldn't comprehend what he was, a Carpathian hunter with tremendous powers and knowledge. His skills went far beyond those of any human male. He could become a shadow, the mist itself. He was far stronger than any mortal, could read the wind, command the heavens. He could run like the wolf and fly like the birds of prey. He could control the thoughts of the humans around him, draw them to him with his voice, and entice their compliance in anything he might choose. He could destroy from a distance, even command his prey to destroy itself. He could track anyone or anything once set on the correct path. Nothing could escape him, not the undead and certainly not human prey. To Lucian, Tyler Drake was as good as dead. The man had murdered everyone who ever meant anything to Jaxon. There was no rage in Lucian, only that quiet stillness that was forever a part of him. He was justice for his people, the executor of their law. Yet even before his prince, before his own life, before that of his twin brother and his people, he held dear the life and happiness of Jaxon Montgomery. Tyler Drake was condemned and had little time left to live. It is time to go home, Jaxon, he murmured softly, aware of the evening giving way to night. He had fed well. He would eventually have to reveal much to her that she would find hard to accept. She was courageous and accepting, her mind open to the possibilities of other life forms. But she was not ready to accept them in proximity to her own life. He could read in her mind how torn she was. He could read the sorrow in her, the guilt. He could read determination that she guard not only him, but Barry Radcliffe as well. With a little sigh, he gathered her up. Getting through the red tape of leaving the hospital should have been one of those nightmares Jaxon couldn't stand. She had little patience with paperwork, yet somehow Lucian managed it all smoothly. The entourage of hospital personnel and reporters seemed to grow as she was taken down to the hospital entrance. She glared at Lucian a few times, but he pretended not to notice. He seemed very much in his element, old friends with various reporters. Even her captain joined the crowd, wanting to shake his hand. She noticed the captain hadn't rushed to her side. Likely he was too busy looking at a possible campaign donation when he decided to run for mayor. That is not very nice. There was that laughter again, the one that sent flames dancing over her skin and started a fire in the middle of her stomach. She glanced around to make certain no one was watching her too closely as a faint blush crept up into her face. "I can't believe these people are falling all over you." "It's disgusting," she told him silently. It was probably his voice, or his eyes, or maybe his looks that drew them. And then there was his perfect mouth. He leaned down to place that perfect mouth against her ear, deliberately, in front of all the cameras, his hand cupping the nape of her neck possessively. "It is all the money, honey. No other reason, simply money. Only you see me as sexy and handsome." "I never said sexy. And I know I didn't say handsome," she hissed in return. She wasn't adding to his oversized ego by pointing out all the women who were talking about him. He had to have heard them. She could hear them. She ducked her head. Lucian really didn't seem to be aware of his looks as anything special. He wore his attractiveness the way he wore his air of confidence, of authority, as if it were merely a part of him and always had been. A huge white limousine was parked in front of the hospital. A chauffeur stood at the door waiting. Jaxon closed her eyes. This was so absurd, such nonsense. She did not belong in a limousine. Whatever kind of life Lucian had, Jaxon could not possibly fit in. Knowledge hit her without warning as she was reluctantly walking beneath Lucian's shoulder toward the chauffeur. The feeling came out of nowhere. Dark. Ugly. Intense. It was dark now, the light leached from the sky to be replaced by night. Clouds covered the moon, and a slight drizzle was misting the streets. There was laughter all around, talk, hundreds of voices, yet all at once she was alone again in the middle of a war zone. Automatically, she darted out from beneath Lucian's arm, shoving his large frame away from her to put more distance between them. She already had her gun drawn, and her eyes were tracking, moving, looking for a target. It was there. It was close. This was the nightmare of every cop. A large crowd and an assassin. Chapter 4. Where was Barry? Was he the target? Jaxon didn't dare stop looking for the source of the alarm, not even long enough to assure herself Barry had remained inside the hospital and out of harm's way. Her sharp gaze checked the surrounding rooftops, moved restlessly over the crowd itself. She was very still inside. This was what she knew. This was her way of life. Lucian had not moved from her side despite her attempt to put him in the clear. He caught the warning signal from her and knew the threat was a human one, not from the undead. He would have felt the presence of the undead far before she would. He swore softly to himself in the ancient language. He should have been scanning the crowds instead of enjoying her reaction to him. It was the first mistake he could ever recall making in his lifetime, and he wasn't very happy with himself. One muscular arm simply swept her behind him where she would be completely protected. His larger frame easily shielded her smaller one, forcing her toward the limousine with its bulletproof, tinted glass. She struggled, trying to warn him of danger, but he was too preoccupied to take much notice. His mind was probing the crowd for signs of hostility. Her alarm system was working perfectly. 3 individuals were attempting to position themselves to catch her in their crossfire. Their instructions were to make certain she was dead this time. Their boss had ordered them to finish the job or to start running. Jaxon Montgomery had made far too big a dent in their boss's business to be tolerated any longer. Barry Radcliffe was their secondary target. Lucian read their intent quite easily. He focused his attack the way he always did, calmly and without rage or anger. First, he extracted the information he needed to ensure he could stop any further attempts on Jackson's life. With that done, he carefully orchestrated the scenario differently than what the assassin's boss had in mind. The 3 men found themselves drawing their weapons right in plain sight. Screams came from all around them. None of them had a clear sight of their primary target, yet their guns seemed to take on lives of their own, turning toward each other. One man tried to open his hand and drop his weapon, but his hand remained locked around it, his fingers slowly tightening so that he felt his gun discharge. The sound of the guns firing simultaneously was loud in the night. Chaos broke out, pandemonium, people racing for cover in all directions. Lucian remained standing, one hand easily pinning Jaxon in the car where no one could see her around his larger frame. He watched dispassionately as the three men dropped to the street, the water from the darkened skies carrying their blood in tiny streams away from them. For just one moment lightning arced from cloud to cloud, throwing the ground below into stark relief, etching the sight of Lucian standing still and calm in the midst of chaos into Jaxon's mind for all time. The captain and several police and security men were crouched low, looking for any other attackers. "I think you should put some extra guards on Radcliffe," Lucian advised the police captain softly, using that same push in his voice that ensured obedience. "Get him out of this hospital and take him somewhere no one knows." Jaxon and Radcliffe made enemies, and the warehouse was an ambush set to get rid of them. These men were here to finish that work and kill the two of them. He spoke so low that only Jaxon and the captain heard. The captain was already nodding in agreement as Lucian turned back to her. She was still trying to get around his body to see what was happening, but he simply reached into the car and swept her over so that he could slide in beside her. At once the chauffeur closed the door, and they were alone and racing away from the scene. Jaxon shoved a trembling hand through her short blonde hair, a habit when she was agitated. It left the soft, silky strands falling in all directions, wild, the way Lucian liked it. "I can't believe you did that. Lucian, you have to let me protect you. I had the gun. You just stood there, not moving. You're a huge target. Did you ever think of that? A sniper on a roof could have had you before you blinked." She was really afraid for him. He could feel it in her like a living, breathing entity. It was nearly suffocating her. Lucian automatically became aware of his own breathing, deliberately tuning his to hers so that his heart raced and his lungs ached. Just as deliberately, he began to slow both of their hearts, breathing calmly for both of them. "You don't seem to have any instincts for self-preservation at all," she accused. "Have you hunted those horrible creatures for so long, protecting other people, that you no longer give a thought for your own life?" Her eyes actually burned with tears. Fear formed a hard knot in her throat. She had seen little glimpses of his life, and it distressed her. He had trained himself to be disposable, to place himself in harm's way to protect others. He had stood tall and straight, his shoulders square, his expression never changing. It frightened her to think of him like that. He had been far more alone in that moment than she had been her entire life. Lucian pulled her stiff, resisting body into the curve of his arm, and held her to him. His miracle. The light in his unrelenting dark world. Her show of fear for him melted his heart as nothing else could. She thought she didn't know who he was, but she knew him better than he knew himself. Lucian dropped his head protectively over hers, his arms wrapped securely around her so that they clung to each other. How could he have managed to exist in such a bleak void for all those long centuries without her? He knew he could never go back. The will and determination, the remembered love and loyalty, the vow to protect or destroy he had made and kept all those centuries would never be enough now to keep him going should he lose her. If she were taken from him, he would dispense only death and retribution for the rest of his endless days. He would never go quietly into the dawn. His arms tightened, and a smile touched the dark bleakness of his eyes. Joy spread a warmth through his entire body. Yes, he would. He would go wherever she went. If Jaxon moved on to another life, he would follow her there without hesitation. Jaxon realized her heart had slowed and was matching the rhythm of Lucian's. She was once more able to breathe more easily. The warmth of his body had seeped into hers, and she felt incredibly safe. She closed her eyes and didn't fight the emotions he brought out in her. She liked being in his arms. She liked feeling safe and not so alone. Most of all, Jaxon was determined that Lucian would never feel such stark loneliness again. She knew about being lonely, but the few times she had touched on his mind, his solitary existence had been utterly cold and bleak. It didn't matter that she couldn't examine the why of it very closely. She knew only that nothing else mattered to her quite so much as his safety. "I am well aware you did something back there to those men," she murmured against his chest, a note of drowsiness creeping into her voice. "Is this chauffeur yours?" "He is on loan." I noticed he didn't hit the ground for cover. He dropped into a crouch and was fishing in his jacket for something. "What do you think it was?" Jaxon opened her eyes and studied Lucian's shadowed jaw. Without conscious thought, her fingers crept up to touch his chin. I have no idea what most chauffeurs do in such circumstances, Lucian replied innocently. Perhaps he had a cell phone and was going to call for help. Half the police force was already there. She snuggled closer to him. She liked the feel of Lucian's hand in her hair, the way he caressed the silky strands, the touch of his fingertips against her neck. Who lent him to you? He is the son of a friend's housekeeper. A friend's housekeeper, she echoed, the suspicion in her voice increasing. He sighed. This is beginning to sound like an interrogation. Are you a police officer by any chance? Absolutely. Tell me the whole story. I like tall tales. His hands crept around her neck in a mock threat. You are going to give me no end of trouble, I can tell. No one else does. It isn't good for you to have all that deference paid to you all the time. You get so you believe you deserve it. She was laughing, her body relaxed and pliant against his. She belonged there. He felt it, knew it in his deepest soul. There was no doubt in his mind that Jaxon was his other half. Created for him. Destined for him. Each time he looked at her, he found he wanted to smile. Each time he looked at her, his insides turned to molten lava. Wrought iron gates loomed up before the limousine, tall and intricate, and as beautiful as the estate itself. The chauffeur drove the limousine smoothly through the opening and up the long drive to the house. Tall shrubbery on either side lent the grounds a wild, forest-like appearance. Everywhere she glanced were trees and ferns and bushes of some kind. Looking up at the house, she could see it had several stories, with turrets and balconies in unexpected places. Stained glass was woven throughout the walls in all shapes and sizes. It was beautiful and old-fashioned. The Lifemate of my twin brother, Gabriel, sent me most of the stained glass. She does incredible work. She is a great healer, and it shows in her work. Many of the pieces were wrought by Francesca and their young ward, Skylar. The patterns offer much protection for those inside the house. He said it quietly, matter-of-factly, as if offering up mundane conversation. Jaxon realized that what he was telling her was far more important than it appeared on the surface. She took the hand he extended to her as she slipped out of the huge car. I want you to know I'm not riding in that thing again. It's so wasteful, it's a sin. And if you don't know how to drive, I'm excellent at it. The chauffeur cleared his throat, trying valiantly to hide his smile. Excuse me, miss, you wouldn't be trying to cut into my livelihood, would you? She tilted her head to one side and studied the man with shrewd, assessing eyes. He moved like a boxer, his gait perfect. There were heavy muscles under his absurd uniform. Whatever this man was, he was no chauffeur. What's your name? With that information, it should be easy enough to find out more about him. He grinned at her, tipped his hat, and slid back into the car. Chicken, she whispered into the night. She looked up at Lucian standing as still as a statue. And you? What am I going to do about you? I was not the one in danger, Angel. That was you. His hand crept around the nape of her neck, urging her up the stairs to the front entrance. It doesn't matter which one of us they were after, Lucian, she explained patiently. You would have been the one they hit. I tried to move you out of the way, but you're immovable when you go all stubborn. There was no danger, Jaxon. They had abominable aim. It was rather desperate of their boss to send out 3 such incompetent hitmen, don't you think? He was standing close enough to her that she could feel the warmth of his skin, yet only his hand rested on the nape of her neck. Jaxon heard herself laugh. The sound surprised her. He was acting, oh, so innocent. Nothing ruffled him, nothing disturbed him. His voice was unchanged, soft and beautiful, not responsible for any mischief-making or wrongdoing. He reached around her to pull open the heavy front door. Very briefly his hand rested on her shoulder, then he dropped it and moved away from her. You are not ill this time. Do you enter my home of your own free will? He asked the question seriously, his seductive voice melting her heart. For some reason she hesitated, standing just outside. She could see the foyer, the marble entrance. It beckoned, drew her, a sanctuary. Why had he asked her so formally? Why didn't he just stay quiet and allow her to enter? Jaxon turned over his words in her mind. There was a formality, almost a ritual feeling to them. Lucian remained silent, adding to her apprehension that there was something she wasn't comprehending. Jaxon turned to face him, tilting her head to look up into his black eyes. Soulless. Lost. Alone. He stood tall and straight in complete stillness, his face in the shadows. If I enter of my own free will, does that give you some kind of power over me? She couldn't help sounding nervous. He didn't laugh at her as she feared he might. He simply watched, unblinking, steady. Jaxon moistened her suddenly dry lips. Answer me truthfully. Does it somehow bind us together or make it so I'm a prisoner here? If you fear me so much, why would you think I would reveal the truth simply because you ask it of me? I just know you would. She shrugged delicately. I know things, and you don't lie to me. So tell me. I have already bound us together with the ritual words. You cannot leave me any more than I could leave you. She blinked. Ritual words? Before he could reply, she shook her head. Don't go there. I'm not going to get distracted. Will I be a prisoner? As for being my prisoner here in this house, you are able to come and go as you please. She remained looking up at him. Lucian slowly smiled, his mischievous little boy smile that would likely get him out of lots of trouble. Unless, of course, there is danger to you. I can't wait to hear who determines what constitutes danger. You aren't making this easy for me. I have no idea why I'm allowing you to walk into my life and take it over. And, Lucian, she smiled sweetly up at him, I am not the same as you. Whatever you are, and I'm not ready to find out yet, your ritual words can't bind us. I make my own decisions in matters of relationships. Yes, I will enter your home of my own free will. She stepped across the threshold and nearly panicked. Something deep within her shifted and came alive. It was so strong, she almost turned around to run back outside, unable to identify what it was, but certain her body, her heart, and her soul recognized this place, this man. Lucian's larger frame blocked the doorway. He caught at her small waist and simply held her, the strength in his arms enormous, yet he was so gentle he never could have hurt her. What is it? I don't know. I feel as if I'm not me anymore. As if somehow you're slowly taking me over. Are you doing that? She didn't try to get free. She wasn't even certain she really wanted to be free. Her large eyes searched his expression seriously. I would never want to take you over. You are exactly who you are supposed to be. We have spent so much time, each of us alone. It is strange, perhaps, to share so much together so soon. But we are life mates, and we will adjust. She leaned into him even as she turned to face the huge room. I feel as if I belong here, as if I know this place. You do belong here. Go explore. If there is anything you wish to change, feel free to do so. He opened his arms, allowing her to step away from him. The house was even more beautiful than Jaxon had remembered. She tried not to stare around her in complete awe. In her job as a police officer, she had certainly been in more than one mansion, but this was extraordinary. In a way it evoked an old-world elegance, a forgotten time. There was even a ballroom with a parquet dance floor. Her favorite room was a massive library made cozy by a large fireplace with 2 comfortable chairs placed in front of it, an antique reading table between them. On 3 walls were floor-to-ceiling bookcases, a ladder on rails the only way to ascend to the top shelves. She saw every kind of book imaginable, from fiction to science, old to new. She noted that the books, some of them ancient, were in several languages. It was a virtual treasure trove. Jaxon felt she could spend a good portion of her life right in that room and be happy. The house was far larger than she had imagined, even larger than it appeared from the outside. The kitchen alone was bigger than her entire apartment. Lucian glided up behind her so silently, she nearly jumped out of her skin. It is not your apartment any longer. I told your landlady she could rent it out. He said it softly, proving he was still a silent shadow in her mind. You did not. Jaxon swung around, her hands on her hips, daring him to be telling her the truth. Of course I did. You do not belong there. You never belonged there, he answered complacently. I know you wouldn't dare give away my apartment. They're not exactly easy to come by, especially on my salary. Jaxon stared up at him, trying to read his expression. You couldn't have, Lucian. She was trying to convince herself as well as him. Surely my landlady would have insisted on the lease being fulfilled. He shrugged, not in the least perturbed. She was willing to accept cash. I find in most cases it works quite well. Have you not had similar findings? You really did it, didn't you? Oh my God, I've got to call her. Where the heck are the telephones in this place? You can't just do that. You can't. She glared at him. You don't even feel remorse. I'm looking at you, and I don't see one speck of remorse in you at all. You don't even feel it, do you? I see no reason to experience such an emotion. You're in our home, where you belong. The elderly woman was more than satisfied with the cash for the lease, and will be able to find a new renter immediately. It worked out quite well for everyone. Not for me. I need my own space, Lucian. I really do. Exasperated, she shook her head. What was the use? He didn't seem to understand what he had done. There is more than enough space here, is there not? He looked puzzled, his black eyes seeking out every corner of the room. There is much you have not even seen yet. The grounds are immense, and in many of the walls are secret passageways and other rooms. I am certain there is enough space for you right here. Just in case Jaxon should touch his mind, Lucian made certain his amusement was buried deeply. He continued to look innocent and straight-faced. Jaxon shook her head and gave up. He was exasperating, and she was too tired to deal with him. She would work it out another day, phone her landlady, and get her place back. Right now she was too tired and confused. Maybe she was hungry. She should be hungry, but every time she actually thought of food, she felt slightly sick. The refrigerator was intimidating. She stood in front of it. When I was shot, was my stomach affected? For the first time, she was aware of his hesitation. Jaxon felt her breath catch in her throat. Why do you ask? Are you hurting? His voice, strictly neutral, gave nothing away. I'm hungry, but the thought of food makes me feel nauseated. In fact, I can't remember eating or drinking anything since I woke up. Is something wrong with me, or am I being paranoid? I can hear that fear in your voice again. The unknown. It is the worst fear of all, is it not? He said it so softly she shivered. Whatever he was about to reveal, she did not want to know. Jaxon held up a hand and shook her head without looking at him. I think I'll walk around outside. The grounds look beautiful. In any case, I need to know my way around. She went and moved past him, attempting to duck under his arm. Lucian's arm dropped down like a gate. He curved it around her and swept her up against him. Do not fear the truth. It is different, but it is not evil. She squared her shoulders. Then tell me. Get it over with. Whatever needs to be said, just come out with it. I'm an adult, not the child you think me. Lucian's body urged hers out of the kitchen and into his den. A wave of his hand produced dancing flames in the stone fireplace. She gasped aloud, enthralled by his magic yet frightened by it all the same. Jaxon broke away from him to stand in front of the flickering tongues of heat, needing the distance from him to think clearly. He was so tremendously powerful. I am a Carpathian male, as I have explained to you. We are a species that has existed from the beginning of time. I am not evil, angel face, but the darkness, the loss of color and emotion that slowly overtakes our males who lack the light of their life mates has grown strong in me for many centuries, making it a struggle to tame the predator inside us all. We are like the human race, yet not. We are blessed and cursed with enormous longevity, often called immortals. If and when we find a life mate, the emotion is intense and grows steadily over the centuries. If we do not, we may become complete predators, the undead. The night is ours, and the sunlight is difficult to endure. But we have enormous powers, as you are beginning to understand. My blood now flows in your veins, Angel. It has already affected your tolerance to sunlight, not to the extent of mine, yet it will be impossible for you to endure daylight without special sunglasses. A heartbeat went by. 1, 2. Jaxon took a deep breath, then let it out slowly. I can accept that. My blood flows in your veins. A transfusion? She wouldn't challenge that. She wouldn't ask. She didn't want to know how his blood had gotten into her veins. The sun will burn your skin. Sunblock will help, but not very much. You will have to learn to stay indoors during certain hours of the day, but your body will be sleepy during those hours anyway. She heard the distinct thud of her own heart. Her fingers twisted nervously in the material of the cotton shirt she was wearing. What are you saying? Do you think I've never read Dracula before? You're describing a vampire, aren't you? Her chin was up defiantly. She was challenging him openly. Lucian could see her courage in her battle with her fear. She was fragile, so vulnerable, with much to admire in her. And he wanted her. He was acutely aware they were alone. He watched the struggle within her, the way her instincts worked, trying to war with the ties with which he had bound them together. I have said I am not a vampire, and I am not. If the males of our species grow weary of the darkness that descend upon them after their youth and choose to lose or defile their souls, they become the undead. They are then wholly evil, killing their prey for the momentary rush of pleasure and power it brings, rather than feeding from them and leaving them unharmed. I lived as one, mimicking the ways of the undead, but I never killed for blood nor took the blood of a necessary kill. It would be impossible for you to become vampire from my blood. You of all people are holy in the light. Jaxon rubbed her aching temples. There was something wrong in the things he was saying. Why can't I stand the thought of food, Lucian? You are able to tolerate water and some natural vegetable and fruit juices. You must begin with vegetable broth and build your tolerance slowly. Do not try to eat meat products. They will not agree with you. Is that what you live on? Juices and broth. Do not ask what you cannot yet face, my love, he said softly, his black gaze resting on the pulse beating so frantically in her throat. She knew then. She didn't faint, although her entire body went weak, her legs rubbery. She would not faint. Lucian, please move away from the door. His mesmerizing gaze moved over her face like a caress. Do you think to run away from me? His voice was so soft and sensuous, it was all she could do not to run to him for comfort. That's exactly what I think. You told me I'm not a prisoner, and I've decided I want to leave. She tried not to sound defiant. She noticed his large frame still filled the doorway, and his body was as still as a mountain, his face expressionless. If only he didn't have that voice. Where would you go, Jaxon? She tilted her chin. Where I go is none of your business. There was a long silence while he waited, unmoving, those black eyes watching her. Jaxon counted her own heartbeats. Sighing softly, she capitulated. Barry's apartment. He won't be there, remember? The captain was moving him to a safe house. I think not. It would not be safe. There was a double meaning behind those softly spoken words. Jaxon shivered, chilled despite the heat of the fire dancing behind her. You said I could leave. I did not say run away. There will be truth between us, little one, whether it is difficult or not. You are a strong woman. I will not hide things from you. Am I supposed to thank you for that? She raked a trembling hand through her hair, creating a wind-blown effect. I don't want this. Yes, you do, Lucian replied as gently as ever. Where his eyes had been black and impossible to fathom, she now glimpsed hunger, a stark possessiveness. Her hand moved to find the comforting butt of her gun. How could she ever resist those hungry eyes? Why are you doing this? I have enough trouble in my life without your expecting me to accept vampires and God knows what else. I can't do it, Lucian. Yes, you can. He said it quietly. Take a deep breath and relax. Sit down before you fall down. Her dark eyes flashed at him. Do you really think I'm so needy that I'd sell what little self-respect I have left just to be with someone? I feel the difference in my body. The way I can hear, the way I'm able to control the volume. I can see in the dark better than if it was daylight. I feel you all the time. With me. Needing me. Calling to me. She rubbed her temples again. How can you talk to me without speaking? More importantly, how can I talk to you that way? My blood flows in your veins as yours flows in mine. We share the same heart and soul. Our minds seek to merge, just as our bodies cry out for each other. My body does not cry out for yours, she denied, more frightened than angry. Little liar. Go back to the blood in the veins thing. Exactly how did your blood get into my veins and mine into yours? Did you give me a transfusion or something like? She trailed off, images of a dark, erotic dream intruding. Her hand went protectively to her throat. You didn't drink my blood. God, tell me you didn't drink my blood. No, first tell me I didn't drink your blood. Now her legs were threatening to fail her. She actually looked at the floor, prepared to fall. Only the thought of being more vulnerable than she already was stopped her from collapsing. He moved swiftly toward her to help, but Jaxon was so alarmed that she brought the gun up. She used a two-arm stance to try to steady her badly shaking hands. This was a nightmare insanity. She didn't have enough imagination to make all this up. The gun pointed directly at his heart. "Please move away from the door, Lucian. I don't want to hurt you. I really don't. I just want to get out of here so I can breathe again." She was pleading with him, not taking her usual command of a situation. She wanted so much to be with him. So much. He was tall and sexy and terribly alone, just as she was. She understood that in him. She wanted to make everything all right for him, to rid him of that terrible hunger. But to have a man like Lucian look at her for all time with heat and hunger, with need and possessiveness, was a dream she could never accept. Lucian was not really a man. He was something else. Something she didn't ever want to identify. "Jaxon, put down the gun before you accidentally shoot someone." There was no inflection whatsoever in his voice. "It wouldn't be an accident, Lucian. Please, I'm going to ask you one more time. Just step aside and let me go. My people regard the human eating of flesh with the same repugnance as you regard our taking of blood for nourishment." She took a tentative step, trying to shut out his words and the importance of what he was revealing. She circled to his right, hoping he would abandon his position. Lucian remained as still as the mountains. "Just imagining what you're trying to tell me makes me feel sick. I don't think we're compatible." She was in earnest now. If he didn't step aside, she was going to have to find a way around him. She wasn't going to shoot him. The thought of him hurt in any way was too much to bear. Lucian moved so fast that he was a blur. Not even a blur. One moment he was standing in the doorway, the next moment he had the gun in his possession and his arms around her. You only think it is repulsive, Angel, because you do not yet know anything other than evil. Being so close to him was dangerous. His body was hard and hot and needy. She felt an answering response right down to her toes. Her breathing betrayed her racing heart, her own body. She felt tears burning behind her eyes. "Tell me you're controlling my reactions to you," she whispered, lifting her face so that she could examine his expressionless mask. At once his harsh features softened, his steely strong arms locking her to him as gently as possible. "You know I am not. I have forced your compliance only on the occasions when I was healing you, binding you to me, and when you needed sleep. You are the other half of my soul. I cannot be apart from you, Jaxon. I am not making it up." His hand moved over her face with great tenderness. "Do you think I wish to cause you such distress? Look into my mind and see the truth. I want only your happiness. In truth, honey, I would gladly lay down my life if I knew you wished such a thing and would be happy without me, but it is not so." His mouth touched her forehead, her eyelids. "It is not so, little love. It is not so. You can't ask me to accept such a thing. I have no other choice. It is my way of life, Jaxon. I am Carpathian. I cannot change that. I would not want to change it." His mouth found hers gently, his lips barely brushing the corner of hers. It started a tremor deep within her. "I survive on blood, my love, but I do not kill. I have dedicated my life to the preservation of both of our species." "But, Lucian," she tried to protest. "It is different, that is all. It is something unknown to you." She buried her face against his chest. "You don't sleep in a coffin, do you?" It was meant as a joke, but came out far more soberly than she'd intended. Lucian chose his answer carefully. "In all the centuries of my existence, all the vampires I hunted and destroyed, I never actually found one who slept in a coffin. If anyone was going to try such an idea, I imagine the undead would do so first. That's one good thing." Jaxon was already pulling away from him, moving gingerly, as if by touching him she might become more infected with some strange disease. "I don't think I could ever get used to the coffin thing. Can you undo what you've done?" She tried to keep her voice neutral. She was very tired and wanted only to lie down somewhere and not think any more about anything. "You can't, can you?" "I would not want to if I could. I do not want to give you up." His hands fell to his side. "That is selfish of me, I know, but I cannot. It is not only for my own sake, Jaxon, but for yours and for others." She held up a hand and gave a faint smile. "Overload, Lucian. I can't take it anymore. Let's do something normal. Jaxon bit her lower lip, a small frown flitting across her face. I don't know what normal people do you? His hands framed her face, his thumbs feathering over her satin-soft skin in a small caress. He had to touch her. He couldn't seem to stop himself. You look tired, Jaxon. You should be resting. I was thinking we could go for a walk on your grounds. I'd like to look around outside. Scouting. Of course you would want to do that. It is so normal. She found herself smiling. Maybe you're right. After all, neither one of us knows what to do when we're not tracking some killer. His smile was slow and sexy. I did not say I did not have other, much more interesting things in mind to do. Her breath caught in her throat. He could so easily get around her. It wasn't natural. He whispered to her in her mind, shared erotic images, and made her think things she never would have on her own. Jaxon shook her head. You are bad, Lucian. What am I going to do about you? Be with me. Live with me. Learn to love me. Accept me as I am, his black velvet voice whispered, and his words touched her in her deepest soul. She reached out to take his hand, weaving her smaller fingers through his. I think you should be outlawed. That voice of yours can get you almost anything. She had no real way to resist him. Not when he could say such things to her in his beautiful voice with such stark truth in his gaze. He turned her hand over, bringing her palm to his lips. His black eyes were burning with possessiveness. Does that include you? Jaxon found herself smiling. I'm considering it. Walk with me. You wish to go outside? She shook her head. There's a reason you're not so certain you want me to go outside. What's out there? I know it's not a coffin. I think we've pretty much covered that issue, and we're clear on it. No coffin, he acknowledged. So, what is it? She demanded. Out with it. Wolves. He said it straight-faced. Jaxon snatched back her hand. Give me back my gun. Wolves? I should have known. Of course you have wolves. Doesn't everybody? She snapped her fingers. The gun, Lucian. Hand it over. I've decided I have to shoot you after all. It's the only way to preserve my sanity. His hands curved around her neck in mock threat. I do not think I will ever give back that weapon of yours. It gives you hostile ideas. She was very much aware of him as they moved together toward the back of the house. Why did his home have to be so perfect? Everything she had ever wanted? Why did it make her feel so safe when she should have felt threatened by such a powerful and dangerous being as she knew Lucian to be? How could she simply accept his differences so calmly? Well, maybe not calmly, but she was accepting them. Lucian enjoyed the way her mind worked. Jaxon was sometimes overwhelmed by the enormity of the information he had given her, but she didn't allow herself to panic. She took her time assimilating what she could, and then gave her mind a small break before processing the next influx of information. She used humor to get herself through frightening situations. She never once condemned him out of hand. Jaxon didn't know him. She did not understand what he really was. She had no real concept of what it had done to him to destroy others for centuries. That his bleak, dark world was so cold and shadowed, he would do anything to keep from going back there. He was a predator, had terrible darkness in him, and she was too much of the light to understand that each kill had taken a piece of his soul. Only Jaxon could make him whole. Chapter 5. The moment Jaxon stepped out onto the grounds and inhaled the fresh air, the terrible weight threatening to crush her dissipated. The air was cold and crisp, the rain having ceased for a short time. Clouds swirled overhead, dark and ominous, blocking out any moonlight, yet it was a beautiful sight. She loved storms and the sound of rain. She loved the cloud formations and the scent of the air after a downpour. She was aware of Lucian's powerful body moving close to hers as they emerged from the house. Jaxon raked carelessly at her hair with one hand, sending it into further disarray as she surveyed the acres of forest that lay behind the mansion. This is a bodyguard's worst nightmare, Lucian. Drake would love this. He could be here right now, up in the trees somewhere. This is his element. You worry too much about my safety, honey. His fingers tangled in her hair on the pretext of taming it into some semblance of order. I would know if a human approached my property. It is well protected, not by a security system such as humans use, but by ancient safeguards, powerful and dangerous. Tyler Drake cannot get through them. As long as you are on this property, You are perfectly safe from him. What about from a sniper's bullet? He doesn't have to be on the property to shoot you, Lucian. All he has to do is perch on a hilltop somewhere and get you in his sights. I am not so easy to kill, Angel. You only pretend not to know what I am because you do not want to think too closely about it. He was in her mind. She was avoiding the idea of their sharing blood, mainly because it brought up dark, erotic memories she didn't want to touch. And she was definitely having trouble with the idea that she had taken his blood. It bothered her far more than she wanted to admit, yet she was turning it over and over in her mind. Lucian looked down at her. Jaxon had tipped her head back to look up at him, her large eyes dark with such mixed emotions it turned his insides to molten heat. More than anything, he wanted to taste her soft lips. The need was fierce and urgent, and this time he gave in to the demand without a fight. He simply wrapped his arms around her small waist and pulled her to him, his head descending to take possession of her mouth. Time stopped. Beneath their feet the earth itself shifted and rolled. Burning heat erupted everywhere, electricity arcing between them. Still, his mouth was slow and gentle, coaxing her response rather than commanding it. His hands moved to cup the back of her head, holding her so that he could explore, lose himself in the silken heat of her mouth. She was everything to him. A secret world of light and heat and color and emotion and magic. He never wanted to be anywhere else. He wanted this perfect moment to go on for all time. Lucian lifted his head slowly, almost afraid to stop, afraid the moment couldn't be real. It was such perfection, afraid she would vanish and leave him alone once more. His hands tangled in her hair. I thought there were few secrets left in this world for me to discover, Angel, but the mystery of how I came to deserve one such as you, I will spend eternity unraveling. Her fingertips touched his perfect mouth. The truth was, Jaxon was in awe of him. She had known if he touched her that way, if his mouth found hers, she could never be truly free of him. She would crave him for all time. His taste, his power, his scent. Everything. I shouldn't have let you do that, Lucian, she whispered. Now what are we going to do? He had said she could leave any time. She wasn't a prisoner, but she knew it wasn't the truth. She was locked to him in some way, bound by something far more powerful than she had ever imagined. Her eyelashes lifted, and she looked up at him with tremendous sorrow. What are we going to do? Lucian caught the nape of her neck in the palm of his hand and drew her against him so he could hold her. When you look at me with such sadness, Jaxon, you break my heart. The wind provided a soft music, and he moved in perfect rhythm to it, moving her with him so that they were one. She rested her head against his chest and seemed to melt into him, pliant and soft when she should have been protesting. Our fate is sealed, honey, he said as gently as he could. There is no Lucian without Jaxon, and there is no Jaxon without Lucian. We must find a way to merge our two worlds together. We have no choice. It was written long before either of us was sent to this earth. We are fortunate that we were able to find each other when there are so many who have been unable to remain hopeful. You think that, Lucian? You really think that we're lucky? I've brought you into a sick world where someone is stalking me and killing anyone who matters to me. You're bringing me into a nightmare world where creatures out of horror stories exist. Jaxon sounded very sad, her voice muffled by his white silk shirt. I don't even know if I want to be with you. I don't know if you've got me under some black magic spell or not. Their bodies were swaying together, as close as they could get, with only thin layers of clothes between them. He found himself smiling again. He was more than likely the most powerful creature on the face of the earth. He could command the heavens. She was not much more than 5'1", probably didn't weigh in at 100 pounds, yet she didn't think anything of standing up to him. The truth was, Lucian was used to complete awe and respect. Even among the more powerful males of his race, he had always been treated with deference. No one had defied him in centuries. He mused over that. No one other than enemies he had to destroy had ever defied him. Not once in all those centuries did anyone ever disobey his will. Lucian was used to having his way in all things. In his arms, Jaxon felt so small and fragile. He was suddenly aware of his strength, of his power, something he had always taken for granted. He inhaled her scent. She was already the very air he breathed. The bond between them was growing stronger with every moment that passed. A sound intruded, a soft cry, music on the wind. The wolves knew he was out on the grounds and had come close to visit him. Seeing he was not alone, they were in the woods, dark shadows watching him, waiting for a signal. Attack or stay back. He touched their minds, sending images to them. Jaxon was a part of their clan, their pack, his female, a leader right alongside him. She was under his protection. Under their protection. They must at all times look out for her first. Jaxon raised her head. They're out there now, watching us, aren't they? Where did you get them? You have to secure all sorts of special licenses to have a wild animal. I would have thought, even for you, it would be difficult to attain the permits when you live so close to the city. How did you manage it? He shrugged his wide shoulders carelessly. I simply told the gentleman he was going to give me the permits, and he did so. Jaxon sighed and stopped dancing with him. I need to get away from you. I really do. I can't believe someone so perfectly logical and down-to-earth as I am is falling for this fantasy world you've created. Lucian, you can't just go around getting your way by crawling into people's minds and hypnotizing them into doing whatever you want. His black eyes glittered with what could have been amusement. Jaxon, I have been doing just that since the beginning of existence. What does that mean? Centuries. I have been doing it for centuries. Jaxon held up her hand. Just stop saying centuries. Don't use that word anymore. Something about it makes me crazy. She pressed a hand to her stomach. Give me back my gun before you call those animals to you. She could see the wolves, their eyes reflecting in the dark. Without realizing it, she moved back beneath the shelter of Lucian's wide shoulder for protection. I just feel better, you know? The wolves are my brothers. They would never seek to harm me or mine, he said quietly. They are noble creatures, Jaxon, with a strict code. They would give their lives for us. Do not fear them. Her heart was beginning to pound. Right away she noticed his heartbeat match hers, and then both hearts slowed to normal. She glanced up at him. What are you? Not vampire, little love. Never that. His every instinct was to scoop her up and run off with her, claim her body and tie her to him irrevocably. Lucian's mind was a shadow in hers. He knew she would be unable to resist him, but it was not what she wanted. She was still struggling to accept his existence and their strange bond. With a sigh, he circled her slight body with his arms and dropped to one knee. Come to me, brothers and sisters. Come and meet my lifemate. The wolves raced from the woods, eager to welcome her into the pack. Lucian held her tightly, reassuring her physically as well as mentally. In her head his voice was soft and soothing, his heart and lungs directed hers so that she could remain calm in the midst of the large pack. The animals pushed against her legs, rubbed along her thigh, sought to have her hands in their fur. When she was reluctant to do so on her own, Lucian's hand guided hers so that her palm was immersed in the thick dark coat of one of the larger wolves. Jaxon found a smile curving her mouth, joy in her heart. She almost felt as if she could see into the minds of the animals. Images of what they were thinking and feeling. Their fur was incredibly soft and thick. It was amazing to be so close to a wild animal, to be touching one, having it accept her. She turned her head to look up at Lucian. This is so wonderful. Have you been doing this all your life? I would say for centuries, but I know how much you dislike that particular word, he teased her. She made a face at him. You are so bad. He ruffled her hair, trying to treat her like a child instead of the woman he knew her to be. She was tired. He could sense her exhaustion. Her wounds were not completely healed. She needed nourishment, though her mind shied away from that particular need. Lucian sent the wolves back into the woods, scooped Jaxon into his arms, and glided back into the house, cradling her against his chest. I'm quite capable of walking, she pointed out. It is faster this way. Your legs are short. They're not. She was seriously offended. I can't believe you even said that. He laughed and tossed her into the deep cushions of the sofa in his den, where it was warm. I have to go out for a short time this evening. You will, of course, remain indoors and out of harm's way. She looked up at him with wide-eyed innocence. Where exactly did you think I was planning on going at this time of night? Out dancing? I can wait a few days. Promise me you will try to eat something. Absolutely. She nodded solemnly. Lucian regarded her through half-closed eyes. Why is it I am not certain I can trust you? You have the longest, darkest eyelashes I've ever seen, she replied, trying not to stare at his eyes. You should be locked up. It's not safe to have you around women. I have not noticed you falling all over me, Angel. Thank God for that. Jaxon snuggled deeper into the cushions and smiled up at him. Notice, I'm not even asking you where you're going. I'm just happy to be rid of you for a while. That is not nice. Keep it in mind when you're thinking about this Lifemate stuff. I'm not a nice person, she said smugly. He laughed softly. I do not have to reinforce my request that you remain indoors with a little help, do I? Her dark eyes flashed fire. You wouldn't dare. Try me. His voice was as soft as ever. Jaxon did her best to look demure. Do I look in any shape to go running around like an idiot? But you need a couple of bodyguards. Take the chauffeur. He looks as if he can handle himself in a crisis. Not that I have any intention of worrying about you. His white teeth flashed at that blatant lie. If you need me, honey, just reach for me with your mind. We can talk to each other anytime. She held up a hand. Go away. It's the only safe thing for you to do. And leave my gun while you're at it. I don't want to be here alone unarmed. You have a complete arsenal upstairs in your bedroom. I never saw so many weapons. It made me wonder just what type of woman I was getting myself involved with. There will be no shooting me when I come home this night, no unfortunate accidents, I trust, he teased as he put her gun on the table beside her chair. He bent to brush her temple with his warm mouth before he walked away from her, laughing softly. Lucian made certain he had stepped out into the darkness before his tall frame shimmered into transparency, slowly dissolved into millions of tiny droplets, and streamed out into the mist rising from the ground. He moved fast, traveling at preternatural speed, moving straight toward the city. The three men sent to murder Jaxon had all worked for the same person. Samuel T. Barnes. The man was a banker, wealthy, and very social. He was seen at all the prominent parties, supported the local mayor, the congressman, and the senator. He did not appear to have any drug connections, yet he had ordered all three assassins to get rid of Jaxon. She had been far too successful in slowing the drug traffic in her city. Her team had virtually put a stranglehold on the incoming routes. She found and took away shipment after shipment. Lucian found Barnes's condominium in an exclusive neighborhood. The stream of mist circled the house, testing the defenses. Each window was sealed, every door bolted. Lucian returned to the front door, shimmering once more into solid flesh and blood. He stood tall and straight, a faint smile touching his mouth, although his eyes were completely expressionless. He listened for a moment, noting the position of all people in the house and what they were doing. His knock was sharp and authoritative and brought an instant response. A young man in a suit, the poorly concealed bulge beneath his jacket indicating he was armed, opened the door. Lucian nodded politely. I am Lucian Daratrazanoff, here to see Mr. Barnes. I do not have an appointment, but I was in the area and thought I would take a chance. The man blinked several times in surprise. He obviously recognized the name. Please come in, sir. I'll tell him you're here. Lucian didn't move. I would not want to disturb him if he has settled in for the evening. After all, it is quite late. I will wait out here. Mr. Barnes wouldn't like that, sir, the man insisted. I've heard him speak of you often. Please come in. You are certain you have the authority to invite me into his home? Lucian's voice was soft, his accent very much in evidence. The man nodded. Yes, sir. Please come in. Mr. Barnes would have my job if I kept you waiting on the doorstep. Lucian graciously allowed the man to talk him into entering the foyer. He stood quietly while the man hurried off to get Samuel Barnes. He could clearly hear the whisper of conversation in the room above him. Are you certain it's Lucian Daratrazanoff? My God, where's my jacket? Quick, Bruce, mix a couple of drinks and bring them into the library. No, wait. Escort Daratrazanoff into the main sitting room. I'll make the drinks myself. Lucian remained quite still, waiting while Bruce hurried back to him. Mr. Barnes said to bring you right up, he announced, indicating the staircase. Lucian moved up the stairs without hesitation. He had not used his voice to persuade or enthrall. He had not needed to do so. His name, that of the elusive foreign billionaire, was enough. To a man like Barnes, he would have celebrity status. He moved silently, remaining aware of the location of all those in the house. There were 4 men, including Barnes. Bruce was right behind him, and 2 others were playing pool in a recreation room on the first floor toward the back of the house. Samuel Barnes met him halfway across the room, his right hand outstretched. He was a slim man with a quick, practiced smile and thinning hair. "Lucian Daratrazanoff, this is quite a surprise. What can I do for you?" Lucian's black eyes were hard and uncompromising. "I believe we have some private business to discuss." Barnes indicated the door with a nod to Bruce. The man immediately went out, closing the heavy oak door behind him. Barnes crossed to his leather bar. "What can I get for you?" He poured himself a scotch and water. "Nothing for me, thank you," Lucian replied softly. He waited until Barnes was seated comfortably across from him before leaning toward the man and fixing his black eyes on the other man's gaze. "We have a small problem, Mr. Barnes," Lucian said very gently. "I know you will be more than pleased to help me with it." "Of course, Mr. Daratrazanoff. Anything at all. I would like you to tell me quite frankly why it is you wish Miss Jaxon Montgomery and her partner, Barry Radcliffe, dead." Lucian's voice had dropped an octave, so that the tone wrapped around the other man, every bit as mesmerizing as those empty black eyes. "My partners and I have made several attempts to pay off her or some of those in her unit, but they're all very loyal to her. She seems to know where every shipment is before it even arrives. She's putting a stranglehold on our cash flow. I told my partners that we couldn't hit a couple of cops, but they said we had to or they would find a more agreeable partner. I had no choice." Lucian nodded seriously, as if they were simply discussing the weather. "And who are these people who are insisting upon her death? Because, you know, you do not really want such a thing. Dennis Putnam and Roger Altman. They have big connections in Colombia and Mexico. And where would I find these 2 men? It's hard to get to them. Bodyguards surround them all the time. I think they've got one of their men planted here, but I can't figure out who it is. They always know what I'm doing. They have a base of operation in Miami. Write down the address for me." Barnes complied immediately. Lucian rose with his casual, fluid grace. "The men in this house, how many of them are aware of the fact that your partners want Miss Montgomery dead?" "All of them." "Thank you. I appreciate your help. I want you to wait until I have left this room, and then you will suddenly cease to be able to breathe. Do you understand?" "Yes, Mr. Daratrazanoff." Barnes walked him to the door and held out his hand. "It's been a pleasure doing business with you." Lucian took the hand offered to him and stared directly into Barnes's eyes, ensuring his instructions would be carried out swiftly. "I cannot say the same for you, but then, you are a deceiver and a murderer, are you not?" Barnes frowned and rubbed his temples. Lucian's white teeth flashed. "Goodbye, Mr. Barnes." Bruce was waiting just outside the door. "Please follow me, Mr. Daratrazanoff. I'll show you out. I trust everything went well." Lucian put a friendly hand on the man's shoulder. "Please show me to the pool room. That would make me very happy." Bruce blinked rapidly several times. "Of course, sir. This way." As they descended the long stairs, they heard a faint noise from the upstairs sitting room. A strangling, a gasping, and then a thud, as if someone had fallen to the floor. Bruce turned quickly. Lucian merely smiled. "You will not go to his aid, because I do not wish it. Take me to the pool room." Bruce nodded and led the way down the hall to a set of double doors. Lucian waved a hand, and the doors opened wide. The 2 men looked up from their game, both putting their hands on the weapons in their shoulder holsters. They relaxed visibly when they saw Bruce. Lucian walked directly up to the first man. "I want you to get into your car and drive very carefully, obeying all traffic rules, until you come to the entrance to the cliff road. You will go up that road and drive straight off it. Do you understand me?" "Yes, sir." "You will do so immediately." Without replying, the man picked up his jacket and car keys and left the room. Lucian turned to the second man. "You have killed many times." "Yes, sir." "You feel bad about that, do you not?" "It is a very difficult thing to live with, the taking of innocent lives. I have never done so in all the long centuries of my existence. Those I have condemned to death have always been murderers such as yourself." You are evil. You know that you are, and you no longer wish to continue your pitiful existence. Go to your residence and end the misery you bring to others. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The second man picked up his jacket and left the room without a backward glance. Lucian studied Bruce. You have not killed. No, sir. Why would you work for such a man as Barnes? When I was 15, I got involved in a car theft ring. I served time, and once I was out, no one but Mr. Barnes would give me a job. You do not like Barnes or the things he does. Bruce couldn't look away from those mesmerizing eyes. In any case, the sound of that voice demanded the truth. He disgusts me. He'd murder his own mother for money. I have a wife to support. We're expecting twins any day now. I have to make enough money for them to live, and no one is going to hire a felon. You will go home and stay there for a few days thinking about your future. You will get rid of the gun, tell your wife you are getting a legitimate job, and you will call this number. The man there will interview you and give you honest work. Do you understand me? You will remember nothing of my presence in this house, and you will not remember that Miss Montgomery and her partner were ever on a hit list. Bruce took the small piece of paper, folded it carefully, and slipped it into his jacket pocket. When he looked up, he was alone in the pool room, and he couldn't remember why he had gone there. He was sick of his job, sick of Barnes. Mary was due any day now. She hated his working for Barnes and begged him all the time to quit. Maybe now is the time. Maybe he should just quit and think things over while they waited for the babies to be born. There had to be something better out there for him. Something legitimate. Bruce went upstairs to tell Barnes he was finished. He found him on the floor, his features gray, tinged with blue. Immediately, he called 911 and started CPR. All the time he worked, he knew it was too late for Barnes, and he couldn't find it in his heart to be all that sorry. Jaxon waited until she was certain Lucian had left his house and was off his property. At once she sought a telephone to call Dawn Jacobson, her childhood friend. Dawn, I want you to do some looking for me. Drake called me. Good God, Jax, what did you expect? It's all over the news that you got yourself engaged to some big-shot moneybags. That would be like a slap in the face to Drake. What were you thinking? If you were going to run off and get engaged, you could have stayed here and married me. You would have divorced me inside of a week. Jaxon laughed. I can still kick your butt, and your macho ego would have a hard time with that. What about moneybags? Can you kick his butt? I wish. Anyway, I need information. Put an ear to the ground, ask some of the guys to look around, and see if there's any sign that Drake has been out on the range somewhere. You know how he is, he haunts those hills. Maybe you'll get lucky. Be careful, Jax. Drake's insane. He's just as likely to turn on you. I'm always careful. Unfortunately, I don't think Lucian comprehends the extent of Drake's training. He won't take me seriously when I tell him how dangerous it is to deliberately draw Drake out. Trust you to find an adrenaline junkie worse than you. Jaxon made a rude sound and gave him her number. Call me if anyone so much as finds a sign they think might be his. Sure thing, Jax. But you promise me you won't do anything dangerous. Careful is my middle name, she said softly and hung up the telephone. In the upstairs bedroom, she found her things. Jaxon dressed carefully, pulling on dark clothes and a dark hood to cover her blonde hair. She was grateful Lucian had brought her weapons, including her sniper's rifle with a night vision scope. She scooped it up to put it over her shoulder and filled her pockets with shells. She added a couple of knives, her handgun with extra clips, and a rope. Lucian didn't believe Drake was a real threat to him, but she intended to scout the entire neighborhood around his property to find every spot where a sniper might lie in wait. Jaxon was suddenly aware just how fatigued she was. Her wounds were mostly healed, but she was not as strong as she would have liked. The rifle seemed much heavier than she remembered. She stood just inside the front door, staring at the intricate pattern in the stained glass. It was not only beautiful, but there was something else, something she couldn't quite put her finger on. The pattern seemed to beckon, to soothe, to draw her in. She could have stayed there forever and simply stared at it. Shaking her head to clear her mind, Jaxon opened the door and went out into the night. It was drizzling again. No hefty storm, but the fog was thick and mist was rising like steam from the ground. The wolves were confined to the woods behind the house, so the courtyard and the front were free of wild animals. She had felt safe with Lucian holding her, commanding the wolves, but on her own, she feared she might have to destroy the beautiful creatures. Jaxon continued down the front drive. She found she was having difficulty walking. The air felt heavy and oppressive. Each step she took seemed to be through quicksand. She was breathing hard, the weight in her chest giving her the illusion she couldn't breathe. Illusion. This was some sort of illusion. Or maybe it was part of some security system Lucian had that worked on the human nervous system. Whatever it was, Jaxon had no intention of allowing it to defeat her. She had to secure the area for her own peace of mind. Jaxon treated her distress as she would any other discomfort she might experience in the midst of a mission. She pushed it out of her head and moved forward, one step at a time. There was no question she would make it out. There could be no other outcome. Jaxon had been trained to overcome all obstacles. Sweat broke out on her forehead, but it didn't matter. She made her way to the gates and pushed them open. Once out on the street, she could breathe more easily, and the heavy weight in her chest lifted. A bodyguard's nightmare. She had named Lucian's home such, and it was true. In this exclusive neighborhood, each estate had several acres. Thus, few houses were nearby. Most of the surrounding area was covered in trees and heavy brush. Tyler Drake would love that. And the high bluffs a mile or so down from the house worried her. What a perfect place from which to observe Lucian's house and grounds. Jaxon sighed as she moved swiftly along the road, keeping in the shadows of the trees. A moving target was easier to spot than a stationary one, so Drake had all the advantages if he had already started scouting the area. She didn't want to think about Lucian and what he had revealed to her. Vampires. There was no such thing. There just couldn't be. Maybe what she had witnessed was some weird trick. But she was the one who had shot the thing. And she never missed. Never. She saw the bullet hit him squarely in the center of his forehead. It hadn't even slowed the creature down. Jaxon inched her way as she approached high ground. She didn't want to skyline herself. If she was hunting this night, Drake could be also. She began a meticulous study of the ground, quartering each approach for a sign that Drake had passed this way. She would recognize his work. The cold air was getting through her clothes. Jaxon found herself shivering despite the fact that her movements should have kept her warm. Still, her night vision was so improved, she now had a wonderful asset. She tried to concentrate on that thought to block out the numbing cold. She was scanning the ground, her eyes searching restlessly, back and forth, for one thing out of place. Only one. That was all she would need to know that Drake was in the area. The first few years Jaxon had tried to hide from him, until she realized it was impossible. Now, she stayed out in the open, where he could come after her if he desired. But he never tried to harm her, only those around her. Only those he perceived as a threat to him. Lucian had set himself up as a target. Where he lived was common knowledge now, with the press following the story of their engagement. She dropped to her stomach and slithered through the wet grass to the top of a knoll. There, she used her rifle scope and surveyed the property. From this angle one had no real shot. Thick foliage and trees protected the entire side of the house. Even the balconies there were completely hidden from view. She studied her surroundings carefully, picking out the next high point where Drake might go. She was halfway up the bluff when she began to get that peculiar feeling she always did when she knew trouble lay ahead. It was more than instinct. A gift. A curse. Whatever it was, Jaxon knew Drake had been here before her. She slowed her pace and was careful to keep utterly silent. Not even her clothes could whisper of her presence. She took particular care to study the rocks as she climbed. She found a scuff mark, faint but there. Farther up, near the top, was a distinct rope scraped deep in the dirt, the impression of a thumb nearby. She had seen that mark before. She had spent her childhood training with Drake. She knew the way he moved, the way he went up a rope, and the way he tied off. The knuckle of his thumb always brushed the dirt when he tied off. Her heart was pounding now. He could easily be at the top, making her position extremely vulnerable. She hesitated long enough to drag a knife from her boot and clamp it between her teeth before making the last effort to mount the top of the bluff. She lay quietly, waiting to catch her breath, listening to the sounds of the night. She could hear insects singing, suggesting to her that she was alone up there. She didn't move, wasn't fooled. Drake would never stir up the insects enough to silence them. He was a professional. He knew exactly what he was doing. He would never give away his position by making careless movements. When Jaxon moved, she did so inch by inch on her belly, keeping low to the ground, using her elbows to propel her forward. She covered the open ground and found relative shelter in some heavy bushes. Very carefully, she slipped the rifle from her shoulder. It felt solid and safe in her hand, but it was meant for distance shooting, not hand-to-hand combat. This might her one chance to rid the world of Tyler Drake. If he was up there, she was determined that only one of them would go back down. And Drake would never submit to arrest. She covered every inch of the cliffs. Tyler had spent time here. She knew he had. She could smell him everywhere. Actually smell him. It brought back so many nightmares, that smell. The signs were fresh enough that she knew Tyler must have been scouting the estate while Lucian was at the hospital with her. He hadn't shot at them, and she'd had no premonition of danger, so he must have left before they arrived. When she was satisfied Drake was no longer on the cliff, she allowed herself a moment to rest. With so many unwanted memories crowding in, her stomach was in hard knots. Just being this close to Drake made her sick. Taking a deep breath to settle her nerves, Jaxon scooted across open rock to the edge of the bluff so she could once more scope out the house. Here she had a better view. Dragging her scope out, she took aim. Dense foliage mostly obscured the front of the house, but the upper stories rose above the trees. She could partially see into 2 windows despite the stained glass. She wasn't familiar enough with the layout of the house to know which rooms she was seeing, but neither appeared to be her bedroom. Drake could conceivably get a shot off from here and score a hit if Lucian entered either of the 2 rooms. Rolling over, she pulled out a small notebook and meticulously entered each calculation. It took longer to make her way back down the cliff and around to the far side of the house. The forest was thick and bushes grew everywhere. Her rifle was becoming more and more cumbersome. Jaxon realized she was far weaker than she had thought. The wounds she had been certain were healed were now throbbing. Her breath was coming in gasps. As a child, training on the base, she had been drilled to overcome all obstacles, including pain or discomfort of any kind. She took inventory quickly, assessed the damage to her body, and dismissed it. Protecting Lucian was all important. He refused to believe her when she said Drake was dangerous to him, a pro, a chameleon when he needed to be. The estate was immense. Lucian had been right in that, even from high ground, Drake would not find a decent shot. But there were other ways. She began to walk along the massive stone wall around the grounds. It was very high, very thick. On the other side, the wolves paced. She couldn't see them, but she sensed they were there. It was odd, but in her mind she thought she could hear them calling to her. Drake had come this way. She put a hand on the wall. Would he poison the wolves? That wouldn't pose much of a problem to him. Was that the security Lucian was counting on so heavily? Wolves wouldn't even slow Drake down. Chapter 6. Jaxon tilted her head to assess exactly what it would take to climb the wall. Not much. She sighed. What would she be able to see of the house from the top of the wall? She was studying the best way up, seeking finger and footholds, when a cold wind whirled leaves and twigs around her legs. In the midst of the wild blast, Lucian loomed up directly behind her, his large frame so close, Jaxon was trapped between his body and the high wall. She swung around with a low cry of alarm, trying to bring up her hand with the knife in it. Lucian's fingers curled around her fragile wrist, easily holding her still. He leaned into her, pressing her small frame right into the wall. His mouth touched her ear. "You are not waiting at home for me." Her heart was pounding. She wasn't certain if it was from the proximity of his body or the suddenness of his appearance. Technically, I think I could get away with saying I'm on the property. Sort of. Just checking things out a bit. She made an attempt to face up to him, feeling very vulnerable, locked between the wall and his muscular frame. He had removed the knife from her hand, but she was still shackled to him, his fingers tight around her wrist. "You are definitely not on the property where I left you," "Honey," Lucian whispered into her ear, his warm breath stirring tendrils of hair at her neck, stirring unwanted excitement in her body. He pulled the hood from her head to reveal the silky blonde hair spilling wildly in all directions. She wasn't cold anymore. He had managed to heat her up with a few simple words. "Things didn't go well on your little to-do list?" she asked sweetly. His hand slipped around her throat so that her pulse was beating into his palm. His thumb stroked a caress along the delicate line of her jaw. "He has been here before you, Angel. You have needlessly placed yourself in danger." Lucian spoke in his most gentle voice, yet she recognized a note of reprimand. More than that. A warning, perhaps. "It isn't needless. You just aren't getting it. He's probably watching us right now." Realizing it might be so, she made every attempt to swing them around, to somehow cover his big body with her own. Lucian could easily pick her intentions out of her mind. She was frantic to protect him from Drake. "Be still, Jaxon," he breathed, his voice a soothing balm, filling her mind with warmth. He held her close to his body with his enormous strength, sheltering her, savoring her. "He is not close at this time. I have scanned the area. Had he been near, I would not be so gentle with you. There is no need for you to protect me. Tyler Drake cannot harm me." His hand on her throat was warm and possessive, his thumb inducing molten heat in her veins where once there had been only blood. "I don't know what you mean by scan the area, but I scouted it. I found evidence of him at 2 sites. We can protect ourselves from one of them easily enough, but this is impossible." Lucian bent his head to hers. "You do not listen well." He appeared not to be paying much attention to the conversation, distracted by other things. "Hold still, Jaxon," he murmured. She went perfectly still. Jaxon didn't know how, but she felt heat inside her where her wounds were throbbing. His fingers splayed wide across her abdomen. He did nothing else, simply laid his palm over her, but she felt him inside her. At once the pain disappeared. Lucian turned her into his arms. "Do not do this again. You are needlessly tired and cold." He was framing her face between his palms. Jaxon watched his eyes go from black ice to burning possessiveness as he lowered his head to hers. Mesmerized, she stood waiting for the touch of his mouth. She felt his breath, the heat, the beckoning. She felt him touch her mind, gentle and warm. His mouth moved over hers, coaxing, tasting. The world fell away from her. There was only silken heat, molten fire. She closed her eyes, willing to give herself up to pure feeling. Sensation. Dark fires. He gathered her close, lifted her slight body into the hard strength of his arms, and whispered to her. She didn't hear, couldn't hear. His mouth was perfect. He drove out every sane thought, every responsibility, and replaced it with a burning magic. The earth dropped away, and the wind rushed past. She felt it in her hair, on her face. The dizzy sensation of a roller coaster. But his mouth was all that really mattered. When Lucian lifted his head, Jaxon felt dazzled and had to blink several times to focus on her surroundings. At once she gasped and pushed him away. He set her down on legs that were rubbery, but sheer shock held her up. They were at the house, right at the kitchen door. Her teeth bit deep into her lower lip, drawing a tiny dot of blood. She could taste the bead welling up. "How did we get here?" She was holding one hand up to ward him off. Lucian ignored her hand to step close so that he could lean down and once more find her mouth, his tongue lingering along her lips, caressing, healing, savoring the taste of her. Jaxon pushed at the wall of his chest, not wanting to get caught up in his black magic. "Answer me. How did we get here?" He looked amused. "It is not that hard to move through." "Stop." Jaxon put both hands over her ears. "Don't say anything until I think about this. Every time you say anything, you make me more nuts." His black eyes were shamelessly laughing at her. He reached out a lazy hand to remove the rifle from her shoulder. She was wildly beautiful and incredibly appealing to him, standing there with her huge chocolate eyes and untamed hair. But her mind was struggling to find answers, and she had a penchant for violence, so the rifle had to go. A wolf cry sounded, the note joyful in the night. "There." She waved toward the forest. "Your little friends are calling you. Go run and play with them for a while." You overwhelm me at the moment. I could use a break. He put an arm out toward her. Running with the wolves is truly a great joy, Angel. His arm rippled with fur. Black glossy fur. His hand contorted, shifted shape. Jaxon heard herself scream. She couldn't believe the strangled sound came from her own throat. She whirled around, jerked open the door to the kitchen, slipped inside, and slammed it shut. She locked every single deadbolt on the door before sliding to the floor. She drew her knees up and rocked herself for comfort. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. What are you? She cried it in her mind. What was he? What should she do? If she called the police, no one would believe her. And the alternative would be that they did believe her, and the government would put Lucian in a laboratory and dissect him. Jaxon buried her face in her hands. What was she going to do? Maybe it was another trick. Another illusion. Just because he had named that hideous creature vampire didn't mean it was true. It was an illusion. It had to be. He was a master magician. That was how he made all his money, right? Weren't all magicians billionaires? Please let them all be billionaires. Something made her lift her head. She was very careful to keep her hands over her face and only peek out between her fingers. Through the open door leading into the hall, she saw what looked like a low bank of fog. It just seemed to hang there for a moment silently. She bit at her knuckles with her teeth. Fog. In the house. Of course there was fog in Lucian's house. Wasn't fog in everyone's house? Then Lucian's tall elegance filled the doorway, blocking her view of the hall. His black gaze moved slowly over her face. She saw stark possessiveness in his eyes. She recognized it when all she wanted to do was run. But she could no more have gotten to her feet than fly. Go away, Lucian. I have frightened you, honey. I am sorry. I was only teasing you. Her long eyelashes fluttered for a moment before she actually found the courage to look up at him again. Why did he have to have such presence? He exuded power. Everyone I know can turn into a wolf. That's what you were doing, wasn't it? Turning into a wolf. Her teeth bit down hard on her knuckles. He crossed the room with his silent, easy stride. Her heart slammed painfully. She tried to make herself smaller. Lucian simply sank to the floor beside her, his back to the door, his body close to hers. He drew his knees up, every movement slow and deliberate so as not to frighten her any further. I was showing off. His hand touched her hair. Nothing else, nothing sinister, just showing off. Jaxon winced. Well, don't do it again. People just can't do those things, Lucian. They can't, okay? You really aren't able to do them, so stop thinking you can. It isn't possible. His hand found her silky hair again, his fingers gently rubbing the strands together before his palm curved around the nape of her neck. He began a slow, soothing massage to ease some of the tension out of her. Angel, we talked about this when you spoke with Barry about the wolf. You knew it was me. She shook her head adamantly. I didn't think you meant it literally. I thought perhaps that you had a wolf or a dog with you. You can make people think things with optical illusions. I thought you might have made Barry see an illusion, not that you were actually a wolf. That never occurred to me. You can't turn into a wolf. No one can do that. I am Carpathian, not human, though you persist in thinking me so. I have many abilities, and I have told you that. His voice was deliberately soft and soothing. Well, you're just crazy, that's all. People like you don't exist in the world, Lucian, so get over it already. She rubbed her forehead. You just can't do things like that anymore. You are not breathing, honey. Take a minute and listen to your body, he advised. He kept his voice soft and persuasive. At once she was aware of her heart beating too rapidly, her lungs gasping for air. Immediately she became aware of his heartbeat, slow and steady, the air pushing easily through his lungs. Immediately her body began to tune itself to the rhythm of his. Jaxon flung up her arms to knock his hand from her neck. See? Right there. You can't do things like this. No one can synchronize heartbeats exactly the way we do. Stop whatever you're doing right this minute. You're making me crazy. His hand had not moved from the nape of her neck, a curiously intimate position she found rather soothing in spite of everything. Jaxon sighed and rested her head against his arm. You're making me crazy, she murmured again tiredly. You think you cannot accept the things I tell you, but eventually your mind will overcome its human limitations. He said it so gently that her heart turned over. The moment she gave in to the inevitable and relaxed against him, her heart and lungs immediately took on the slower, calming rhythm of his. Lucian pulled her into his arms and cradled her like a child so that she felt protected and safe. Jaxon stared up at his face, so still it could have been carved from stone, so beautiful he could have posed for the statues of the Greek gods. I don't want to feel anything for you. She traced his perfect mouth with one fingertip. It would hurt too much to do that. He became shadow in her mind, carefully, so she wouldn't recognize his touch, stilling the chaos of her thinking. He easily read her terrible fear for him. For him. Not really so much of him. Listen to me, Jaxon, and this time hear what it is I am saying to you. Tyler Drake is human. He is not a vampire. He does not have supernatural powers. Drake has no chance against one such as myself. I have been in your mind, was with you as you examined the sites he chose to spy on this house. Did you think I really left you alone and unprotected? Did you really believe I would not know the moment you chose to leave this house? I will recognize his presence the moment he comes close to our property again. Tyler Drake cannot harm me in any way. If you knew I was out of the house and looking for Drake, didn't it worry you that I might run into him? She challenged. A man like Lucian would have secured her protection, had he really known. A faint smile took the edge of cruelty from his mouth. I would have destroyed him from a distance. I am in your mind, honey. I can see through your eyes. Anything I can see, I can destroy. If I connect with a person, and he hears my voice, I can destroy him. As I've said, I have certain abilities. She lay in his arms quietly, trying to take in what he was telling her. Lucian, how can any of this be? How can someone like you exist all this time and not one single person know about you? There are some who have found us out. We originated in the Carpathian mountains, and we refer to ourselves as Carpathian. There are humans who hunt us, who seek to murder us. There are scientists who would take us apart in a laboratory. They fear we are vampire, and although we are few, they fear our powers. You scare me to death. No, I do not. The differences are difficult for your mind to accept. Do not confuse that with fear of me. You know I would never harm you. I am incapable of harming you. You are my heart and soul. The air I breathe. You bring light to the terrible darkness in my soul. He captured her hand and brought it to the warmth of his mouth. There are moments when I feel you can collect all the missing pieces of my soul and put them back into place and make me whole once again. Is that how you really see me, Lucian? Jackson's large eyes looked into the dark, empty depths of his. It is who you are, Jaxon, he said softly. I need you. The rest of the world does not need you the way I do. To live. To breathe. You are my laughter and, I suspect, my tears. You are my very life. You can't feel that way about me when you've just met me. You don't know me at all. I have been in your mind many times, Jaxon. How could I not know you? You have already captured my heart. I am the one who must find a way to make you love me in spite of all my sins. Do you have so very many? She asked softly. He was turning her inside out with what he was admitting. He seemed so self-sufficient. How could he ever need anyone, least of all someone with all her problems? My soul is stained so black, my love, there is no real way to ever redeem it. I am a dark angel of death. I have carried out my duties for centuries and know no other way of life. There's that word again. Centuries. A faint smile chased the shadows from her face. If you're such a dark, terrible person, why don't I sense evil when I'm around you? I know I don't have your— She floundered for a moment, unable to think of the right word— gifts, but I have a built-in radar system for anything evil. I feel the presence of it immediately. You can't possibly have a black soul, Lucian. He moved then, a mere casual ripple of muscles, but he was standing without any effort, Jaxon in his arms. You must eat, little one. You are wasting away right in front of me. You pick me up so much, I thought you'd appreciate the fact that I'm not carrying extra pounds. Lucian plopped her down on the counter. You are not going to try to tell me you do not eat because you worry I will not be able to pick you up. She crossed her legs and arched one eyebrow. I was more worried you'd strain your back. She tried not to watch the way the muscles rippled suggestively beneath the thin white silk of his shirt. He laughed softly at her outrageous suggestion as he began to put together a base for a soup. You will not disobey me again, Jaxon, not when it comes to matters of safety. Disobey? Interesting word. I don't think I really fully understand the meaning of the word, being a grown woman and all. Grown woman. Is that what you call it? You think you are as grown as you are going to get? A frightening thought. I hope you don't really think I'm going to obey you, Jaxon said softly, meaning it. She leaned over to get his attention. You don't, do you? He shrugged with that casual grace, the movement that always took her breath away. I have never had to ask more than once. She sat back with a quick frown. What does that mean? You wouldn't dare to use that threatening voice of yours on me. He looked up from his task, his black gaze holding hers. You would never know if I were, would you? His voice was very, very soft. Jaxon jumped to the floor, barely restraining herself from kicking him in the shins. I've had enough of this. You know, it isn't as if you're asking me to accept some weird aunt in your family or something. You're not exactly the everyday, average fiancé. I'm not changing who I am for you. I worked my way up in the department because I'm good at what I do. I'm very good. Have a little respect. He stirred the soup without changing expression. You think I have no respect for you and the things you have had to cope with in your life? You cannot possibly think that. You are angry for no reason, Jaxon. I cannot change who I am either. It is my sworn duty to care for you. It was imprinted on me before my birth. Do you think that changes because you are mortal? Oh, God, the mortal thing again. At least someone actually gave birth to you. That's a relief. She pushed a hand through her hair. Look at me, Lucian. At her command, he turned obediently. She examined his face intently, a slow sweep of his sensual features before her gaze rested thoughtfully on his black eyes. I would know. You would never even attempt to hide such a thing from me. You'd feel guilty. I would never feel guilty for forcing you to care for your health, Angel. Do not make the mistake of giving me too much credit. I would feel guilty for concealing things from you, true. It is not right between lifemates. In any case, you have only to examine my mind. Jaxon found herself laughing at the thought. I can barely comprehend the things you tell me. I'm certainly not going to go trotting around in a brain that's several centuries old. That's just asking for trouble. How is it you can sound modern, sort of, if you're really so darned ancient? Lucian turned back to his soup. It is not hard. I study and adapt quickly to new environments. It is necessary when one wishes to fit in. Sit at the table. She tapped her foot. The smell is not making me sick. That's you, isn't it? You're doing something so I can smell food without feeling sick. Yes. He saw no reason to deny it. It is necessary that you eat. I do not want to make the decision to bring you over because you are unable to take sustenance. That would not be right. Bring you over. Jaxon found a chair and sat down in it rather abruptly. Why did that sound like something straight out of a vampire novel? She waved a hand dismayingly in the air at him. No more of that. Don't think it, and don't ever say it again. I'm getting used to this centuries thing, but the bring you over thing is too much. Lucian placed a bowl of soup in front of her. His mind, connected as it was with hers, assumed the lead. He built the feeling of hunger in her. The idea that the broth smelled delicious, and she wanted to eat it. He commanded her body not to reject it and reinforced the order with a push so there would be no mistakes. Very gently, he rested a hand on her shoulder, needing the physical contact with her. Never once had he allowed himself to express what he had felt when he realized she was leaving the house. He examined it now, there in the kitchen, turning the unfamiliar emotion over and over in his mind. Fear. He had been afraid for her. Not that Drake would find her, but of having to use her to destroy Drake. He would not want her to have to face such a thing. Fear. Fear that a vampire would discover her away from the protection he had woven for her within the grounds and the house. Fear. He had never experienced such an emotion. It had been gut-wrenching. Lucian tangled his fingers in the wealth of her blonde hair. She tipped her head back to look up at him, surprised by the way his fist was clenched in her hair. What is it? What are you thinking about? There was no expression on his face, nothing in his eyes to give him away, but Jaxon was beginning to know him. That small telltale sign of tension revealed that his thoughts had not been pleasant. Tell me. I feared for you. Earlier, when you were away from the safety of the house. Lucian did not think to avoid the truth. Jaxon responded immediately, wrapping her fingers around the thickness of his wrist. You said yourself that I was perfectly safe. From Drake, you were safe, he admitted, staring down at her hand in wonder. Her fingers didn't even curl halfway around his wrist, yet she wielded so much power over him. Drake cannot harm you. He has power, Lucian. He could get to Barry. I know you think you're invincible, but a sniper's bullet can kill from a great distance, and Drake is an excellent marksman. He doesn't have to face you. She ducked her head. That's how Drake can harm me. That's how he's always done it, through someone else, someone who matters to me. That's why I don't want to be with you. Above her head, he found himself smiling. You are beginning to have feelings for me. Keep telling yourself that, she told him. This soup is good. I'm surprised you know how to cook. She didn't want to examine too closely or allude in any real way to what he did or didn't eat. Now wasn't the time to scare herself to death. She stood up carefully, moving away from him in a feminine little retreat he found secretly amusing. Everything she did was like that. It lit him up inside, filled him with warmth, made him want to smile. More than that, he had to smile. He watched as she very carefully, very domestically, washed out the bowl and spoon. Jaxon caught him watching her. What? She sounded defensive. I like watching you, he admitted easily. I like having you in my house. She tried not to let him see how much his words pleased her. Maybe she was just lonely. Maybe she was entirely too susceptible to his beautiful eyes, his voice, or maybe his mouth. Or maybe it was because he was drop-dead gorgeous. She sighed aloud. I'm going upstairs to rest for a while. Life with you is way too much excitement for me. Lucian followed her up the stairs, carrying her sniper's rifle. This thing weighs almost as much as you do, Jaxon. You said you knew I was out of the house, she suddenly mused aloud, completely ignoring his teasing. Why didn't I know what you were doing? You didn't look. She glanced at him over her shoulder, her large eyes eloquent with censure. Look? Look at what? My mind. He spoke in an even voice without any inflection at all. I stay a shadow in your mind. Aside from the fact that it is much safer for me to know what you are doing at every moment, it is necessary for us to touch each other to be comfortable. You know, Lucian, if I had any brains at all, I wouldn't let you suck me in this way. You throw out these casual statements, and my curiosity always gets the better of me. She flung her knives and guns onto the dresser, pulled her cap from her pocket, and added that to the growing pile. Lucian was watching her through half-closed eyes, a small smile curving his mouth. Look at you, a walking arsenal. Well, at least I know how to protect myself. You think you're so powerful, not even a sniper's bullet can get you. We're back to that. Honey, I can command the heavens, move the earth, move my body through time and space. I am much more armed at all times than you will ever be. Do not look at me with your big brown eyes and that little frown on your face. You are in grave danger, for I have a desire to kiss that look right off your face. Jaxon backed away from him so quickly, she fell backward onto the bed, alarm on her face. Stay across the room, you fiend. She held up one hand to ward him off. No talking and no looking at me either. You use unfair tactics to get your way. He stalked her right across the room, looming over her small figure like a conqueror of old. You deserve some kind of punishment for leaving this house after you so sincerely promised me you would stay put. I assured you I had no intention of going out dancing, she pointed out virtuously. I can't think where you ever got the idea that I intended to sit around waiting for you. I have things to do. Modern-day women do not sit at home while their men go out and play. He touched her face with one fingertip, tracing her soft skin, the delicate line of her high cheekbone. I told you to stay here. I was merely out walking. Fresh air is good for a person, didn't you know that? And walking is the greatest exercise of all. It can be done anywhere, anytime. She looked absolutely convinced of it. Walking doesn't count as going out. Lucian sat on the bed, crowding her. Walking. He murmured the word absently, his fingers tangling in her hair. The feel of it against his skin distracted him. Do not place yourself at risk again, Angel. I will take action next time. She shoved at the wall of his chest, more to get some breathing room than for any other reason. He seemed capable of robbing her of her very air. I hope you don't think you're threatening me with something. I'm a police officer, Lucian. Threats are not a great way to win favors. I do not need favors, and I do not much care for your rather strange choice of occupations. This may not be a good time to bring it up, but you do not seem to understand. I have never had anyone question my decisions. You will not place yourself at risk again. He never raised his voice. If anything, it was softer, gentler than ever before. He sounded mild, almost absently giving his order to her. Jaxon frowned at him. You don't improve much as one gets more acquainted with you. I don't like bossy men. His hand slipped to the nape of her neck, his fingers caressing her soft, scented skin. He didn't seem to notice, and she sat very still, not wanting to draw attention to the fact that he was scattering her senses in every direction. I do not consider myself bossy. There is a vast difference between being bossy and being in command. Go command something else then, Lucian, because I am in charge of my own life. Total charge. If I decide to leave the house, I'll do so anytime I please. Don't think you can get away with being a supreme dictator just because your words totally failed her. What was he? I already answered that. Deliberately, he used the intimate form of communication that his race used with their life mates. He bent his head to the vulnerable nape of her neck, unable to resist the temptation. I am Carpathian, your life mate. At once hungry flames danced over his body. His gut clenched hotly, and he closed his eyes to savor the taste and feel of her skin. To savor the feeling of intense hunger. His larger, stronger body bent over hers, slowly forcing her to lie across the bed beneath him. She was very delicate, very fragile beneath his exploring hands as he imprinted her for all time deep within his soul. Lucian. His name came out a soft, whispered plea, almost as if she were asking him for help. Lucian lifted his head and stared down into her enormous eyes. She looked confused, drowsy, and very, very sexy. I am not hurting you, Angel, only giving in to a tremendous need I have to feel you. She reached up to brush at his hair, a small smile tugging at her full lower lip. Yes, well, I noticed. I just think this is a little dangerous. I'm still trying to get used to the idea that you're not human. You tell me all this interesting science fiction stuff, and I hear what you're saying, but my mind doesn't want to put together all the facts. You're positively scary, Lucian. Not to you, he denied, his voice lazy as he bent to find her throat with his mouth. She tasted so good. Felt so good, her skin like satin. I have been unfailingly gentle with you. His mouth followed the perfection of her skin down her throat and across her collarbone. She was so very delicate. He didn't see how anything so small could hold together such a perfect package. You're always in such perfect control. I can't imagine you not in complete control. But then you look at me, and she closed her eyes as his mouth wandered lower, pushing aside the thin material of her top so he could touch more skin. You were saying, he murmured against the inviting swell of her breast. I look at you? His teeth scraped gently, erotically over her sensitive skin, and she heard herself gasp even as her arms cradled his head to her. What had she been saying? He was still in control. Even now, while she lay in his arms and could feel his body burning for hers, hungry for hers, he was in complete control. She turned more fully into his arms, her body pressing closer to the enormous strength of his. What would it feel like to belong? Really belong to someone? Not to be afraid all the time? When she was with Lucian, she was never afraid. Lucian felt her body, soft and pliant, molding itself to his. He pushed the offending cloth farther from her skin, exposing her small, perfectly molded breasts to the cool air, to his dark, possessive gaze, to the heat of his mouth. She really was a miracle, everything about her. Her body moved restlessly, and he shifted his weight to pin her more fully beneath him, needing to feel every inch of her imprinted against his skin. He lowered his mouth and tasted her breast, his tongue swirling lazily, teasing her nipple into a hard peak. He could hear the ebb and flow of her blood rushing through her veins, calling to him, beckoning with a sweet invitation. He murmured her name softly, stroked her skin, tracing each separate rib, finding the indentation of her small waist. In his ears was a dull roar, and the beast within him lifted its head and roared for release. Roared to claim what belonged to it. Jaxon sensed the change in him. It was in the hard possession of his hands, the sudden aggression of his body. For the first time she was afraid. She caught his thick black hair in her fists and made a small sound somewhere between submission and protest. Lucian. She whispered his name like a talisman, knowing he would always protect her. At once he raised his head. Her breath caught in her throat. Behind the depths of his eyes crouched a primitive animal. She could see it, the red flames in its eyes, the heat and hunger gathering into a fierce conflagration. Her heart thudded wildly. Lucian. She tightened her grip in his hair, 2 large handfuls, holding on for her life. "It is all right, Angel," he said tenderly. He kissed her throat gently, lingering over her wildly beating pulse. "I could never hurt you. You are my life, the air I breathe. I may sometimes act more animal than man, but I am truly a man after all. But not human." Jaxon's voice was a mere thread of sound. "Not human," he agreed. A Carpathian male, very much needing his life-mate at this moment. Jaxon was suddenly acutely conscious of her disheveled clothes. "I think it would be best if you removed yourself from my bedroom." "Best for whom?" Amusement tinged his voice. "Not me." Very gently, he arranged her black top to cover her creamy skin. "Do you have any idea how much you mean to me?" He shook his head. "It is not possible that you could know." She was afraid to breathe. Her entire body was crying out for his, completely betraying her saner self. "Lucian, I really need to be alone for a while." "So you can deny that you want me?" "Absolutely," she agreed readily. There was no reason to deny it. He was lucky she wasn't experienced. She might just be ripping his clothes off. The idea took her breath away. He arched an expressive eyebrow at her. "It takes my breath away, too," he murmured against her throat, proving he was a shadow firmly entrenched in her mind. She wanted to be annoyed with him. He had no right to listen to her every thought. But she found herself laughing. It just seemed so intimate, lying on the bed with his arm curved around her waist, his black eyes moving over her with such stark hunger in them. "You're so bad, Lucian." Jaxon closed her eyes tiredly. It felt good to simply lie there and be still. Not think. Not do anything but feel his warmth and strength. "I'm so tired. It must be close to dawn. Why are we always talking until dawn?" "So you grow tired and sleep all day while I am at my weakest. It is a good way to keep you chained to my side." Lucian stretched lazily. "I intend to sleep here with you, so settle down and do not try to argue with me." Jaxon thumped his shoulder, then shifted to lay her head on it. "I wasn't going to argue with you." "Why ever would you think that?" "I never argue." Lucian smiled at her. She was so small. It amazed him she was such a strong person. "Of course you do not argue." "What was I thinking?" "Go to sleep, honey, and allow my poor body to rest." "I'm already asleep." "You're the one gabbing." Lucian concentrated on safeguarding the estate. He found he was more than a little distracted with Jaxon snuggled so close to him, her body fitting perfectly into the curve of his. She thought him so controlled, and perhaps it was true in every matter other than Jaxon. He was not so sure of his ability to protect her from his own needs and hungers. "Lucian?" The drowsy note in her voice sent his gut clenching into a ball of fire that was spreading like molten lava. "Go to sleep." He draped his arm over her, completely engulfing her. Of their own accord his fingers tangled in the thick mop of untamed hair. His own voice was husky with need. "Don't you sleep underground or something? I know you don't use a coffin, but this seems too normal for you." Her voice held suspicion. Lucian hesitated. There could be no untruths between lifemates, and he had always been careful to tell her those details of his life she asked about. But this, what was he to answer? "Go to sleep." At once Jaxon tried to lift her head. Lucian didn't appear to notice. His arm lay firmly in place. "Tell me, Lucian, or I'm going to bug you all day." He sighed. "I thought you didn't like hearing all the gory details of my existence." His fingers were moving in her hair gently, a tender caress that warmed her heart as nothing else could. It was the way he touched her, the way he looked at her, Jaxon decided, as if she were the only woman in the world for him. And he was beguiling. A dark sorcerer impossible to resist. Like right now, his mouth skimming the top of her head, the way he inhaled her scent as if he were taking the essence of her into his own body. I'm beginning to be rather fond of your Fantasyland, Lucian. The smile left her voice, and she became very serious. I want to know everything about you. Not all at once, maybe, but eventually everything. He lay there, his body tight and hot and uncomfortable. He should have been in a burning hell, but instead he was filled with joy. Her words moved him, melted his insides, so that the demon within him was safely leashed. He knew he would have her, he knew he would never allow her to escape him, yet he never believed she would grow to love him for who he was, what he was. Maybe it wouldn't happen, but Jaxon did want to know him, his reality. Lucian's hand moved to the nape of her neck, his fingers curling around it. To rejuvenate our bodies, such as when we have suffered mortal wounds or used much energy to heal another, the soil of the earth welcomes us. But it is not strictly necessary to sleep within the arms of the earth. It is safer, for little harm can find its way to us there. Again he hesitated, unsure how she would take the next piece of information. Jaxon thumped his chest lightly with her fist. She didn't bother to open her eyes and frown at him, considering her gesture enough of a reprimand. Tell me. Normally we sleep differently than humans in that we shut down our hearts and lungs and lie as if dead. But that is a dangerous thing to do in a setting such as this one. Beneath this house I have a sleeping chamber. If something should happen and my safeguards failed, then it would be much easier for an adversary to destroy me here than in my sleeping chamber, where they cannot find me. Jaxon shoved his arm aside and sat up, her hair spilling wildly around her face, her eyes enormous. Why are you doing what you're supposed to be doing? I'm not going to be thrilled waking up next to someone who looks dead. I will not sleep in the manner of our kind, Jaxon. We are bound together. We must touch minds frequently, or it is uncomfortable, even dangerous. Your mind is used to the touch of my mind. Without it you would feel intense grief, much more intense than a human could withstand. Carpathian emotions are extremely strong, Jaxon, due, no doubt, to our longevity. I cannot exactly describe what you would feel, but I cannot take such a chance with you. There is no need for it. I will sleep in the way of your people. Why don't you sleep like we do all the time? He sighed and deliberately pulled her once more into his arms. You talk too much when you should be sleeping. You've been doing that, haven't you? Sleeping beside me like a human instead of doing what is good for you, Jaxon guessed shrewdly. That's why you look tired sometimes. Your body doesn't rest this way, does it? No, it does not rest. He sounded somewhere between exasperation and laughter. Go to your sleeping chamber, or whatever it is you call it, she demanded. I cannot be apart from you. If your heart and lungs are shut down, then you can't possibly feel anything, she said logically. You are trying to take care of me again, he pointed out, wishing his heart didn't react quite so strongly to her concern. In all the endless centuries he had endured, he could not remember a single individual, other than his twin brother, Gabriel, who had worried about him. And that hadn't been the same. Someone has to take care of you. You don't, she replied. I mean it, Lucian. I can see how tired you are. Please go where you can sleep properly. Not without you. There was a small silence. I can go there? Yes, he said slowly. I told you, it isn't in the earth. It is below the basement, but not in the soil. If I woke up, I could just walk out of there? I don't think I'm claustrophobic, but I'd hate to trap somewhere. I can show you the way. But, Jaxon, you must not think I'm dead. If you wake without me, before the sun goes down, your mind will play tricks on you. I will look dead and feel dead to your touch. You cannot allow your mind to trick you into doing anything foolish. Lifemates often end their lives rather than exist alone after they are bound together. You must promise me, should you wake, you will not leave the house, and if it becomes unbearable, you will call out to me persistently in the way of our people. You can hear me while your heart and lungs are shut down? Most cannot. But I am not most. If you are suffering and you call to me, I will hear you. Then let's go. She said it determinedly. You are certain you wish to do this? It is not necessary. Yes, it is. You need to sleep and stay strong and powerful for all that weird stuff that you do. I'm getting used to it, and I'd miss it if you couldn't do it anymore. Lucian lifted her easily as he rose straight off the bed into the air, cradling her in his arms. Close your eyes, Angel. You know how you hate my manner of travel. The speed thing. Exactly. His voice was infinitely tender. She closed her eyes and snuggled more deeply into his body, her heart pounding nervously. There was a rush of wind and sense of traveling through time and space as they maneuvered the intricate passages to his sleeping chamber far below the house. As he laid her on the bed, Jaxon looked around her in awe. It was beautiful, nothing like the cave she had imagined it to be. It was a room with furniture and candles and crystal rocks that reflected the dancing flames, projecting intriguing shadows. Its fragrance was soothing, and Jaxon found she could lie beside him without fear. Lucian leaned over her, his hand tracing the beloved lines of her face. Sleep well, Angel. If you dream, let it be only of me. He bent his head and found the silken heat of her mouth one last time, staking his claim, his intentions, moving the earth for both of them. Even as he lifted his head, he commanded she sleep, a deep sleep undisturbed until the sun sank from the sky. Only when he was certain the safeguards were in place and he had sent word to the wolves to guard the property did he allow the breath to leave his body and his heart to cease beating. Chapter 7. Jaxon fought her way up through layers of thick fog, emerging with a pounding headache and a sick feeling in her stomach. In the darkness of the chamber, she could not tell whether it was night or day. Not one speck of light seeped through the room's thick walls. She lay very still, deep within the earth, trying to sort out what was happening. She could feel Lucian beside her. His body was cold, and he had no discernible heartbeat, no rise and fall of his chest. It was eerie lying there beside him, knowing he wasn't even breathing. For a moment she felt as if she were suffocating at the possibility of his lying dead beside her, but he had prepared her for just such an event, and she forced logic into her panic-stricken brain. What had awakened her? Instinctively she knew she had been programmed, commanded, by Lucian not to wake up until he did. It took her a few minutes to shake off the fog. Even so, her headache refused to disappear along with it, almost as if the air was too thick to breathe. Sitting up, she pushed at her thick hair. Her stomach lurched crazily. She pressed both hands against her stomach and went very still. Drake. Was it Drake? Something evil was lurking close to them. Something malevolent. Something ugly lying in wait for them. Stalking them. She glanced down at Lucian. He was such a perfect specimen of a man. He was amazingly beautiful, sensual in a purely masculine way. She touched his long black hair, pushing it from his forehead with caressing fingers. Drake was not going to hurt him if she could help it. She knew if she called to him, he would awaken, but she had confidence in her own abilities, and Lucian was far safer beneath the earth, where no one would find him until he was at full strength. Resolutely she slid from the high bed and padded barefoot across the floor. It was pitch black in the chamber, but her night vision was phenomenal. The door was heavy, and it took all her strength to open it. Even then it seemed difficult to walk through it. It was much like walking through quicksand or a heavy bog of some kind. Jaxon hurried through the narrow passageway, noting that it slanted upward, twisting and turning through bedrock. At last she came out into the basement. But she could see no evidence of a door. Then she discovered it concealed neatly in the rock. The feeling in the pit of her stomach was getting stronger. Something was definitely stalking them. She ran lightly through the kitchen up the stairs to her room. Hastily she threw on a pair of slim black jeans and a Navy Police Academy sweatshirt. It was an old favorite she often wore for comfort. Again she considered waking Lucian, calling to him as he had told her she could, but she dismissed the idea. Even through the heavy drapes in her room she could see that the sun was not quite out of the sky yet. He needed all the rest he could get. And if he wasn't at full strength, he could possibly be hurt. She didn't know enough about him yet to determine what would happen if he awakened during daylight. The thought of him melting or something was laughable but unpleasant all the same. She put on her tennis shoes, strung field glasses around her neck, and found her favorite Browning. If it was Drake, he wasn't going to get to Lucian. Jaxon glided silently from window to window, studying the surrounding grounds, taking care not to expose herself on the one side she knew could be seen from the distant bluff. She heard the lonely cry of a wolf, and a few moments later a second answered it, but it didn't sound as if they were hunting or had been disturbed in any way. Jaxon decided whatever it was could not make an assault on the house from the woods side without some warning from the wolves, so she concentrated on the courtyard and the front entrance. Outside the high wall, she caught a brief glimpse of something moving. Not enough of a view to make an identification, but enough to be certain something was out there. She made her way midway down the winding staircase, where the balcony with the glass door was. She slid it noiselessly open and rolled out onto the deck, hidden from view behind the railing. At once the terrible precognition hit her fiercely, making her physically ill. She knew she was on the right track. Why hadn't she called for backup? Because she couldn't explain Lucian's absence to anyone. And she couldn't have the police department snooping around. Cautiously, she raised her head and surveyed the front of the estate. She lifted the field glasses to get a better view. At once she saw the arm and leg of what appeared to be a large male. He was moving along the wall of the estate and came into full view as she watched. Brought up close by the binoculars, he was a frightening sight. He looked like a giant, and his head was somewhat misshapen, almost like a bullet. His eyes were dull and lifeless, his teeth blackened and sharpened to ugly points, and his entire expression was the blank mask of insanity. He slammed his palms repeatedly against the high stone wall, and each time sparks would explode and smoke would rise. He would scream and pull his palms away, only to move one step farther along the wall and try again, with the exact same results. The wall couldn't possibly be electrified, yet it seemed that way, crackling with life every time the stranger attempted to touch it. He was persistent, not in the least deterred by the fact that he was being burned. Jaxon stood up to climb onto the railing, wanting access to the roof. She was too short, her fingers missed by several inches. Irritated, she glared up at the eaves. There had to be a way up if she just took a minute to think about it. She didn't want the strange person out of her sight. He was up to no good, and he gave her the creeps. As she turned, her body automatically adjusting her weight to keep centered, she glanced at the sky to judge the setting sun. Too late, she saw a spinning silver web coming at her from above, sparkling out of the clouds like a net to encase her. Fear slammed into her. Lucian. It was automatic, calling for him, reaching for him, almost a compulsion, certainly not a thought of her own. Except on her job, it was nothing she would ever do in her life, think to call another for aid. The strange glittering net stopped in midair, hovered there for a moment, and then dropped harmlessly to the ground below. Jaxon felt her small body lifted by unseen hands to the safety of the balcony floor. She actually felt his hands around her waist. At once she was forced backward, the hands pushing her right into the house. The sliding door closed firmly and latched solidly. She placed both palms on the thick glass and peered below at the strange person resolutely testing the strength of the wall's defenses. Instead of using his hands, he was now slamming his entire body against the hard surface, and sparks were flaring in the waning light all around him. He looked up at her, his dead eyes meeting her gaze, and his actions became more frantic, battering his body even harder and more determinately than ever. Jaxon could only stand there helplessly, locked in place, while far below her point of safety the scene of horror unfolded. As the sun sank, the stranger began emitting growls, digging at the earth beneath the fence and casting anxious glances skyward. Her heart thudded as she saw the tall, elegant frame emerge from the heavy brush on the north side of the house. Lucian walked neither fast nor slow, his immaculate charcoal-gray jacket emphasizing the width of his shoulders. His hair was flowing around his shoulders, his eyes glittering in his still face. He stopped only feet from the gate and waved a hand. At once the sparks ceased, and the stranger realized there was no protection on the property. The gates began to swing open. Jaxon's attention was caught by the ominous appearance of dark clouds moving swiftly through the sky. Something was terribly wrong. She tried to open the door, afraid for Lucian, afraid he wouldn't notice the danger from above when the creature on the ground was trudging toward him with such purposeful steps. She banged on the glass helplessly, tried to turn to run downstairs, but she was unable to move more than a couple of feet. Swallowing hard, she pulled out the Browning, praying Lucian hadn't installed bulletproof glass. In her mind, she reached desperately for him. "Lucian, above you. Something's coming, and it's far more evil than what you're facing now. Let me help you." Nothing could happen to him. Nothing could ever happen to him. She felt instant warmth, reassurance flowing into her mind. For a brief moment, she even felt his arms around her, holding her close. Jaxon placed a hand on the glass, the Browning in her other fist, and watched the easy, fluid way Lucian walked. He moved with total confidence, total assurance, his head up, his long hair flowing behind him. He took her breath away. As she watched, his hand came up almost casually, and above him the black roiling clouds dispersed as if they had never been. Something dropped to earth, a twisted, writhing, reptilian body with wings. "Oh, God," Jaxon whispered aloud, all too afraid of what it was. She bit her lip hard in agitation. The strange man had nearly reached Lucian, swinging a heavy spiked ball on the end of a chain. The ball whistled harmlessly through space as Lucian disappeared from Jaxon's sight for a split second. When he reappeared, he was behind the huge stranger. She watched in horror as the stranger's head tilted to one side, a crimson smile appearing around his throat like a necklace. The head wobbled grotesquely, then slowly slid off the shoulders, spraying a trail of red in all directions. The body toppled over and hit the ground as the head bounced and rolled away from Lucian's legs. The reptile sprang at Lucian so quickly it was a blur of claws and teeth. The tail lashed back and forth like a whip, and the beating wings were creating a windstorm, stirring up leaves and dirt like a smokescreen. Jaxon's scream of warning caught in her throat, nearly choking her. Lucian seemed to stand completely motionless, his face expressionless, calm, even serene, as if he were simply admiring the view around him. Jaxon aimed the gun at the hideous lizard. The creature seemed to hit an invisible wall before it reached Lucian, and it shrieked as flames erupted all around it. Charred flesh peeled in layers from the lizard. The carcass split into pieces. Jaxon could hardly believe her eyes when a man emerged from the peeling flesh as if from a cocoon. The vampire flew backward away from Lucian, while tree branches and rocks whistled through the air, aimed directly at him. Lucian flowed across the ground, going from stillness to motion with unbelievable speed. Jaxon felt she was watching a merciless predator, a killing machine, a jungle cat with rippling muscles to bring down its prey. As fast as the vampire retreated, throwing obstacles into his path, Lucian was faster. The debris never touched him, deflected with casual ease by his mind as Lucian overtook the undead. At the realization it could not escape, the vampire turned its head and looked up at Jaxon, hatred in its eyes, cunning and malevolence on its face. The glass of the sliding door began to bulge inward toward her even as Lucian plunged his hand into the chest of the creature, extracting the pulsating heart. Jaxon leaped backward, away from the door, her gaze riveted on the scene below. Lucian dropped the heart some distance from the writhing body and glanced toward the sky. At once clouds gathered overhead, more and more of them coming to his bidding. Shocked, Jaxon watched him orchestrate the storm. Lightning arced from cloud to cloud in a brilliant display. He opened the hand that had extracted the heart, and a fiery ball dropped from the sky into his palm. For one moment the orange flames danced over his skin, reflected in his black eyes. Then he tossed the ball onto the heart and waved his hand, spreading the flames. Noxious black smoke rose into the sky. In it she could see images of death and darkness, violent, misshapen creatures hissing and crying out to the heavens. They slowly evaporated in the smoke, and the rising wind carried them away. Fire raced across the ground, leaping from one body to the other, incinerating the two creatures for all time, erasing all evidence of their existence, as if they had never been. Jaxon watched as the glass door smoothed, as rain began to lash at the windows of the house, and outside Lucian raised his head and looked at her. Her heart thudded uncomfortably. At once she knew the barrier imprisoning her within the house was lifted. She laid the gun and binoculars on the top step and hurried down the winding staircase to the first floor. Lucian terrified her, the power he wielded, the fact that he could destroy life so easily, that he could command the very heavens to do his bidding, that he could hold fire in his hand and not be harmed. Yet she wanted to touch him. No, she needed to touch him to know he had not suffered one single scratch. Lucian came striding into the house, tall and powerful and dangerous beyond her imagination. His face was expressionless, calm, as always in complete control. But something in the way he moved gave him away, and she faltered in her headlong rush toward him, coming to a halt just inside the living room. Lucian continued to move quickly, never breaking stride, flowing across the room like water, only his eyes alive with something she had never seen before. Lucian. Her hand went defensively to her throat. He didn't respond, merely caught her fragile wrist in an unbreakable grip and continued walking down the hall, taking her with him to his den. As they entered, he waved a hand, and flames sprang to life in the rock fireplace. He turned in one motion, his fingers wrapping around her throat. He stepped toward her, locking her against the wall, trapping her with his taller, heavier frame. Jaxon's heart missed a beat, and she could only stare up at him with wide eyes. He suddenly looked like the dangerous predator he really was. "You will never defy me like that again and place yourself in danger." His voice was so soft she barely caught the words, yet she recognized the iron, the command in it. His black gaze moved over her face, brooding, possessive, gleaming with that extra unknown quality that made her heart pound in fear. Abruptly, he lowered his mouth to hers, and her heart stopped completely. The very earth rocked beneath her feet. She felt his immense strength in the fingers curled around her throat, felt the hard aggression of his body, and knew his sudden resolve. She should stop him, she had to stop him, yet his body was hot and heavy with need, and his hunger was swamping her, overwhelming her. She was going up in flames right there with his mouth fastened on hers and his hand threatening to choke the life out of her as punishment for her needing to protect him. Unable to think clearly, she made a small sound of protest, even as her body relaxed into his. "Listen to me, little love." He framed her face with his large hands, resting his forehead against hers. "You do not yet love me, I know. But you are a strong woman, and even facing the monster in me, your first thought was to see to my health. I am frightening to you only because you do not fully comprehend what I am. You are my life, my only reason for existence, my heart and my soul, the very air I breathe. I have lived without joy for nearly 2,000 years, and in the short time we have been together, you have made every one of those dark, endless minutes worth it. There is no way for you to fully comprehend the depth of my feelings for you at this time. I understand that, but you will have to try. You belong with me. I know this absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. And my feelings will only grow stronger with the passage of time." His fingertips moved over her beloved face, found their way to her hair to tangle in the silky strands. "I need you completely, Jaxon, for all time. I need you safe and protected so that I never wake again with the knowledge that you have placed your life in danger." And you would over and over. It is not defiance, it is in your nature to protect others. And when I say I need you completely, you must know that I need your body desperately. There was fear in her eyes, in the telltale pounding of her heart. "I've never been with anyone, Lucian, and you're very overwhelming." She bit her lower lip, not wanting to fail him, wanting to be there to take away the terrible hunger building in his eyes, in his body. She had almost wanted to see him a little bit out of control, yet now she could see where that would lead. Lucian was going to have her. She wanted him, yet she was afraid of the dark intensity within him. He seemed so tranquil, yet the fires smoldering beneath the surface were dark and deadly. She sensed them, knew she was unleashing something powerful she could never stop. Lucian's dark eyes searched hers, held her gaze. "Before I do this thing, before you are mine for all eternity, I want you to know that I can make you happy in this existence, that there is no other who can do so, and that I will move heaven and earth for you if that is what I need to do." His black gaze found and captured hers. She saw the terrible hunger so strong in him, so stark and raw and alive with desperate need. The sane part of her knew he was saying something important, something she should analyze before she dared succumb to the dark, beckoning fire, But it was too late. Her arms were already sliding around his neck, and she was giving up her mouth to the sheer domination of his heat and fire. A volcano of such need rising seemingly out of nowhere. His need, her need, she couldn't tell the difference. Couldn't tell where he began and she left off. Lucian's skin was hot and sensitive, far too sensitive to feel fabric brush against it. He needed Jaxon's soft skin pressed close to him, not the annoying cloth barrier between them. Nothing would ever be between them again. His resolve was complete, total. She would never again be in such danger. She belonged to him, had been made for him, his miracle, his to love and protect. She was more than his life. She was his soul. He thought away his shirt, an easy accomplishment. But it was his hands that caught the hem of her blouse and lifted it slowly over her head. She was so beautiful, she took his breath away. It was his breathing that was out of control, his heart that was racing so quickly. Or was it hers? He couldn't tell anymore. Only that she was hot, silken fire, and he needed to burn. Was already burning. His hands found their way to her skin. So soft. So perfect. The feel of her was almost more than he could bear. He had waited so long, never once believing she existed for him. He had existed in that black, endless void without hope, without the thought of light. Without the possibility of Jaxon. Was she real? His mouth fastened on hers, hot and hard and hungry, sweeping her into another world where there was only Lucian and his hard muscles, the touch of his hands, the aggression of his body. He was everywhere, swamping her, in her mind, in her heart. His hands were touching her intimately, exploring every inch of her. His mouth was sheer magic, so that her world narrowed to pure feeling, so that there was no way to think, only to feel. Lucian lifted her easily, his mouth still on hers, so that she had no real awareness of anything but him. There was nothing else for her, he knew. His mind removed the last barrier between them, the rest of their clothing, so that when he took her down to the oriental rug on the floor in front of the fireplace, he knew she felt the thick carpet against her already sensitized skin. He lifted his head to look at her, to watch the firelight caress her face. She was so beautiful, simply looking at her actually hurt at times. Her large eyes were gazing at him with an enticing invitation, sexy yet innocent in that she didn't really know what she was agreeing to. His world. His woman. His true life mate for all eternity. Deliberately, he bent his head to find her soft mouth, to taste the silken heat so addicting to him. She was his. The reality of it was more than he could comprehend. Her skin was soft, felt like satin. The shape of her curves, the lines of her body, the perfectly proportioned form. She was a miracle to him, and he worshipped her leisurely. His mouth wandered over her throat, so vulnerable to one such as he. With others she was careful, yet with him she was so trusting. He found the swell of her breast, heard her gasp as he indulged himself, as he lost himself and the world around him in her body. Her waist so small, so perfectly designed, the triangle of tight blonde curls below beckoning him. He inhaled her scented call, the wild, untamed need rising to match his own. His teeth nipped at her inner thigh, easing her legs apart, while his hand found moist heat, a welcoming to the hunger in his body. Jaxon heard the soft sound escaping from her own throat as Lucian began a slow, intimate exploration, finding her every secret place. He took his time. He had learned patience over the centuries, and he had waited for this moment for so long. He intended her first time to be perfect for her. His mind was firmly merged with hers so she could feel his rising need, a tidal wave swamping him, hot lava pouring through his body where his blood had been. She could feel the painful ache and the total pleasure he took in the erotic things he was doing to her body. She found his long hair, wrapped her fists in it to hold on to as her body began to wind tighter and tighter with need. The world seemed to dissolve around her as little ripples of pleasure started deep inside her and spread until she was clutching at him for anchor. Lucian loomed over her, his shoulders wide, the muscles of his arms and back defined and taut from the effort to go slowly. He eased into her, inch by slow inch, until he met the thin barrier of resistance. She was so tight and hot, he was going up in flames. His hands caught her small hips. Even now, at this moment, with his body urging him to bury himself deep within her, with a roar in his ears and a red haze of desire in his mind, he realized just how small she was, how fragile she seemed in his hands. Lucian. She whispered his name, and he bent to take her mouth again, surging forward as he did so. Her soft gasp was caught for all time at that first taking, that first merging of body and mind. "Relax for me, Angel," he instructed softly, leaving a trail of fire from her throat to her breast. He waited for her body to stretch to accommodate his size, to become used to the feel of his invasion. "You were created for me, the other half of my soul." His teeth moved back and forth over her pulse. He whispered softly to her, sweeping resistance from her mind, so that there was only acceptance of his every need. Jackson's nails dug into his back as white-hot pain lanced through her, then gave way to something dark and erotic as his teeth sank deeply into her. His hips surged forward, and he was sweeping her into a world of sensuality unlike any she had ever imagined. His mouth, feeding on her, was intimate and sexy, and she cradled his head to her, offering her breast, wanting him to take the very essence of her life into him for all time. His body moving into hers in long, sure strokes, each deeper and harder than the last, creating such a friction of heat that they were both on fire, a single, living, breathing flame. His tongue stroked across the small pinpricks on her breast, and he moved within her faster, surging deep to find her very core. His palm cradled the back of her head, and in his mind he built the need, thought it, became need, until he was the only thing she could think of. Jaxon had to quench that terrible urgency that was in the red haze of his mind. He held her head close to the heavy muscles of his chest, and immediately a small wound appeared there. Lucian pressed her mouth to him, his mind controlling hers, needing her to drink deeply from the dark well. The feel of her mouth feeding on him was like nothing he had ever experienced. Her body, hot and tight, was velvet surrounding his, a fiery sheath that tested the limits of his control. While she drank, Lucian very softly recited the ritual words once more. He wanted this, the rightness of it, the completeness. This was his true life mate for all eternity, and he wanted the ceremony to be exact, so that there was no chance she would escape him. No chance that harm could come to her. "I claim you as my life mate. I belong to you. I offer my life for you. I give to you my protection, my allegiance, my heart, my soul, and my body. I take into my keeping the same that is yours. Your life, happiness, and welfare will be cherished and placed above my own for all time. You are my life mate, bound to me for all eternity and always in my care." He would reside in her for all time, would know immediately should danger threaten her. And she would reside in him, anchoring him so that the beast within had no chance to be unleashed on the world. His body was going up in flames. He could feel himself fast losing his control. At once he removed the compulsion for her to feed, certain he had given her enough blood for a true exchange. With the ritual complete, their third blood exchange, and their mating, he allowed himself the indulgence of losing himself in her body. He buried himself in her, over and over, feeling her heat, her fire, taking him in, cleansing the darkness from his soul. All those empty centuries, all the dark deeds, necessary though they might be, all the missing pieces, she was somehow putting him back together again. The ecstasy of her body was almost more than he could stand. He felt her muscles clenching around him, tighter and tighter, spiraling him ever more deeply into that fiery vortex, milking him so that he was exploding, shattering, taking her with him into the unknown. Jaxon clutched at Lucian for security, for a safe haven in a storm of such sensation. She was shocked by it. She had no idea she could feel this way, no idea her body was capable of such things. Lucian was lying above her, careful to keep his weight from crushing her, his body still locked firmly within hers. It was sexy, erotic, and terribly intimate. She savored the taste of him in her mouth, a slightly coppery flavor, masculine and addicting. She lay beneath him, staring up at him in wonder. There was a memory in her mind of her mouth moving over his chest. Even as she tried to catch it, the fleeting thought brought her to instant awareness of the hard thickness of him buried deep within her body. He was moving gently, almost as if he had to move, as if the feel of her surrounding him was more than he could bear passively. His hands framed her face. "You were so beautiful, Jaxon, so truly beautiful." She moved against him, her body as hot and restless as his, as in need as his. The carpet beneath her skin brushed at her like fingers. His mouth was moving over her body again, his tongue swirling over her breasts, his masculine being reveling in his ability to take her over and over, to indulge himself. She was heat, silk, everything he could ever want. And she wanted him with the same urgent need he had for her. He watched the firelight play over her body, caressing the shadows and lingering on the creamy lines of her small frame. He watched his body moving in and out of her, the erotic sight heightening his pleasure even more. He bent his head to the tip of her breast because he could, his hands stroking her small waist and flat stomach. All the time his hips moved slowly, leisurely, building the heat between them until they could both once more go up in flames. He wanted it this way, slow and long and easy enough to last for all time. He wanted to live there in the safe haven of her body, where miracles really did happen. "Lucian," she said in breathless wonder, her hands sliding over his shoulders, soothing him. He was gentle with her, loving, ensuring her pleasure, yet at the same time she could feel him watching her closely, waiting for something. Waiting for her to condemn him. She caught that thought from him before he could censor it, and at once she raised her head to find his mouth with hers, wanting to wipe away his fear of her displeasure. Lucian couldn't think that he had hurt her, that she might never be able to forgive him. What they were doing was beautiful and right. She felt that in every cell of her body. How could he think otherwise? How could he condemn himself when he had been so gentle and careful of her? "I do not want you to loathe me, Angel." He bent his head to kiss her vulnerable throat. "I have searched your memories, your heart and soul, and have found no evidence of hatred, not even for your worst enemy. It is the one thing that gives me hope." She wrapped her arms around his head as his body began to move with more aggression, with harder, faster strokes. Her body seemed to find the same rhythm as his, rising to meet his so that she could feel him deep within her, a part of her. She needed to hold him close as she felt the building of a firestorm, flames whipping from him to her and back again, higher and higher, rushing through their bodies, a fierce conflagration finally exploding into 1,000 fragments, raining sparks down upon them. Lucian rolled over, taking her with him so that she lay atop him. The firelight danced over them, yet the air seemed to help cool their bodies. His hand pushed at the wild blonde hair falling around her face so that he could look at her. "You're mine, you know." He made it a statement. Her body certainly knew it. She felt him in every cell, alive, living within her. She smiled, her hands caressing the heavy muscles of his chest. "You were angry with me for going outside, weren't you?" "I do not honestly think I could be angry with you," he said thoughtfully. "You are my life. My miracle. I feared for you, and I did not care for the feeling. I have never known fear. I hunted and destroyed, went into battle 1,000 times, and I never knew this emotion. I know it now, and I do not like it." His hand was back in her hair, stroking, twisting strands, his fingers occasionally finding the nape of her neck to massage her. "It is in your nature to protect others. You are very different from what I envisioned once I knew you existed." Jaxon lifted her head. "Really? Just what was your vision?" He smiled into her dark eyes. "I have a feeling my answer could get me into trouble. I think I will remain silent." "Oh no, you won't. You tell me all about this Wonder Woman." She thumped his chest for emphasis. "The women of my race are tall and elegant with long black hair and dark eyes. They would never go hunting a vampire or ghoul or even a madman, especially when asked by their lifemate to stay within a certain area. And before you consider them downtrodden, these women do this because they have complete faith in the ability of their lifemate to protect them. You go rushing out headlong, your first thought for my safety instead of your own. I am the most powerful hunter our people have known, yet you think to save me from one such as a ghoul." He smiled and reached to kiss away her frown. I am not complaining, Angel. I am merely stating a fact that I have come to understand. Tall? Elegant? What does that mean? What do you mean by elegant? Just because I'm short doesn't mean I can't be elegant. I wear jeans because I like them and they're comfortable. Long black hair may be beautiful, it is on you, but there's nothing wrong with blonde hair. Or short hair, for that matter. It's very practical to care for. She sounded indignant. His hand was moving in her hair. He loved her hair, the silky, wild strands that went in every direction. He found himself smiling again for no reason. Jaxon didn't care that the women of his race might stay safely indoors while the men went out to hunt. She cared that he had described them as tall and elegant with long black hair. He found that rather amusing. Jaxon was Jaxon, a small powder keg prepared to save the world. No one would change that, least of all her own Lifemate. She had to be accepted for the person she was. Lucian's decision to bring her over to the Carpathian race stemmed from his knowledge of her nature. It was the only real way to protect her from harm. He would sleep when she slept. He would always be aware of her every movement. He would be in her with her if anything or anyone threatened her. It was the only path left to him if he wanted to allow her to remain exactly who she was, yet his decision might very well cause her to despise him. What is wrong, Lucian? Are you sorry you made love to me? Suddenly Jaxon was uneasy. She wasn't experienced enough to know if she had pleased him or not. She thought she had, but maybe not. He was intensely passionate. Maybe she couldn't sate his hunger. After all, he was a completely different species. How could I ever be sorry for doing the one thing I have wanted more than anything in the world? Just for your information, Angel, I intend to make love to you a few more times before this night is done. And no one else could ever satisfy me. There is only you for me. Not any other woman. Ever. I do not want tall elegance or long black hair. I have grown rather fond of your short blonde hair and small, perfect body. You will not be getting rid of me easily. Jaxon smiled and lay her head once more on his chest. Deep inside her, where she had felt so wonderful, she became aware of a slow, torturous clenching and unclenching of her muscles. She pressed a hand to her stomach and lay very still, trying to assess what was happening. Was this normal? It felt like cramps, no, worse than cramps, something alive moving within her body, spreading to every organ. Lucian's hand was on the nape of her neck, easing the tension from her suddenly taut muscles. He was very still, as if he sensed something was wrong. He didn't ask her what it was. He didn't say anything at all. He simply held her close in his arms, protectively, possessively.